Stars. Dragon Rain Book 8 by Kit Bladegrave. 1. Chapter Mori. I thought it was a dream at first. Had to be. No one was coming to save us from that horrible prison made of nightmares, killing my family one by one. I was only the first, but then Baladon captured the gods, dragged them from their realms, and trapped them with tendrils of shadows that fed on their powers, on their very souls. We were going to die there, all of us, and our bodies would rot for eternity deep within the mountain. When the fighting first began, I swore it was more tormenting from Baladon. I'd been his prisoner for many years, I thought, and was certain it was only my mind playing tricks. Or it was the bastard god himself, teasing us with the idea of being freed. I tried to force my eyes open, but they refused. Too tired, too weak. And looking at the 3 dead gods in my presence, knowing this was all my fault, haunted me. My own personal hell to suffer through. Voices. I could have sworn I heard voices close by. No, no one would be coming. They couldn't be. Coming here would be insanity. Metal clanked, and I felt a presence, a single presence moving toward me through the fog that had become my mind. The chains holding my arms up loosened, and when the manacles broke, my body sagged, right into the waiting arms of this presence. The arms were warm and comforting. My eyes flickered open for just a moment, and the bluest eyes, in a dark face filled with worry, met my gaze. Dragon. He was a dragon. Did I know him? I felt I did, somehow, but then my eyes closed again and we were moving as he carried me close to his chest. I wanted to speak, tell him he needed to run before Baladon found him, but the words never left my lips. Why was he here? Risking his life for mine. I wasn't worth the effort. The questions were on my tongue, but I was too weak. Still, his arms curled protectively around me as if he'd heard me anyway, and was arguing with me without saying a word. More fighting sounded around us. Screams. No, not screams. Battle cries. Agares. She was alive. And others, Thorn and Harper. Devon, even. They were all still alive, but for how long? I was placed on stone, and a warm hand held my face for far too short a time before a growl erupted from his throat. I managed a glimpse, just in time to catch him darting into the fray. My heart was in my throat as I watched him fight, as I waited to witness yet another fall. Then everything moved in a blur, and somehow he found his way back to me as a white light took us far away from Baladon. Are you certain you did not hit your head? Agares asked loudly. I jumped and glanced around. No, I told you my head is fine. I rubbed absently at my wrists, bruised and sore from those manacles. So long, I'd been kept there so long. And that dragon, he saved me. I'd thanked him, but it didn't feel like enough. You weren't exactly here, Agares murmured. Care to share? The goddess of war was wiping her blade clean and giving it a good shine. I shuddered at the sight, wishing I could erase the last few decades from my memory. Baladon. He'd stolen so much from me, killed so many of our family. My lip twitched in disgust with the knowledge he was still out there and making ready to strike again. We were so few now and weakened by his darkness. If only I had the strength when we were rescued, I would have obliterated that realm, torn it down stone by stone, and created a tomb for that rotten bastard. Mori? Agares's hands had paused, her head tilted as she studied me curiously. What? I glanced down at myself to find my body glowing fiercely from my ragged emotions. I focused on my starlight and pulled it back to me. Sorry. I'm upset. You're angry, she corrected softly. You have a murderous glint in your eyes I've never seen before. She reached out a hand to rest on my forehead, and whatever she sensed had her pulling back, brow furrowing. I feared this would happen to you. Nothing happened, I lied, hoping she would drop the subject. That is an outright lie, and you know it. You were the first he took, and only you know what happened. She sheathed her sword at her back and planted her hands on her thighs, giving me a stern look. You forget you are considered young amongst our family, and I have been around since the beginning. I sense anger and rage, I sense when someone wishes to cause violence. I have a right to cause that god violence, I snapped. Several others around us quieted at my outburst. Agares bowed her head. You do, but you are not one of anger. You are one of light, remember? Of hope and faith. Faith in all of us. And if I can't be that anymore. I looked around the brightly lit garden we were gathered in. Sunlight, at least here there was light. I leaned back and let it warm my face, a feeling I missed for far too long. We'd sought sanctuary in a realm that had not been touched yet, summoned there by the god who ruled it. Walla, one of the goddesses of nature. She stood near Thorn, tending to the wound on his arms left behind by those tendrils of shadow. Agares bore the wounds as well, but she had been there the least amount of time of those saved, and had recovered far quicker. Her power would need more time to regenerate, but physically, she appeared almost perfect. You must, it's who you are. I'm a star who failed at being a gatekeeper. I failed my duty to protect the orb, now look where we are. Brought low by one of our own. Agares sighed heavily. Mori, calm yourself. How can I, when Walla is now the only remaining goddess of nature? We lost so many, how will we ever recover from this? How will we stop him now? That is not for us to do. Then who if not the gods? I argued, my voice rising with each word. Mori. Devon joined us. There are other forces at work here that even we cannot interfere with. Meaning what? I snapped. Devon blanched, shooting a concerned look to Agares. Meaning those who are meant to stop Baladon will learn of their purpose in time. In time? We don't have time. Haven't you seen what he's doing? My chest heaved with an anger I'd never experienced before, at least, not until Baladon attacked my realm. I was one of light and happiness, not this seething fury that writhed inside me like a living beast. I shook out my long hair, stars tumbling around my feet, pacing in the grass, needing to get away from the looks they kept giving each other, as if I was ready to lose it. And why shouldn't I be ready to lose it? They knew nothing of what Baladon did to me. Nothing, and they expected me to let others handle it. Mortals. They would be slaughtered, and then Baladon would come for us and finish what he started. A heavy hand landed on my shoulder. I froze at the calming effect it had. Thorn. Mori, he said in his deep baritone voice. What happened to you? It's nothing I can't handle, I answered, even as a voice ranted inside my mind that I could in no way handle what I was going through. Not alone. But it wasn't Thorn or the other gods who I pictured helping me through these troubled emotions. Forrest. He had saved me, and suddenly, I wanted to be back in the realms beside him. You are acting very unlike yourself. My head fell forward. His other hand found my right shoulder. I knew he was right. I'm sorry. I was always the quiet one amongst the family. Collected, rarely spoke out, and never did I raise my voice. I despised acts of violence, and yet all I could think of at that moment was ripping Baladon apart with my bare hands. The thought disgusted me, but at the same time it made me smile, thinking of causing him pain. But on top of the violence rushing through my veins was something even worse, eating me alive from the inside out. Guilt. Guilt for failing. Guilt for the dead who fell inside that mountain. Come, we all have much to discuss, he said finally, and his hands left my shoulders. The gods gathered in a circle within the garden, sitting or standing, many bearing the marks of their captivity. Those who had remained free were on high alert, armed, and waiting for an attack to come at a moment's notice. I took my seat on the stone bench next to Agares, feeling her gaze on me until Thorn, the eldest god amongst our family, spoke. It is true our numbers have taken a great hit, Thorn began. And though Baladon was wounded by Sabella, he is still a threat. We should attack him now while he's weak, Agares suggested. The two gods, her brothers of war, nodded in agreement and brandished their swords. One of them said, he cannot hope to defend himself from all of us. I'm afraid it's not so easy. He's absorbed the powers of those he killed. He is no longer merely Baladon, he is so much more. And his realm is unreachable without the orb, at least by us. Thorn's gaze flickered to me, and I hunched, the weight of my failure hitting me again. Mori is too weak to create another one, and even if she did, I doubt Baladon will allow his realm to be penetrated so easily a second time. It will be hell getting inside, and I will not risk any more of our family, not now. Then what are we to do? Agares demanded furiously. Stand by while he slaughters us? Kills the races off. Others muttered their agreement in attacking immediately. Thorn held up his hand and silence fell over the garden. As I have stated, there is more at work here that goes even beyond the gods. Meaning what exactly? I asked sharply. Every set of eyes turned to me, and I ground my teeth, trying to remind myself to get a hold of my emotions and not let them erupt. It means those who are destined to fight Baladon are right where they need to be, he explained, his gaze locking with mine. Almost all of them. Why did he continue to stare at me like that? I couldn't lift a hand against Baladon. But then Thorn's gaze moved on, and I sagged even more, focusing on the grass beneath my feet, ignoring everyone else. You speak of a prophecy, Devon said quietly, and Thorn nodded. Can they do it? The outcome is never given, Thorn declared, only the journey. You know this. Devon should know it, as the god of seers and prophecy. He seemed uncertain but didn't argue with Thorn. Of course, but the odds are greatly stacked against them. Are they? Of course they are, I mumbled and then immediately bit my lip. If anyone heard me, they didn't react, and Thorn continued. The Vindicar and the seer have already come together with those meant for them, and it has made them stronger than they could ever have hoped to be, he said. They have the key in their possession, the key needed to fight this battle. And win or lose, it is theirs to fight. The sadness in his words had me raising my head, and I wasn't the only one who seemed confused by his tone. A wave of sorrow and contentedness passed through the garden, and I shook my head slowly. No, you can't mean. I couldn't find the words. Thorn smiled softly. I do. The era of the gods is coming to an end. It was destined to happen at one point or another. I will admit, I saw a more glorious end to us, not one of being picked off by one of our own. He laughed bitterly. But no one can choose how they leave this world. When this battle is over, the gods will leave and move on. The races have come a long way. Their faith has transcended to the point they no longer need our presence to know we are with them and guide them. The end of the gods. I never imagined it happening. Where would we go if we survived the final battle? I wondered if I would return to the heavens, but when I glanced around the gods again, Thorn was watching me closely, a knowing glint in his eyes, as if there was more to this tale that he had not told the others. I willed for him to speak, but he said nothing, then finally stood. Now, we may not have recovered all the bodies of the fallen, but it is time we bid farewell to the dead and sent them on their way, he announced. Give them a proper send-off, and hope their spirits find their eternal resting place. As one, we moved through the garden, the cheery bright-colored flowers clashing with the sorrow of the moment. Farah's body was on a pyre, her eyes closed forever, her light gone, stolen from her by Baladon. Her essence would have lived on in Sabella, but she had not survived the rescue mission. Just another weight, another failure to add to my already overburdened mind. Thorn moved to the head of the pyre and said the final rites. I listened but heard none of it, too lost in my own thoughts of what was to come next. Thorn lit the pyre. I stared into those crackling flames as they devoured what remained of a once great goddess, loved by so many. Her loss would be felt amongst us, as would that of the others. A dimming of what gave us strength. While the fire burned, I reflected over my anger. Agares was right, I needed to control it before it destroyed who I was. But even as I strained to find the old Mori buried deep within me, the anger only grew, until my hands were fists at my sides. You failed, a voice whispered in my mind. My breath caught. You let this happen. None of them would be dead if you protected the orb. I wanted to scream that it wasn't true, but what was the point? Guilt warred with the anger as the voice whispered over and over in my mind, reminding me why the realms were covered in darkness. Why so much blood soaked into the ground below. Why that blue-eyed dragon had risked his life for mine, nearly died and might still. A dragon I felt a pull to. It was like nothing I ever experienced before. Mori. I jumped when Thorn spoke my name and glanced around. The other gods had moved off, and the pyre was nothing but ash. How long had I been standing here arguing with myself? I sense you are torn. No. I'm just coming to terms with what happened, and being free again. And perhaps thinking of the dragon who saved you. His brow arched and he sighed. You wish to see him again. I do, but my place is here, recovering with the rest of you. All you will do is fail again and get the rest of them killed, the voice whispered, and I stilled. I have another task for you, Thorn said. The whispers faded away. You are to return to King Forrest the Vindicar, King Craig, Tristan, and Sabella. He eyed me appraising Ly. Sabella. But she has passed, and Tristan has succumbed to the curse of his kin. They can no longer aid in the fighting of this war. Thorn shook his head. No, she will have recovered from her wounds by now, though it is a slower process and she is only half god. And their bond is far too strong to ever let something as silly as a curse stop them from being together. He waved off my worries as if they were nothing. They will be there, and they all need one last piece of guidance from us. You wish me to tell them we are leaving this place? I asked, surprised. No, because that is only half the truth. And the other half is not yet discovered, he replied simply. I grumbled in annoyance. His eyes narrowed on my face, and I felt uncomfortable with him staring so intently. You have changed, and for that I am filled with sorrow, my child. But change can sometimes bring out who we are truly meant to be in this lifetime. I felt tears burning in my eyes and swiped them away. I did not cry. Would not when I brought this hell down on all of us. I deserved no pity or sympathy, least of all from Thorn. I don't want to stay this way. I will recover. Will you? I blinked at his words. Would I ever go back to being who I was? I had to. These raw emotions, I couldn't understand them, let alone deal with them. I don't know. The honest answer slipped out. He nodded once as if that settled the matter. You are to return to them and inform them the final battle is coming. They must be ready. When? None of us can know for certain, but I feel it on the horizon. Our family will take too long to recover in order to aid them. This fight, it must be on their terms. We can do nothing to help them. No. But you can. Tell them they have the key, the answer to all of this. He kissed the top of my head, giving me his blessing, then stepped back. I will summon you to return once the message is delivered, for there is still much to discuss. I bowed my head and waited for him to send me to the realms below. I feared the action would be too much for him, but he lifted his hand and waved it over me. I blinked and found myself shooting through the sky, on my way to see a dragon king.
Chapter 2. Forrest. We'd been ready to take off into the night, myself, Craig, and Kate, to go track down the blur of light that had become Sabella the moment she disappeared out the courtyard gates. She hadn't known who she was, but she, unbelievably, was alive. The chances of Tristan returning from the curse were slim, but I had to have faith she could pull him back from the edge. If we were to keep fighting, we needed them both. We needed what they were together. We'd barely gotten to the horses when that streak of pure white light shot across the sky and landed right before me. I winced at the brightness blinding me, but I knew who it was before I had a chance to make out her face. Mori. A few seconds after the light dimmed and I could see her, Tristan and Sabella appeared. He was no longer a wolf, and from their clasped hands I gathered Sabella remembered who she was. But there was no time to ask them what happened. Mori was talking about preparing for the final battle. The riddle, I heard Sabella say, and Tristan asked her a question, but I missed it. My eyes were still on Mori, and hers were locked onto mine. They were like galaxies, swirling with thousands of stars and planets. They were livelier now that she was away from Baladon's realm, her skin glowing and her dress as garnished in stars as her hair was. She tilted her head, she studied me as I appraised her, but whatever she was thinking I couldn't even have begun to guess. I felt the others watching us closely, but made no move to break my eyes away from her. I didn't want to. In fact, all I wanted at that moment was for everyone else to disappear and let me admire this powerful beauty in peace. "This final battle," Craig began. I caught myself growling in annoyance until he shot me a curious look. Mori turned her attention to him. "Yes?" Still frowning at me, he finished his question. "Do you know when?" "That is beyond my knowing," Mori replied. "But I have been told you have the key." "The key?" I asked, confused. "She means the riddle," Sabella jumped in. "That damned riddle is apparently the answer to everything." "You're sure?" "Sort of saw my mother when Sabella grimaced. When I died," she explained. "Trust me." Tristan's eyes flared yellow at the mention of her dying, and he drew her into his arms, kissing her as he murmured something too low for the rest of us to hear. Whatever it was, had Sabella rolling her eyes even as she laughed warmly and leaned into his side. A strange longing struck my chest and I rubbed at the ache there. I'd become accustomed to being alone, ever since Craig and Kate decided to be together. Accepted my fate of never finding the one meant for me. How could I in a time of war? I thought I was content with no one by my side, but then Mori appeared in my dreams and changed everything. The ache grew stronger and I rubbed harder, willing it to go away and leave me be. Stranger still was when I caught Mori watching them. Her hand rose halfway to her chest as if to soothe an ache but stopped short. For just a moment, I sensed the same strange loneliness in her eyes before she gave herself a little shake. "What about the gods we saved?" I asked, partially to try and distract myself from the pain, and so Mori would have a reason to look at me again with those enchanting eyes. What was I even thinking? She was a goddess, and I was a lowly dragon king who was on the verge of failing his kin if we could not find a way to end this war. Baladon had killed so many already, destroyed our forests and fields with his beasts. If my father had been king, he would have prevented so much death and destruction, but instead it all fell to me, and in my eyes I had shamed him. "They will take many moons to recover," she said sadly. "Baladon's darkness has been draining them for so long, many of us lost track of when we were stolen away." She seemed uncertain, and the stars dimmed in her eyes as she wrung her hands. "I fear it will be some time before any of them are of any use in this battle. Or back to themselves again. The final battle must be fought by you," she said, glancing at each of us in turn before her gaze landed back on me, "and you alone." The tone of her voice said she included herself in that category of being useless. The strongest urge to go to her and comfort her nearly overwhelmed me, but my feet remained planted. I dreamt of her long before I met her, and seeing her chained in Baladon's grasp had awakened a fury in me like none I'd ever experienced. Far beyond the fear and worry I had when I was traveling with Kate and Craig, fighting to save Kate. This was something different, stronger, deeper. I chanced a glance at Sabella and caught her watching me closely as she asked, "Will the gods be able to recover at all?" "I do not know. Many things are uncertain now, I'm afraid. Baladon, he was never meant to escape. Now he is out, and his power grows with every passing day." Mori stared up at the dark sky overhead, sadness in her eyes. "I fear what will happen if we cannot find a way to stop him." "I think we might be a bit closer to that answer than we all think," Sabella murmured. "For tonight at least, why don't we all turn in and get some rest and recover?" Tristan suggested. "After a night's rest and a hearty breakfast, we shall discuss what should be done." "Agreed." He stared down at Sabella as he said the last part, both of them smiling lovingly at each other. It made me jealous. I was happy for them, really, but at the same time I had now become that damned fifth wheel. The others were in agreement with the idea of heading inside for the night, but Mori remained where she was. "You're not coming with us?" I asked. The others paused. "I must return to the other gods and see what is needed of me," she explained. I'm glad to see Sabella and Tristan are themselves once more. I worried for Tristan, but it appears their love is true after all. She bowed her head, no smile on her face. She shifted on her feet, turning to go. I reached out and gently held her arm. She stilled, and we both looked down at the spot where our skin touched. The moment stretched on, time slowing as my heart beat erratically. What the hell was wrong with me? I wanted to ask what was happening, but as our eyes found each other's again, I saw my question there reflected back at me. I was not the only one experiencing this tangled mess of emotions. Forrest, she breathed my name, and it tugged at a memory in my mind. Something I'd lost a long time ago, but no matter how hard I tried to dig it out, it remained out of reach. Her hand covered mine, and this time she did smile. Thank you again for saving my life. Anytime, I replied, and her smile widened. It only lasted a moment before guilt flooded her face, and then she pulled away from me. Will you come back? She hesitated before she replied, I don't know, but I hope so. She took a few steps away from me, closed her eyes, and her body was enveloped in a bright white light. She rose upward and took on the form of a star once more, shooting off into the distance and disappearing from my sight. Damn, I whispered to myself, rubbing the back of my neck. The second she was gone, I felt lost and alone, all over again. What did she say? Sabella called out. I turned to find them waiting for me. Nothing else that bears repeating. I looked to the sky once more, but Mori was definitely gone. Her final words stayed with me, wanting to come back. Whether it was to come back to help or come back to see me, I wasn't sure. Either way, deep down I clung to the undeniable knowledge that one way or another, I'd see her again. I caught up with them, and we trudged on. As soon as Tristan and Sabella were inside the gates, they were swarmed by Boris, Hank, and the rest of his guard. He shook their hands and hugged them back, as did Sabella, seeming utterly shocked when Danielle hugged her and wiped a tear away. It was a touching scene, but I was more than ready to turn in for the night and get away from everyone, for a few hours at least. How about a drink? Craig suggested and made for the hall. I could go for one, Sabella announced. Tristan's brow arched. She raised her own brow. What? I died in you, well, you were cursed. I think a drink is in order. At least one, maybe more. And then you can share with us what happened to you, Kate said, taking Sabella by the arm and dragging her into the hall. You said you saw Farah, right? Did you actually die, or was it like sleeping? Tristan growled unhappily, but Craig nudged him and offered him a mug of ale. Forrest? I looked to the stairs, considered simply tucking in for the night, but that would make them all question me incessantly about my unhappy behavior, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with any more questions tonight. I could be sociable for a few mugs of ale. Why the hell not? That's the spirit. Craig clacked his mug against mine and Tristan's, drank half the ale and sighed. You think this death of yours was what you saw in that damned vision? He asked Sabella. No. Maybe? I have no idea, really. Felt like I died, though. Tristan walked to her side and pulled her back into his arms, holding her close. He checked her shoulders, and then tugged up her shirt just enough to glance her stomach. She sighed, assuring him again her wounds were healed and she wasn't about to bleed out on the floor. If you put me through that again, there's going to be hell to pay, Red. I hope you understand that. His voice was grim. And she was able to bring you back? Kate asked Tristan. That she did. This blurring white light appeared out of the trees, and something clicked inside my mind. A memory of us sitting before a roaring fire, and laughing. He leaned in and kissed her. She brought me back. I buried my face behind my mug of ale to avoid seeing any more. Good thing too. Baladon is sadly still out there, Sabella muttered. And kicking. Kicking hard, Tristan agreed darkly with a snarl. So many gods already dead. If we hadn't gone when you said, we would have lost so many more. Mori. Mori might have been dead, though he hadn't been draining her. She was in horrible shape when we'd arrived, pulled her from her prison. Her starlight had been so dim. And those eyes, there'd been no hope in them. No hope she would be rescued. And though I said nothing to the others, I swore there'd been a hint of recognition on her part. We need to figure out where he's going to strike next, get the armies ready, Craig suggested. We have to be ready for him. All I have to go on so far is that vision of us, dying, she said, whispering the last few words. For Tristan's sake, I assumed, but even Craig drew Kate in closer, as if he alone would stop death from claiming her if the time came. And the riddle, Sabella added. That damned riddle, I mumbled. Do you have any more of it figured out? Sabella opened her mouth to reply. Tristan cleared his throat loudly, and she went from nodding her head to shaking it. We can talk about it in the morning. Not sure if it's going to be of much help just yet, but we'll see. She stretched her arms over her head and yawned, clearly fake. Right then, nearly dying pretty much wore me out. What about you, Furball? Tristan nodded. Exhausted. We shall see you in the morning. They hurried out of the hall, heads close together as they talked, probably discussing why Tristan had stopped her from saying what she wanted to. Kate sank into one of the chairs at the table and propped up her feet. And then there was one. Huh. What are you talking about? One what? I asked. She means you are the only one of us not hitched, Craig stated plainly, shooting her an annoyed look. Leave the poor guy alone. I'm just saying. Well, save it. I grunted and set my mug down heavily on the table. I'm tired of seeing you walking around all mopey, she argued. It's time, and if you hadn't noticed, we're at war with a god who's kicking our asses. And your point is what? My point is that we might not be alive much longer. Kate picked at the edge of the table, her gaze never leaving mine. I saw how much she worried about me in that look, and the guilt that her decision to choose Craig over me affected me more than I admitted. Forrest, we don't want you to be alone in case. Craig hung his head, looking suddenly uncomfortable. And Kate, she sighed, not willing to finish what she started to say in the first place. In case we die, I finished for her. I mean, you have us, and you'll always have us, but it's different when you're with someone. Not like this is the perfect time in the world to try to date, I pointed out with a laugh, hoping to lighten the darkening mood, but all it did was make Kate's lips thin even more. I know and I get it, I do, but finding someone now in the midst of this chaos? That sounds like disaster. Kate tilted her head back and forth. Unless of course she's already here, she whispered. So to speak. What was that? I growled, warning her not to go there, not right now. Kate, ease up on him, Craig said. I bowed my head to him in thanks. He waved her up. Let's get some sleep. You can pester him more in the morning when he's less likely to set you on fire. I could set him on fire too, remember? As they left, their bantering carried through the castle, until they finally made their way upstairs and out of earshot. I poured myself another mug of ale, started to head to my room, turned back on a second thought, and took the whole damned pitcher with me. The few shifters I passed in the hall were smiling, busy removing the black banners that had been draped throughout at the loss of both Tristan and Sabella. But now the two had returned, and for at least one night the shifters, all the races really, could celebrate this small victory. I wondered if anyone had sent word to Drake or Ashan yet, and the next shifter guard I passed I requested he do so. Do you need anything else, King Forrest? He asked politely after I relayed the message. Company perhaps to finish off that ale. I was going to say no, but this shifter, he didn't know anything about me or my lack of love life. You know, I would be more than happy to share in your company, I said. Fetch yourself another mug and meet me in my chambers. We'll drink to the happy return of your king and queen. And to a quick end to this horrible darkness. I shall be along shortly. See if I can bring anything from the kitchens as well. He hurried off to deliver the message to a scout, and I checked in with the few dragon guards I had here at the castle. Magnus, the ruddy old bastard he was, had taken it upon himself to join them and opted for the sword over his healing herbs throughout this mess. I found him and the 6 dragons in their quarters, already well into their celebrations. My king. Magnus stood, bowing his head. We hear good news. Yes, for once, I said. All should be fairly quiet for the evening, so please, carry on. I nodded and stepped out of the room. If I might have a word. He followed me out into the hall. Are you well, sire? I grunted. You as well? Why does everyone insist that I'm not myself, huh? We are in a time of war. I think I'm allowed not to be so damn cheery all the time. Magnus laughed. Not cheery, no, but you do seem to be carrying a great burden of late. As your healer, who has known you since you were born, I pick up on these things, you know. Is there anything I can do? I slowly swirled the ale around in the pitcher, almost asking if he had anything to soothe jealousy and loneliness, but bit back the question. No one needed to know what I was truly feeling. No, just continue serving as you have and keep your eyes open. We might have this small win, but Baladon will strike again, and the next time I fear what we will lose. We will win out against him, I'm sure of it. Makes one of us. I started to walk away but paused. My father, do you think he would have done this differently? Well, yes, but you and your father are two different dragons, he said simply. Don't let his legacy influence what you feel is right to do. You have a big heart, Forrest, you care for your people. That is what's important. You will do what's right, always. Of that I have no doubt. Caden would be very proud of you. Thank you, Magnus, for being here. He bowed his head low. My pleasure, sire. If you need anything, all you have to do is ask. I smiled warmly at him, warned my guard to be up and at it in the morning, but winked as I left. Their laughter followed me. I continued on my way to my chamber, leaving the door open for the shifter guard. Deep down, I knew I left it open in hopes of another happening by, and deciding to step inside to speak with me. The chances of Mori returning tonight were small, but a dragon could hope. Kate had been right. The woman I wanted to speak to be with, she was already in my life. But how could I possibly even begin to approach her, if and when she came back to us? The second she learned of our plans, she'd most likely be gone again to tell the gods, and I would be off to fight in another battle that might end with my death. No, going out a bachelor dragon king did not sound like a very solid plan. Not very solid at all. Then the shifter arrived, and the drinking commenced. We talked about the war at first, but then shifted to tales of our adventures. I recalled the day Kate started to eat a fractern, and he regaled me of the few battles he'd seen, sticking to the lighter side of being out in the fields, pranking the other guards. We laughed until the fire burned low, and it felt good to be around someone who didn't know my deepest fears. 3 pitchers of ale later, and the shifter guard finally bade me good night, leaving me to my thoughts, which sadly started to turn back to Mori and that damned ache in my chest that refused to abate. The fire burned low in the hearth, but it was a warm night, so I let it go. After closing my door, I fell into bed. I expected the amount of ale I consumed to help put me to sleep quickly, but instead, I tossed and rolled, tangling my legs in the blankets until I growled in annoyance and threw them off. At one point I dreamed, but all I saw was Mori before me. She was walking, and then suddenly she was snatched away by a dark green light. There was a green flash, and she was trapped in Baladon's realm again, chained to a wall screaming for help. I tried to reach her, but each time I fell short until the ground swallowed me up, right before her eyes. I jerked away this time and winced when I moved. My head throbbed as I sat up, but whether from the ale or the rampage of endless ridiculous thoughts and that dreadful nightmare, I wasn't sure. Smoke trailed out of my nose. My feet touched on cold stones, waking me up even more. Every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was Mori in my dreams, chained to that wall, except this time, I didn't get there in time to save her. I knew nothing about her, but every instinct I had screamed at me to protect her. To go to her now, even though I couldn't actually reach her and keep her safe. But safe from what? And why her? We dragons were not always so open to magic, or the gods, to be honest. We respected them, but we liked to think we chose our own paths away from them. How could it be then that I was drawn to Mori? Doesn't matter. She might not even return, and if she does, who says she'll get to stay? I muttered to the darkness. I stalked around the room, rekindling the fire as I passed the hearth. I blew a soft breath of fire onto the fresh logs, poking them when they caught. The flames grew larger and crackled happily away before long. I watched them, my mind drifting back to the chaos of the evening. After we'd returned from Baladon, and all that happened afterward. Tristan took off into the night. Hank called after him, but it was no use. The alpha of the shifter kingdom was gone. Somberly, we'd all turned to stare at Sabella. Dead. She was dead. I can't believe it, Kate whispered, tears running down her cheeks. She held on as long as she could, Boris said, resting a hand on Sabella's forehead and choking back tears of his own. Just like the rest of us. She may not have been our queen for long, but she will be given the final rites as one. The shifters around him nodded and moved to carefully pick up Sabella's body and carry her from the hall. Drake and Ashan said they would prepare a wagon so we could return to Tirolf. Neither one seemed capable of speaking beyond that, and they followed Sabella's figure out the doors. Farah's body was being surrounded by the gods we'd brought back with us. The ones we managed to save, but the cost had been much greater than any of us anticipated. What do we do now? Kate whispered. She's dead, and Tristan, he's just gone. We focus on mourning until after Sabella is laid to rest, Boris stated sternly. Then we make our plan for revenge. The trip back to Tirol from here would take 2 days if we didn't stop, and from the sorrowful and longing looks of Hank and Danielle, they would push through until they reached their home. Boris was quietly discussing the details of the journey back home with them, when a glimmer of light appeared out of the corner of my eye. I turned, and there stood Mori. Some of her light seemed to be returning, and the stars shimmered as they trailed down her dark hair, dragging along the floor behind her. I bowed to her, but she reached out her hands and rested them on my shoulders, putting me back upright. I have yet to thank you, she said, her voice smooth and pure as the light that emanated from her. You saved my life, King Forrest, and for that, I will be forever in your debt. Truly. I hate to think what would have become of me if you had not come when you did. I wanted her hands to stay on my shoulders, but she pulled them away, tilting her head as she stared at me closer. I'm afraid our mission came at a high cost, and we weren't able to save everyone. That is how war is, unfortunately. Mori, we must return to see to Farah, one of the gods called to her. She nodded and stared at me with regret. I'm afraid I must leave you, King Forrest. I understand. I frowned, the words failing to manifest. Yes. It's nothing. Be safe, Mori. She acted like she wanted to say more, but then she walked away to be with the other gods, her family. She lifted her hand in farewell before a bright white flash of light surrounded them all, and they vanished from the hall. I thought that would be the last time I would see her. Not shooting through the sky to come and warn us of the fight still to come. Such a short conversation, but her eyes, there was so much in those few moments together. Not that it mattered. We were in the midst of a war, and Baladon would be making a move again. We'd pissed him off. Hopefully, Sabella wounded him with that final attack. I needed to stay focused on the task at hand, at saving the realms. Not entertaining the notion that Kate and Sabella's ideas about Mori and I were true. I sat up before the fire for another few hours, until a knock came at my door, announcing breakfast was ready in the hall. What was another sleepless night, to me anyway? I groaned as I stood and freshened myself up for whatever this new day would bring.
Chapter 3. Mori. If I could have slept away the hours, I would have, but sadly gods did not sleep. I walked through the garden as Thorn and Devon, the rest of the gods, worked on where to move our sanctuary to next. Staying in one realm for too long was asking for Baladon to attack us when we were too weak to defend ourselves. He was wounded, and though he was stronger, it would still take time for him to recover. I heard talk of reinforcing one realm and moving everyone there, finding a way to set off traps for him if he went to the other realms. No one asked my opinion, so I kept it to myself. Not that I would be much use to them at the moment anyway. My light had slowly returned, but I felt lethargic, and when I tried to summon it to my hands, it flickered in and out, refusing my commands. I gave up after a while and let myself simply be. Since returning, Thorn had yet to speak to me about what his plans were or why he acted strangely before I left. I found a quiet spot to sit and be alone, running my hands over the blades of grass. Seeing Forrest again had made my already unfocused mind worse and better at the same time. There was so much I wanted to say to him, but there was no why. Why did I feel a pull to him? I wanted to blame it on him being the one who saved me, but that was too easy. I felt different when I was near him. Almost like I was back to my old self, and yet a new me at the same time. I grunted in annoyance, cursing these unfamiliar feelings that made my life more complicated than it already was. And deep down, I swore I knew him. That we'd met before. Walked together under the night sky. But if that were true, then why couldn't I recall the moment? Why are you out here alone? Agares came down the path and joined me on the ground. The others could use your smile. I do not wish to be in the way. And what smile? The one you usually wear. I'm surprised you're not. Smiling? Why should I be, with the way the world is going right now? Thorn said it himself, the era of the gods is coming to an end. Agares removed the sword sheath from her back, set it on the ground, then leaned back. She closed her eyes as the sunlight washed over her, looking fierce and peaceful at the same time. All things must end, Mori, even us. I know that's what he said, but still. How can we abandon the realms at a time like this? If they weren't in good hands, the rest of us wouldn't be. More riddles. The rest of us. Thorn's strange wording earlier. Was I being left behind? Punishment for what you've done, the voice whispered, and I shushed it loudly. Agares's eyes opened. Is there something else going on inside that head of yours you're not sharing? No, nothing. And what of the Dragon King? I picked absently at a long blade of grass. What of him? He saved me, and I'm grateful. And you have feelings for him, do you not? I shrugged, not sure I could answer without letting too much information slip out. Mori, when was the last time you let yourself love anyone? Ever. I'm sorry I'm not like the other gods, and I do not take lovers every other century, I muttered as my cheeks grew hot. I was happy with my life before this mess happened. There was no longing for it. Agares smirked. It's true many of us have had our dalliances. Farah, for example. And you and your soldiers, I said quietly. She threw a handful of grass at me. We are not discussing me. We are discussing you. There's nothing to talk about. What we should be worried about is Baladon, not my strange feelings for a dragon I just met and feel like I've known forever. Ha. So you do have feelings for him then? I thought as much. I fell backward into the grass with a groan. None of this makes sense. I just met him. Why am I so torn up inside over wanting to see him again? Why? Why don't you ask Harper? That is her territory, if you recall. No, I will steer clear of her and her lectures about love that go on and on and on. I usually received one once a decade, about breaking free of my realm and learning to open my heart to love. Since becoming the gatekeeper, I did have the opportunity to explore my new range of emotions and wants, but my sense of duty always held me back from exploring what I could have. I never let myself have that chance, and who would I have even had it with? I was the gatekeeper, forever bound to the orb of the gods. Before that, I was a star in the sky, with no emotional capacity whatsoever until the gods gave me one, made me into what I was now. Had I longed for love in my life? Every now and then over the many years I've been around, but an instinct inside me said if it was meant for me, it would find a way to happen. And now Forrest was in my life, a dragon who confused me as much as drove me mad with wanting to see him again. It was infuriating. For a moment, I longed to be nothing more than a star again, and leave all these muddled feelings behind me. But then I would never see Forrest again, and my heart sank at the notion. There will come a time, Agares said softly, that you will have to choose your path, Mori. I propped up on my elbow, frowning as my stomach churned with the warning in her words. What path? I'm already on my path, aren't I? You tell me. Do you feel as if your life is complete? And be honest with yourself, if not with me. For 2 long decades, I was trapped in a cage before I was chained to a wall for another 30. Unable to know what was happening outside Baladon's realm. Only able to hear those being tortured. Before I knew my destiny, my duty, and did it willingly without complaint. But the more I looked back over the centuries before, I realized how shut off I made myself. How weak I was in all the ways that seemed to matter now. In the end, being strict with the rules laid out by Thorn had done me nothing. Had I missed out on what all there was to experience in this lifetime? My path, the one I was destined to walk, was it too late to find it now? Or was it waiting for me somewhere not in the realms of the gods? I don't know, I confessed. My world is upside down and inside out now. You do not deserve to find your path. You never will. You will be lost for all time. I winced at the harshness of the voice. Agares sat up. Mori? What is it? Nothing, just. I'm fine. The darkness, she whispered, and I froze. It lingers in all of us. I keep hearing a voice, it sounds like me, but it's tearing me apart. Telling me what I already know to be true. And what is that? She asked sternly. I took a deep breath and blew it out, sending stars scattering from my hair hanging beside my face. All of this, where we are now, it's my fault. Agares gripped my shoulders hard, her eyes forever shifting colors held my gaze firmly. You listened to me, you failed at nothing, do you understand? Baladon escaped from his prison, one he was never meant to leave again. You fought to save us all. There is no shame in what happened. You must fight against the shadow in your mind, lest it take control. Lest it destroy what light you have left. My mind fell back into those memories, knowing how wrong she was. Before I could tell her the truth of what happened, someone cleared his throat nearby, and we both turned to find Thorn waiting for us on the stone path. I need a word with Mori alone. She gave me another hard squeeze, then picked up her sword and walked off. Thorn took her place, settling on the grassy lawn beside me. He said nothing, and the minutes ticked by. We are leaving this realm soon, he finally said. Where do we go next? We are leaving. You have somewhere else to go. What are you up to? Are you punishing me? His eyes widened, and he stared at me as though I'd asked if he was going to sentence me to death. Good gracious, child, no. Not in the least. Then why am I not going with you? You have a different role to play, and as such, you are needed elsewhere. And this role would be? I trailed off, waiting for him to fill in the blanks, but he merely grinned wider. No help. He chuckled warmly, and the sound chased away the darkness, for a moment at least. The impatience of youth. Ah, how I miss it sometimes. I wasn't young in terms of mortal years, but to the gods I was the child, the youngest of them all, and created out of necessity. I felt like I had hardly lived at all compared to them. Perhaps that was the reason I felt so comfortable around Forrest. I was in a way closer to his age than the gods and others I'd been surrounded by since my beginning. It was probably also why I was so resistant to the gods' era ending, when I still felt there was so much left for me to do in this lifetime. You're not going to tell me anything? I pushed, hoping for a hint. That is one of the great curses of following one's path. The choice of where to take your next step, and that next step will change your course. I cannot give you a hint, for fear it would take you away from your true path. You know, talk like that only truly works when it's Devon speaking, I muttered. He patted my shoulder. Yes, well, it appears after all these years he has rubbed off on me. Where are you sending me? Oh, I would have thought that obvious. Back to Forrest in Tirolf. My heart jumped at the idea of seeing him again so soon. And what am I to tell them this time? Whatever you feel is relevant, though I will ask you withhold the truth of where we are going. You want me to keep that secret still? You will know when the time is right to reveal such information, so yes. The reason for my returning to Forrest was unknown to me, but from the calculating look in Thorn's eyes, he was holding quite a bit from me. He knew far more than he was letting on, and it fueled my already sensitive temper of late. I was no use to anyone down there. I was too weak to fight, and my unstable emotions made me a walking time bomb if I lost total control. I was a star in god form, and self-destructing down there could be disastrous. Agares sensed the darkness looming within me. Couldn't Thorn feel the same? He seemed ready to send me on my way when a shadow appeared on the path, blocking the sun from reaching us. I squinted against the bright outline of the god before us. Devon? Devon, what's wrong? Thorn asked, getting to his feet. But Devon didn't respond. He breathed in and out heavily, and when he took another step closer, I was able to make out his face, pinched in raw fury that was unlike the peaceful god of prophecy. Thorn's body stiffened, and I scrambled to get to my feet beside him. Devon's glowing green gaze shot from Thorn to me, and he grinned madly. A dark cackle slipped through his lips, and two swords appeared in his hands. They were writhed in shadowy flames, and I gulped at the sight of them, having seen them before in the hands of Baladon's minions. A scream cut through the garden, and I heard Agares yelling for Devon's head, but she wasn't going to get here in time. Devon flew forward, aiming straight for me, but Thorn blocked his way. He shot out his hand, and Devon was thrown backward, clattering to the ground. He didn't stay there long, and was quickly back on his feet. I expected him to go after Thorn, and was readying myself to defend him, but his green gaze was only for me. "Give me the star," he snarled in a guttural voice. "Devon, you are not yourself," Thorn insisted loudly. "Look inward. Find your soul again, you must cast out this darkness." He gnashed his teeth together like some wild beast and raised those swords again. It was only then I saw the wet blood on the blades, running down the edge. I gulped, wondering who had just been killed in the gardens. "The star, give her to me," he demanded again. "What is this?" I hissed to Thorn. "The shadow within Devon's mind, it's taken him," he replied, and put his arm out to protect me as we took a step back. "Mori, you have to go. He's after you." "What? I can't just leave you." And why the hell was he after me? What more could Baladon want? He stole the orb from me, and the power to use it. Why would he need me unless he wanted to make another one? For what? There wasn't time for me to decide his motives. Devon was moving closer, and Thorn's hand reached out for my forehead. "I'm not giving you a choice." His hand began to glow, encasing me in its light. "No. You'll weaken yourself. You are our hope now, do you hear me?" he muttered. "The path is yours to find, as is the truth. We will always be with you. Remember that in your times of weakness." Devon had taken a step closer for each we took backward. Agares. Where was she? We needed her to fight. I clung to Thorn's robes, not ready to let him face this evil alone, but then my body was glowing and disappearing before my eyes. "No. Thorn, please. I won't lose you." "Go, child," he whispered and cast me from the realm. Devon bellowed in rage and attacked Thorn again. I screamed as I soared through the realms, the ground rushing up to greet me. I touched down hard, hearing gasps of alarm around me. Two hands reached out to steady me. The second they closed around my arms, I knew who it was without having to look. Forrest. I looked around frantically, willing myself to go back to Thorn to save him, but nothing I did worked. I yelled in frustration before collapsing to the ground again, taking Forrest with me. "Mori? What happened?" he asked, alarmed. "Baladon," I whispered harshly, and Forrest growled at the name. "He attacked you." "No, not him directly, but yes. The gods he had captive, the ones you saved, they're turning." I let him hold me as I hung my head, fighting back the tears of anger and sorrow, of not knowing what would become of Thorn. Or Devon, for that matter. Thorn. Devon attacked Thorn, but he sent me back here, and I can't get back now. What was I going to do? I was cut off from the gods, no way back to them. I was too weak to make another orb, and without one of them summoning me back. I had no way to know what happened, if Thorn would live. Come on, let's get you inside at least, Forrest said gently and helped me to my feet. I leaned against him, barely nodding in reply, and let him lead me inside the castle. We were still in Tirolf, and I saw the worry growing on the shifters' faces as I passed. What hope could I give them now? Mori? Tristan and Sabella turned to face us when we reached the hall, the latter hurrying to my side. What's going on? You're shaking. Sabella took my hand and helped me to a chair. The gods are not safe, not anymore, I whispered. We're much shorter on time than we originally thought. Devon, he was one you saved, but being with Baladon so long poisoned his mind. He turned, and he came after me and Thorn. I repeated exactly what happened, and willed them not to ask me anything else just yet. The darkness Agares warned me about had taken over Devon in just a few days. I had not been drained like the others, but that same shadow crept through my mind. How long until I succumbed to it? Turned on and attacked those here? And Devon said he wanted me, just me. I kept that part to myself too. Once I had an answer, I would let them know, but telling them that now would only turn all their worry toward me, and their focus needed to be on stopping Baladon. Not on keeping me safe. It was going to be hard enough to keep them safe from me, if I wasn't strong enough to stand against the shadow looming in my mind. We can speak more of this after you've had a chance to rest, Forrest said firmly. Tristan. Of course, there's plenty of room. Please, Mori, take your time. Thank you, I mumbled. Forrest offered to lead me to a room. I wouldn't sleep, but some time alone with my thoughts would help. Or so I hoped. He said nothing as we walked through the castle, until we finally came to a stop at a small chamber with a balcony overlooking the river in the distance. Do you need anything before I leave you? I almost said I needed him to stay, but stopped the words before they could come out. It was true I felt better around him, but I remembered how terrifying Devon appeared when he came after me and Thorn, and did not want Forrest near me until I felt more secure with myself. No, I'll be fine. Thank you. If you do think of anything or want to talk, just call for me. Please. He paused at the door, seeming reluctant to leave. I was torn between asking him to stay and reassuring him again he could go, but then he made up his mind and pulled the door shut behind him. Slowly, I wandered out onto the balcony and stared up at the blackness overhead. Thorn, give me a sign here, anything. Please, I begged. But the sky gave nothing away, and I sagged against the railing. Alone, I was utterly alone now. No gods, no way back to them. I was weakened, and filled with an anger that threatened to consume me. Add that to the range of strange and curious emotions coming to life because of Forrest, a dragon I could have sworn I knew and at the same time had never met before. I was a wreck. How did the gods expect me to get through this without falling apart? Perhaps they don't, the voice replied, and a shiver raced down my spine. Don't worry, I won't leave you. Not ever. I gulped, willing the voice to go away, but it laughed inside my mind even as I sank to the stones and pulled my knees to my chest, feeling the despair close in.
Chapter 4. Forrest. I stayed outside Mori's door until I spotted Craig lingering at the end of the hall. She all right? Tristan and Sabella just told us. I shrugged, my gut yelling at me to go back in there and talk to her, but what was I going to say? She watched one of her family turn just like that, and now had no idea who was alive or dead. Thorn, she said, sent her here before she could be harmed. How would you be? Stressed, worried, but she's not alone. I think she believes she is. Then it's up to you to change her mind, he said with a wink. I suggest you don't let her be alone too long in there with her thoughts. We all know how much certain dark thoughts can torment a person. What it does to them. Yes, sadly. Our small group had far too much experience with facing down the inner darkness of our souls. We'd watched Kate be turned, and nearly kill everyone she loved because of it. Nearly killed herself. Then Sabella, lost in a world of visions that almost destroyed her too. I would give Mori some time to herself, but Craig was right. Too long alone and she risked doing harm to herself. I would not let her give in to the darkness, after just rescuing her from Baladon's clutches. We walked together toward the council chamber where Tristan, Sabella, and Kate sat, having a heated discussion about what this new development meant for all of us. From the way it sounded, Sabella and Kate were in favor of making a move against Baladon quickly, but Tristan was the one putting his foot down. Craig was right there along with him. I leaned against the wall, content to listen for now. "We can't get back to them," Tristan reminded them both. Sabella waved her arms over her head. "Hello, do you see me standing here? Remember what I did already." "You are not strong enough to make another one," he argued hotly. "And if you have forgotten, the last time was a trap. Baladon let us into his realm, let us get to your mother so he could try and take you away from us. There has to be a reason he wanted you." "Yeah, to make another orb." "That's bullshit, and you know it." "I was there too, Sabella. I heard him talking to you. I saw the look in his eyes." "Fine, then what did you see, huh?" "What?" "Fear." He yelled so fiercely the word echoed around the room. His outburst shocked her into silence. Even Kate and Craig looked confused. I pushed off the wall and joined them at the table. "Fear? You saw fear in his eyes? Fear of Sabella?" Sabella glowered at me. I shrugged. "Really?" Her glowering intensified. "You know what I mean," I muttered. "Tristan? I saw fear and I can't explain why, but it had to do with you. He was trying to get you out of the game, and if you attack him again, you risk him getting what he wants." He ran his hands through his hair as he growled, annoyed. "Just stop for 5 seconds and think it through. Think about your visions, what you've seen. Is there a chance, however slim, that Baladon knows what you've seen?" She started to shake her head but stopped. "I don't know." "Which gods did he have in his keeping all these years?" Craig pointed out. "There's a chance he absorbed their powers, right? Maybe even picked up someone who also had visions, someone like your mother, for instance." Sabella's face paled and she sank into a chair. "Shit. If he knows the vision you had about the 5 of us and one other, or even the riddle, he's going to be coming after us." Tristan looked at me first, then Craig and Kate. "We have to find out for sure if that's even possible." "And if it is?" "What then?" Because this war wasn't complicated enough, now there was a chance what we thought was an advantage against Baladon might not be anymore. If he knew we had the key to defeating him, he would do everything he could to stop us. Do we even know what the riddle means yet, for sure? "Hey," Sabella said, tilting her head back and forth. "Working out a few more minor details, but yeah, think we're getting there." "Sort of." She was still acting weird and hiding something from me. No one else seemed to be annoyed at her sudden lack of sharing of information. She stood and started walking toward the door, mentioning something about checking in with Lucy and Grayson. That they were creating some sort of warning system in case Baladon decided to attack here. I was going to call her out on it, tired of being left out of the loop, when Tristan growled and sprinted to her side. A second later, Sabella gasped and her eyes glassed over as her whole body went rigid in Tristan's arms. "Red." She sounded like she was choking and the rest of us closed in, worried she was being attacked, but then the words started pouring out of her mouth. 3 must rise from the ashes of defeat. 3 must claim the mantle thrust upon them, and 3 will meet their deaths in the end. 3 will. She coughed harshly and then collapsed against Tristan's chest, cringing and breathing hard. "Sabella? Can you hear me?" Tristan asked softly, smoothing the hair back from her face. "Red." Yeah, I'm good," she mumbled. What did I say this time?" Kate was rubbing her hands over her face vigorously. "Well, pretty sure the death you saw in that first vision means our actual deaths." Craig and Tristan exchanged a dark look of concern. Why?" Sabella looked at Kate, then Craig, and finally Tristan. "What you just said," Tristan told her. 3 will meet their deaths. I think there was meant to be more, but you seemed to cut your vision short somehow." "Damn it." She tried to stand, but her knees wobbled. Tristan scooped her up in his arms. I can walk, really. You can later, when you're not trembling. Did you see anything? 3 figures in a shroud of fog, she murmured, shutting her eyes as if seeing it again. But there were no features, nothing to say who they were. You sure? I pressed. Tristan growled. I held up my hands. Stop growling, she snapped at him, then turned to me. And if anything else comes to me, I'll let you know. Swear it. Right then, you're going to rest for a while, Tristan said decisively, then carried a complaining Sabella from the room. He argued with her, until they were out of earshot, leaving the 3 of us behind to stare at each other. This has turned out to be an interesting day, to say the least, Kate exclaimed in a fake cheerful voice. Interesting, that's what you have to say about it? Craig said quietly. What? You're just upset about the whole possible death thing. And you're not, he yelled, his face shifting in anger, his demon flashing in and out of view. Damn it, Kate. I've watched you nearly die enough times already. Can we not add another? I don't think I can take it, love. Hey, not like I'm voting for dying here, but if it saves the realms and kills Baladon. Not going to happen, you hear me? I don't care what she sees or what any damn prophecy says, I am not going to let you sacrifice yourself. Not again, and you can't ask me to let you, so don't even try, he snarled and stormed from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. I whistled loudly in the sudden silence. Kate glared at me. What? He's got a point. I shrugged. And I'm supposed to just ignore my destiny? Act like we don't all know what's going on here. No, but you could at least act like you care enough about your own life to save it, instead of just accepting what's happening to you. She stomped away from me to stare out the windows. Not like I want to die, but aren't you just a little tired of constantly fighting against fate when all fate seems to want to do is kick you back down again? I'm happy, the happiest I've ever been in my life, and no, I don't want to die. I don't want to leave Craig behind, but if I have to lay down my life to save everyone, then I will. I rolled my eyes. You're being dramatic, just a bit. She whipped around. No, I'm being a realist. I bit back a growl. He doesn't want you to be a realist. He wants you to fight for what you have together. I could have strangled Kate right then for not understanding why Craig was so pissed, or Tristan for that matter. The minute that Riddle and Sabella's other vision came along, it was like the 2 of them were ready to throw in the towel and give up trying to find any other way to stop Baladon, or even to explore what else those visions could mean. They jumped on the idea that it would end with their deaths. Why couldn't they see that? The love you 2 have, it's not something you should throw away so lightly, I told her. I was there when it started between you 2. I felt it. And no matter what might actually happen in the end, you must see how much Craig is killing himself to stop you from rushing headfirst into a fight you know you can't win. I'm not. She growled in aggravation, but I saw her eyes darken with worry as she glanced toward the door. Damn. Yeah, damn. You and Sabella lately have been acting like you're accepting your deaths. We're not, it's just, we talked about it, you know, she told me quietly. And we both thought if it came down to it actually happening, the readier to accept it we are, the less hurt and pain Craig and Tristan would be left with. I understood her point, but at the same time, after watching how badly Sabella's first death affected him, no matter how they tried to prepare their husbands for their possible demise, it would kill them in the end. Hell, losing Kate would almost kill me. She was a dear friend, and I loved her in my own way. He's so mad at me right now, she muttered with a wince. Can't blame him. No, I can't. I waited for her to go after him, but figured she was giving him a few more minutes to cool down. That's an interesting development, with Sabella and Tristan. First time I've seen it, but he mentioned it to Craig yesterday. Said it was the strangest sensation. He felt like she was pulling him to her with a rope, and the second he got to her side, the vision hit. He's sensing them now. Their bond is pretty strong, powerful. Hopefully, we can use that. Yeah, hopefully. She was still staring at the door, her lips screwed up to the side. Will you just go to him already? Get the fight over with. We're not going to fight. I arched my brow at her. She sighed. Yeah, you're right. What about you? What about me? Anything you want to talk about, or anyone? I pointed to the doors. Get out of here before you have two of us pissed at you, huh? She held up her hands as she walked toward it. Fine, keep it to yourself, but one of these days, you're going to have to say something. Finally she left, and I found myself wandering out in the courtyard, checking supplies aimlessly and ensuring no news had come from Gregornath. Drake and Ashan would be arriving any day now to assist with making a plan for now what we knew would be the final battle against Baladon. Evening, Magnus. I found the old healer humming to himself in the stables, brushing down his horse. Ah, sire, good evening, if we can even say it's evening. The darkness is getting old, but at the same time, I think I'm getting used to it and really don't want to be. I hear no word from Gregornath? Yes, all is quiet at home for once. But it sounds as if Mori has returned. She has, I sighed, running my hand down the mane of another horse in the stall next to us. I relayed to him what she told us, and his hands slowed in their brushing until he stopped completely. You sound conflicted. No, well, yes, to be honest, I admitted. I haven't slept well. Nightmares and such. About Mori. I glanced at him, caught him giving me a knowing smile. How did you know? Not so hard to figure out, sire. You worry for her. There's nothing wrong with that. She is in danger, and quite an impressive goddess. She is that, I agreed quietly. Then what are you doing here speaking to an old dragon, instead of her? I frowned, and found it hard to speak all of a sudden. Good night, Magnus, I said in a rush, and left the stables, his chuckling following me. Eventually, my feet took me back inside, and before I reached my room, I heard a familiar burst of laughter. I peered down the long hall. Kate was dragging Craig into their room, both of them grinning at each other once again. For a second, I considered checking in on Mori, but entered my room instead, shut the door, and attempted to catch up on some sleep. A few hours later, when the castle had fallen silent around me, I gave up on closing my eyes and got up. The fire had burned out, but this room felt too small all of a sudden, and I had to get out for a little while. Get some air. Clear my head of the racing thoughts inside my skull. I left the room and wandered through the quiet castle. There were several shifter guards posted throughout, all bowing their heads as I passed. When I came across Boris at the top of the stairs, I stopped. All quiet? So far nothing to report, he growled, but looked less than pleased about it. You can't tell me you want to keep being attacked by monsters, or worse. No, but an old wolf like me knows it's time to worry when the enemy is being quiet, far too quiet, especially after how bad it has been. He huffed as he patted me on the shoulder and failed to smile. Don't mind me. Just on edge. We all are, I mumbled, thinking of Sabella's latest vision. I left Boris and entered the kitchens, finding a mug of ale and a warm fire to sit by for a little while. When the mug was empty and did nothing to help ease my growing worries about the three supposed to rise to stop Baladon, rise and possibly die. I was about to force myself back to bed when the strangest urge to find Mori struck me hard. I was outside her door a few seconds later. She was missing. She wasn't in her room, not anymore, and I let my feet guide me. Leaned my head toward the other end of the corridor. I wasn't sure where I was headed, but found myself down the east corridor that had a large balcony overlooking the courtyard. My feet slowed to a stop when I spotted Mori's starlit hair. Her back was to me, and her head tilted back as if she studied the darkness overhead. For a long while I simply stood, unable to move my eyes to anything else. The strangest sense of peace came over me when I was near her, like she calmed the storm of chaos this war had created. We'd been going non-stop since Baladon's return. But close to her, everything was peaceful, and time seemed to slow. You may join me if you wish, she said softly, without turning. I didn't mean to intrude. I walked out to stand at the railing beside her. How are you holding up? Any news from the other gods? I keep reaching out wanting to feel them, but it's just a blank void. I'm sure they got out. I'm not, she replied sadly. The look in Devon's eyes, it was pure evil, as if I was staring at Baladon again. She shivered, running her hands up her arms like she was cold. I moved nearer on instinct to try and keep her warm, then turned around to find an unlit brazier behind us. With a puff of fire I lit it, and she sighed at the warmth radiating from the flames. Better. Yes, thank you. I had 100 questions I wanted to ask her about Devon, and what else happened while she was with Baladon, but the sudden pleading look she gave me said the last thing she wanted to talk about was the gods. I wasn't the only one who needed to hear the answers, so I swallowed them back until tomorrow when we were all assembled. Do you usually wander the castle at all hours of the night? I couldn't sleep, and honestly, I can't even tell anymore if it's night or not. It is, trust me. And I don't sleep, she said with a slight smile. Though sometimes I wish I could. Even though I knew she wanted nothing to do with a difficult conversation, I still expected her to ask me what the others had talked about after I took her to her room. Or to tell me more of what happened when she was with the gods, but instead, I felt like we were having an everyday conversation, a rarity lately. Why is that? I rested my arms on the cool stone as I watched her sigh, deep in thought, tapping her fingers along the railing, then shrugging. Dreams. You want to dream? Yes, such a wonderful part of being able to sleep, she explained, her smile growing as her eyes slipped shut, though it wasn't a happy smile on her face. To escape from this world for those few moments in time and simply be. To let your mind take you on an adventure. Not all dreams are so nice, I told her, remembering my recurring nightmares of late. Her gaze slid to mine, and I felt the weight of her concern fall on my shoulders. No, they are not, but that cannot stop you from dreaming of better times. Or having hope, King Forrest. Just Forrest, I corrected gently. The title doesn't seem to suit me much these days. Where had that come from? I'd kept my self-doubts hidden from everyone so far, even Kate and Craig, who knew me better than anyone else here. And yet, Mori, I told without any hesitation. You do not give yourself enough credit. I give myself just enough. Ever since learning Craig and Kate had been taken by Baladon, I felt control of my realm, of my destiny, slipping from my hands. I'd been unable to rescue my friends without the aid of Tristan and Sabella. I couldn't stop my lands from being overrun by banshees and hellhounds. Lost countless dragons so early in the war. What did I have to show for my short reign so far except a rebuilt palace and blood on my hands? I was no longer part of the three needed to save the Dara lands and the Dara name, or to protect the Vindicar. Now I was just Forrest, a dragon who became king far too soon. You have a purpose, Forrest, Mori urged, resting her hand on mine. All here do. The darkness will try to take your hope from you, but you can't let it. Why did she sound like she didn't believe her own words? Hard not to when all around is death and destruction. She squeezed my hand and a rush of heat washed over me. Hope and faith, those are what will win this war. Not strength of arms or number of soldiers. Baladon feeds on despair. On fear. It's what gives him so much power. What are we supposed to do? You can't just tell people to suppress their fear, I muttered. No, but you must use it. Transform that fear into something much stronger. Such as? Her hand was still on mine. Any second she would remove it, but it lingered. Her eyes turned hard, and her face set in a sneer of hatred that did not suit her face. Mori? Revenge, she said simply, shaking out her hair so stars tumbled over my skin and hit the balcony. That is what I want, and that is what I will have, one way or another. Then she sucked in a deep breath and pulled her hand free. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding what's happened. It's taking its toll on me, I'm afraid. Wanting revenge is understandable. Yes, but it's folly, and I should know better, she muttered. The key is here, and it must be used before it's too late. If not, if the races cannot combat this darkness, and Baladon will rule not just these lands but the human world as well. The notion that he could be strong enough one day to cross out of these realms and into the others was terrifying. Humans would be defenseless against him. There was no magic in their world, at least not as there was here. Once Baladon stole the rest of the power from the gods, from the realms themselves, he'd be able to break down the barriers separating us all, and drag magic into a world that was far from ready for it. If we were to stop Baladon, it had to be here on our terms, not his. Do you know anything of Sabella's visions? I hated to do it, but this wasn't a time for peaceful conversation. Not when we were so far behind, and now possibly without our one advantage. If I did, I would share, but visions are not a gift I have, and their meaning is only for the seer to unravel. I myself asked for more answers before being sent back, but those were not for me to know, it seems. And those who do have that ability? Who are they? I asked, fearing that what Tristan stated earlier was true. Mori tilted her head curiously as she said, Farah for one. And Devon. Why? Damn it, I cursed and slammed my fist on the railing. He was right. Right about what? Forrest? I was about to tell her, but a shadow moved across her eyes, and I bit back the words. She said Devon turned on the others because of the darkness lingering within him. Was there darkness still in her, too? Baladon might not have tried to drain her of her life, but she was with him for decades. A bit of his power might have latched onto her, be with her now, and if it was. My mind said I was an idiot to doubt her, but my gut twisted uncomfortably. If there was a chance Mori could turn, or Baladon could use her, I had to be careful. It's nothing, we were merely double-checking what we knew of the gods saved, I lied. She pursed her lips but didn't try to argue. What about dreams? I asked, needing to change the subject quickly. I hadn't meant to mention my dreams to her, but I couldn't stop myself, wondering what she would think about me seeing her before. And it seemed the only topic that made sense to ask about at the moment, since I was lying to her now. I have told you, I don't dream. Asking me for a meaning would be futile. Even if it's you I saw in mine. Mori's eyes widened. Me. Yes, a number of times, I said softly. And I had no idea who you were, but then we found you and saved you, and I'm not even sure who you are. She blinked quickly and stepped closer, so our arms touched, and a flicker of my dream came back to me. She'd been walking through the woods at night, her glow lighting the way and leaving behind a trail of stardust. When she turned to me, there were tears streaming down her cheeks and her lips moved, but the words were lost to me. Each time that was what I saw, and each time I was never able to get to her. Or hear her. I am a star, she said in a breath, and tilted her head back to stare up into the darkness. A star? But I thought you were the gatekeeper? I am both. I was plucked from the sky and shaped to be the gatekeeper, to watch over the paths to the gods just as I watch over the sky. The stars, the moon. I leaned back far enough so I could see up into the sky, not that I saw anything but blackness. Baladon blocked out any light. The sun, the moon, and the stars. I longed to see them all again, and hated how accustomed I was becoming to it being darker than night all the time. I wish I could see them now, I mused. I can, she replied, and her hand reached out to rest on mine again. I see them all shining brightly, fighting to pierce the night without end. When I was pulled from the heavens so many years ago, I was afraid, worried I would never be a part of such greatness again. But you are a goddess. Ah, but what's better? Being a goddess or being a star that leads those below to their destinies. She smiled sweetly, and once again my head told me to stop worrying she was afflicted, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. They darkened even more. I tensed in case she turned right then. But she took a breath and went on. Then they gave me my duty, and I was torn for so many years on where I truly belonged. Her words had turned sad, and it was my turn to move my hand, so I held hers in comfort. Surely they'd let you return to the sky. They can't, there's no one else to guard the paths, not that there are many left to guard since Baladon has destroyed so much. And the orb? Mori stiffened, and this time she did pull her hand away. I waited for her to send me away, but she said nothing for a long, long while. The orb is now in his control, she whispered, her voice shaking. And with it, he can destroy the world as we know it.
Chapter 5. Mori. What was happening to me? I longed to put my hand back in Forrest's, but he confused me. Everything about this world did. I was not human, never had been. I was a star, burning brightly in the night sky until the gods called to me. Now I was here amongst those I watched over, and my senses were jumbled. I felt strange. Off in a way. That voice was still whispering incessantly in my mind, promising failure and death. A few moments ago, when it spoke of how I would bring them all to ruin, Forrest tensed. Could he hear it? Did he know what resided within me now? I'd been trying to leave, that was what brought me to this balcony, but no one responded to my calls or brought me back to them. They'd probably fled by now, those Devon hadn't killed. Or worse, taken them back to his new master. I prayed Agares found a way to stop him, before he harmed more of our family. I blamed Baladon for all the pain and sorrow in the world, but the voice was more than happy to remind me it was all me. You gave in. You let yourself succumb to the pain. What true gatekeeper lets the world fall instead of standing and fighting? I scrunched my eyes shut, willing the voice to quiet, and then Forrest spoke my name and the voice was hushed. Each time Forrest spoke, his deep voice tugged at me as if he was reaching out to my very soul and chasing away the darkness without even knowing it. And his dreaming of me, what did that mean? Mori, he said again. I opened my eyes to find those blue ones narrowed. Apologies, I was lost in my thoughts. Understandable. You've been through quite the ordeal. I would say you should get some rest, but if you don't sleep, guess it's pointless. But the sentiment is a comfort. Thank you for worrying. Why had I said that? He shouldn't worry for me. Should he? I could very well turn out to harm every living soul in this castle, and he was trying to comfort me. The realization of the destruction I could cause hadn't occurred to him yet. If it had, they would have locked me up by now. Our shoulders brushed together, and I bit my lip at the odd warmth rushing over me starting from that spot. These dreams of yours, did I speak to you? I asked. He nodded, and I held my breath, but then he said, I could never hear the words. How long ago did these dreams start? He sighed as he rested his forearms on the railing, his muscles bulging beneath the tight sleeves of his shirt, and I found myself admiring his physique. I'd been alone for most of my long existence, with nothing but statues and my guards to keep me company. Not that I ever tried to seek out someone to chase away my loneliness. I thought I was happy as I was. Being around Forrest made me feel almost as if I'd been sleeping all that time, and only now was I truly coming alive. Until you turn on him and the others. A few weeks. Not every night, but enough so that I noticed, he said. And the voice was silenced immediately. Interesting, was all I could think to say. What happened to you? I stiffened, turning away from him. I'm not certain what you mean. I sensed his uneasiness, and he wouldn't meet my gaze. Baladon, he kidnapped you, didn't he? How? I thought the gatekeeper would be well protected. I lowered my head and I shut my eyes, no longer wanting to see the darkness. My duty was to guard the orb, and prevent another from using its power, from abusing it, and seeking a way to destroy the gods. But I failed, and Baladon had been able to kidnap one god after another, until he had the majority of them in his grasp. The familiar guilt welled within me, and I frowned at the lump suddenly in my throat, making it hard to speak or swallow. That's it, feel their pain. You heard their cries, felt each time one of them was completely drained of their life, their power. You remember their deaths, and you will until the end of time, until Baladon finally comes for you. Finishes you off. Mori? Sorry, it's just, the night he came we weren't prepared. He and his monsters, spiders as large as bears and a basilisk that shot through the stone columns like an arrow seeking out its prey. They killed my guards. Ones who had been with me since the beginning of my time as the gatekeeper. I whispered, my heart aching as their deaths hit me again. Close friends I could not save. I'm sure they don't blame you for their deaths. They should. The words came out bitter, and a rush of hatred toward Baladon threatened to consume me. My starlight flared brightly before I reeled it back in, and took a deep breath to calm myself. I expected Forrest to back away, but instead, he moved closer. That maze was created to stop anyone from getting too close, but Baladon, he had no hesitation in finding his way through. He slaughtered my guards, and when he finally entered the temple, "You don't have to speak of it if you don't want to, not yet," he assured me. "But holding it all inside will only do you harm in the end. Trust me." I wanted to say I did, but bit back the words. He had a good heart, this dragon, and he cared for his people. He risked his life to rescue me and the other gods, and he was out here now trying to comfort me. Why? I tried to tell Agares I deserved no sympathy from anyone for my part in this tale, but she too had sought to bring me relief from my pain, instead of letting me wallow in it. This was what I deserved, to be alone, to suffer. The suffering's only starting. You'll turn on this dragon you care for so deeply, it will be your hand that destroys him. My hands gripped the stone railing so hard it began to crumble beneath my grip. I felt Forrest's eyes on me and stopped myself from destroying it completely. I expected him to call me out for harboring the darkness within me, but he said nothing. That was almost worse. What was he thinking? Did he trust me? Or did he sense how close to the edge I was? I'd been chained to that wall for years, I told him, and his jaw clenched in anger as a low rumble echoed from his chest. Before that, he kept me locked in a cage in my own temple, unable to escape to warn the others. I blinked, and was suddenly back in that cage as he found ways to cause me pain. He hadn't been able to use the orb. No one could except the Creator, and that was me. But even a star can only take so much pain before it's easier to simply give in. I told him how to use it, gave him that power, gave him the weapon he needed to get to the gods and tear them down. Tears slipped down my cheeks suddenly, but I didn't wipe them away. Forrest's hand cupped my cheek softly, his thumb catching each one. "I don't cry," I murmured a bit surprised, leaning into that gentle touch. "Not usually." "Usually I'm sure you don't ever leave your realm," he whispered. "Emotions like this are normal these days. The anger, the fear, the sadness." I sniffed hard and tried to smile but failed. If I had held strong, none of this would have happened, I confessed, wanting him to see how horrible of a monster I was. "Yes, it would have." "How do you know that?" I asked, studying his vivid blue eyes, so full of life and compassion, and bitterness for the war he found himself in. "Because Baladon is evil, and sooner or later, evil will always find its way in. The gods should have banished me for what I've done." I pulled away from his touch, no longer feeling worthy of his kindness. "That orb, he still has it. He will continue to use it, and destroy the realms of the gods until there's nowhere they can run. Then he will kill them all, he'll kill me. Or capture me and use what power I had left for some other dark purpose. I won't let that happen," he swore fiercely. As much as his words touched me, I couldn't let Forrest put himself on the line for me. He saved my life once already, and we were two strangers. And I was on the verge of becoming a threat to them, more than an ally. I could not stay around him for long. That was what I told myself, but the longer he stared at me, the more I failed to ignore the strange sense of knowing this dragon, as if we'd met a very long time ago. As if we'd known each other for centuries, instead of only several days. I was drawn to him, and my instincts told me he was important to me, but how could that be so? The gods, I prayed silently, they would call me back to them soon, and I would have to leave him behind. Leave all of this behind. The era of the gods was coming to an end, and that included me. But no, that wasn't the truth, at least not the whole of it. After the sins I committed, I did not deserve happiness. No, you do not, and no one can save you. Not even this pathetic excuse for a king. "Is this your first time amongst the races?" he asked, clearly trying to change the subject. "It is, though I have watched over you all from the night sky. I have seen the wars that have already ravaged this land, but what Baladon brings, this will be the last. A war to end all wars," I breathed. "So much death and destruction. It's all he wants, and if we cannot stop him, he will win." I should have been proclaiming we just needed to hold on to hope and have faith, but how could I do that when my own fear squashed what little hope I had that we could stop Baladon? That any good would come of so much hate and evil. Forrest opened his mouth to speak again, but my mind was a tangled web of thoughts and my emotions raw from the past few days. We'd lost many of our numbers, and it was only going to get worse. Already had, if the gods held by Baladon were going to start turning on their own. I pressed my hand to Forrest's forehead in one smooth move and he stilled. A serene look came over him and he yawned. Sleep, King Forrest, I told him softly. Sleep. His eyes fluttered, and he backed away from me, turned and walked back inside the castle, finding his way to his bed. I envied him, wishing I could close my eyes for a few hours to sleep. Forget about what happened. But after being trapped with Baladon for so long, I doubted my dreams would contain anything but nightmares. I stared skyward again, my godly vision allowing me to push beyond the heavy darkness to the shining stars winking down at me. The moon was full and would have shone brightly over the land. Would we get to see it again? I shut my eyes, listening intently to see if I sensed anything from my family. Nothing. Utter silence. What if more turned? Thorn or Agares? She said it herself, she sensed the tendrils still clutching at her. If they turned, then we hadn't saved them from their fate. We only made it worse, and helped Baladon move forward with his plans. When I sensed the moon sink below the horizon, I found my way to the main hall to wait for the rest of the castle to awaken. One by one, shifters ventured in. Breakfast was being cooked in the kitchens through another set of doors. Coffee and tea were prepared, and all who entered smiled politely at me. I returned the gesture, anxiously waiting to see one face in particular. Thinking of him for the remainder of the night kept the voice at bay for the most part. And though I hadn't slept, I felt slightly better. Cheerful laughter had me turning to discover Sabella arm in arm with Tristan. He leaned in and kissed her sweetly as they found their way to the table and sat down across from me. Mori, good morning, Sabella said brightly. Did you rest well? As well as one who does not sleep can. You don't sleep? Tristan asked, thanking the shifter who set a plate laden with cooked meat before him. Not at all. No, I don't, but I'm recovering, thank you. No news from the gods after what happened? Tristan asked. I shook my head. Damn. They may not be able to if they're on the run between realms, I informed them, forcing hope into my words, though I didn't feel any. I'm sure they'll be fine. Neither looked ready to believe it, and I mentally yelled at myself to be more convincing next time. I was meant to be a symbol of faith and light, a burning beacon to guide the way. I felt nothing of the sort, nothing, but an empty shell filled with bitterness and rage. And a stirring need for revenge. Sabella poured coffee into 2 mugs, sliding one to Tristan. He kissed the back of her hand, and she leaned into him. I watched them as he cut his steak and began to devour it, offering her bites now and then. They teased each other and laughed more. It was fascinating to be so close to 2 people who admired each other. No, loved each other so fiercely and openly. I pictured 2 different people across from me as I continued to be drawn in by their actions. Forrest and myself instead of them. The strangest sensation of want and loneliness struck me hard, and I flinched when Sabella's gaze met mine, breaking the strange illusion. She frowned, and I looked away, realizing staring was probably considered rude to mortals. Mori? Are you sure you're all right? Sabella asked, worried. Yes, quite. I'm sorry if I was being rude. I'm not used to being around anyone, not anymore. My words sucked the happiness from the moment, and I wished I hadn't said anything. How long were you with Baladon? Tristan finished his meal and pushed the plate aside to hug his mug of coffee in his hands. Decades, I muttered harshly. But before that, I was usually alone, except for my guards. And your home was the stone maze? It was, I replied to Sabella. It was once a garden amongst the stones. A maze but beautiful, and filled with life until he stole it from me. He stole everything from me. They both stared at me with concern, but neither said anything. More voices sounded behind me, and Kate and Craig appeared next, speaking quietly to each other as they took seats beside Tristan and Sabella. More shifters arrived, a witch, a sorcerer, a few dragons, and so many more, but there was no sign of Forrest. Not that I needed him to be here, because of what occurred last night. But he was the king of dragons, and it was important all the leaders heard what I had to say. Drake and Ashan would be arriving in a few days, and the others would have to share what they decided to do. I had no say in their final decision, and part of me whispered that I wouldn't be here anyway. Though why that was the case, I wasn't certain. Unless the gods called to me, I was trapped in the realms. Craig eyed the doorway behind me, whispering to Kate, who shrugged in turn. Has anyone seen Forrest this morning? No, not yet, but I heard from Boris he was wandering the castle last night. Couldn't sleep. Sabella and Kate glanced at each other, but whatever they expressed in that silent moment was lost on me. I spoke with him, I said casually, and all sets of eyes turned to me. We talked for a time, but I sensed his need for rest and may have aided him in that. It could still be wearing off. My powers are a bit on the unsteady side from so long in captivity. Craig, go check on him, Kate said, nudging him. He kissed the top of her head before he left the table to go find Forrest. I hadn't meant to make him sleep so late, but if he was, his mind and his body needed the break more than he seemed to realize. Talk resumed around the table, and I contented myself with studying the tapestries hanging along the walls, depicting many scenes from this race's history. A history I remembered. Glorious days when the packs were strong, and the land was not being overrun by creatures from the abyss. Sabella and Kate had scooted closer together again. Tristan appeared to be trying to eavesdrop, but Sabella waved him off, and he grunted in annoyance. A second later, his whole demeanor changed. He stiffened, and turned to Sabella in time to catch her sagging body in her chair. He said something close to her ear, and her eyes glazed over as her head fell back. Sabella, he whispered. What do you see, Red? Her lips parted, and a hush fell over the hall as words spilled from her mouth. Silence, all will be silence. They are coming, coming from the depths of the abyss. 4 who bring our doom, 4 who cannot be killed. Silence. She choked, and Tristan's hands tightened around her securely as she shook her head and shuddered. Damn. Take a deep breath, he instructed, and she did as he said, and he was breathing with her. Did you see anything? She nodded, and after taking a few sips of her coffee, relayed her vision. 4 figures cloaked and hooded. But they weren't walking. They were hovering. Floating. I don't know, but they made this horrible sound. Worse than the bone whip on stone. Worse, much worse. She leaned against him, taking his strength, and a sharp jolt of jealousy stabbed me in the chest. And here I thought we'd have a few days off. Tristan laughed warmly with her as they held each other close. You knew she was getting a vision, I blurted, louder than I meant to. Tristan bowed his head. I did. How? He shrugged one shoulder as he stared lovingly down at her. I guess when you finally accept the love between yourself and the person you're meant to be with, anything is possible. I'm just glad you remember who you are. He directed the last to Sabella. That won't be a problem anymore, trust me. That is a very strong connection, I pointed out. You two are very lucky to have found one another. Sabella opened her mouth, but her eyes darted behind me, and the moment I heard Forrest's voice, I caught myself smiling. Then I felt Sabella watching me and cleared my throat, forcing my face blank again. Sorry I'm late, Forrest said and took the chair beside me. What did I miss? Nothing yet. Breakfast? Kate slid him a plate. He dug into it, mumbling thanks in between bites. Kate watched him. You sleep okay? Heard you were up and about at all hours. He paused mid-chew and growled, smoke trickling out of his nose. I chuckled quietly, and he turned that bright blue gaze to me for just a second before he finished eating and drained a steaming cup of coffee, not answering Kate's question, but his glare at her was loud enough. They stared each other down, Kate's brow arching as Craig rolled his eyes and told them to stop acting like children. Why don't we move to a quieter setting? Tristan suggested and led the way from the hall. Forrest stood when I did, and we bumped into each other. Sorry, he said as he caught my arm, steadying me. I'm a bit clumsy in the morning. Understandable, when you stay up all night speaking to a star. And when that star helps ease you into a very deep slumber. I expected him to hold it against me, using my magic on him. Instead, his lips twitched in a smile, but then he motioned for me to go ahead of him. He waited for Craig and Tristan, leaving me to walk alone for a few moments before Sabella and Kate were beside me. You know, Kate said with a grin, Forrest is quite the exceptional dragon. Yes, I know, I agreed quietly. He risked much to save me and the others. Mostly you, Sabella chimed in. What do you mean by that? He came to save the gods. She said, yes and no. He dreamt of you, and when he learned who you were, he went in looking for you. Why would he do that? What was she trying to tell me? I knew of Forrest's dreams, but he had gone to rescue all the gods. Why would he only want to save me? I'm just the gatekeeper. I'm no one to him. You sure about that? She pushed. Because we're pretty sure that's not true, Kate added. But then we were in a smaller room, and they walked away from me, talking quietly together again as they took their seats at a round table. My feet stilled, running over their words again and again. Forrest had saved more than just me that day. I remembered the look on his face when he had found me, though. The anger in his eyes would have been enough to burn skin. He'd carried me in his arms, held me close, protected me until we were safe. You'll only hurt him in the end, and you know it. Don't get too close, it can never happen. Mori? I jumped at the sound of Forrest's voice right behind me, tearing me from the whispering voice in my head. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. You didn't, it's been a long few days and I'm not exactly myself, I rambled. I never rambled. I never had emotions like these. First the raw anger that burned with a fury inside me, and now this clawing need. And jealousy. I was never jealous. I needed to leave this realm before I was consumed by the rampant rush of feelings I didn't know what to do with. But there was no way out for me, not that I could see just yet. I quickly took a seat at the table, and was disappointed when Forrest chose to stand across the room, as if trying to put distance between us. Good, that was good. Distance was what we needed. Perhaps it would help with my sudden confusion. The witch and sorcerer joined us, and introduced themselves to me as Lucy and Grayson before they too took their seats. First, if you please, can you tell us more about this orb? Lucy asked. We saw the carvings at the temple and within the maze, but had a hard time discerning their true meaning. I was a star before the gods plucked me from the heavens, I said, starting from the beginning of when I became a goddess. In terms of age, I'm essentially as old as the rest of you, though I have been around since Baladon was first sealed away in his prison. And the orb? I stared at my folded hands on the table at Lucy's question, wondering how much they truly needed to know, but Thorn said I would know what to say. Trying to have trust in myself, I went on. The orb was created by me, with the powers granted to me by all the gods. It was a gateway that led to all the realms of the gods. So they aren't all together? Kate asked with a frown. Before Baladon turned, any god could visit any realm unbarred. Afterward, they feared if it were to happen again, they would not be able to stop the threat quickly. He killed several before he was banished. So the orb and I were created to prevent such action from occurring, I explained. We were both placed in a newly created realm, and placed under guard and wards. Any god who wished to travel to any realm, without being specifically called there by that god's creator, had to pass through my temple and use the orb. And you had complete control over any god entering another's realm, without their knowledge? Grayson studied me closely as he asked, and I nodded in reply. A completely neutral party. That was their intent, yes, I said, however, it was also a great weakness. But no other god could use the orb, right? Sabella pointed out. As long as you controlled it, it was a perfect idea. No god could ever attack another, unless they were invited to that realm. I said nothing, and the silence stretched on around us. I shifted uncomfortably, hearing that damned voice cackling inside my head. Any second now, someone would ask the question I loathed to hear, and what did I do? Did I lie? Or did I come clean and confess what happened? If that is true, Forrest asked softly, how was Baladon able to use the orb? Again I said nothing, but when my gaze met his, he squared his shoulders and growled quietly, seeing the truth in my face. Whether he was only angry with Baladon or me, I wasn't sure, but couldn't find the courage to ask. What can you tell us about Baladon? Tristan asked, saving me from answering just yet. You said he had you for several decades. 50 years, I whispered. There were rumors he had broken free of his prison, I explained slowly. But just rumors. I was told to continue my duty as required, and never did I expect Baladon to come for the orb. But he's been out for a while, right? Sabella asked. I leaned back in the chair. In a sense, but he lacked strength to reach the realms of the gods. Hence why he was trapped in the burnt world for so long. But he did not start taking gods until the day he came for me. Again, Forrest growled, and that voice cackled even louder, threatening to drown out whatever was said next. I felt that edge creeping closer as my fury grew, burning white hot within me at being faced with the harsh truth. So, he was kidnapping the gods while still in the other realm? Kate asked, confused. No, he did not have power to do so until after he had me in his possession. He needed a power source, and what better power source than a star given the power and life of a god? I mused darkly. I felt Forrest's intense stare from across the room without even having to look. This was what I hoped to avoid, and I would only tell them what they needed to hear. Baladon has the orb, and he is able to use it to transport him to whatever realm he chooses. How? I thought only the maker of the orb could use it? Craig asked. I'd never wanted to disappear more in my life than in that moment. I'm afraid I failed in my duty of holding out against him. Forrest cursed loudly, and this time I did raise my gaze to his. Immediately, I was struck by the notion again that I knew him. That we'd walked these lands together in another time. Or was it a time that had not yet happened? I shook my head, trying to clear away the image. I was not a seer, but that image remained firmly planted in my mind's eye. It'll never happen, you'll kill him first, you'll kill them all. I cursed the voice inside my head, swearing I would not fail a second time. I couldn't. Thorn sent me back here for a reason, and I had to find out what that reason was. What my true path was. Nothing was going to stop me from seeing it through. Is that so? Tell that to your fears, my sweet star. Confront them and put them all behind you then, go back to being who you used to be. But I couldn't. I never could. Never would. And a dark part of me, that never experienced true anger, and the need for revenge, screamed that I never wanted to go back. That Mori had been weak, and I couldn't be weak, not anymore. Mori? Sabella asked gently. Are you all right? Yes, fine, I muttered through gritted teeth. You sure, because you're glowing, she stated. I glanced down at myself to see I was glowing, much brighter than was normal. Speaking of Baladon dragged up so many horrible memories, and my anger was close to breaking free. The voice inside my head taunting me did nothing to help, and now the line between what I felt and what this voice made me feel was blurred. I could not lose control here. I would blow up the room and those here with me. But closing my eyes did nothing to calm me down. All I saw was that evil bastard's leering face, heard his cackle as he attacked me over and over again. You need to go, all of you, I managed to rasp, my voice heavy with power that was quickly growing out of my control. Please. We're not going anywhere, Sabella stated firmly. Please, you don't understand, this isn't me, I gasped as it ratcheted up another notch. I pushed back from the table, ready to run and get as far away from them all as I could, but the voice yelled in fury, and my feet stilled. I clutched at my head. Sabella was saying something loudly, but I couldn't make out the words. The screaming was all I heard over and over again. But then it sounded familiar, like the dying voices of the gods. I was hearing them, as if it was happening right before my eyes as it had before. My power continued to flare within me, but I was too weakened from Baladon to rein it back in. This was it. I was going to ruin whatever chances they all had at fighting back against Baladon before they even figured out what this key was, or how to use it. Thorn had been wrong, so terribly wrong to send me down here. Then a hand fell on my shoulder, and the screaming cut off as the voice hissed in anger. "Breathe, Mori," Forrest instructed sternly, his hand giving my shoulder a squeeze. "You are safe. He's not here, and he will not get to you again. Breathe." He stood behind me, but I could see his face so vividly in my mind it was like the rest of the room fell away, and all that was left was him. The first breath I took was shaky, but the second and third were stronger, steadier, and I drew my power back inside me. The glowing dimmed to its normal vibrancy, and I reached up a hand to hold Forrest's. How had he done that? And why? "Thank you." "Of course," he murmured, then stepped back, taking his hand with him. "Are you out of your mind?" I asked as I whirled around, startling him with my bluntness. "Do you have any idea what I could have done to you? And you think I care?" he shot back loudly, seeming confused as I was by his outburst. "You're not alone, Mori, you have us all, and we're in this together." "What was that?" Sabella asked before I could yell at him again, out of worry. I shrank back from them, not ready to come clean with the truth. "The darkness," Forrest said before I could, "it's within her still. I saw it last night in your eyes, see it there now." My eyes flickered around madly, searching for a way out, but no one made a move to grab hold of me or throw me in chains as the voice said they would. Instead, Sabella and Kate both gave me knowing looks and moved toward me. I threw up my hand to keep them back, but they ignored me. "Mori, you have to let us help you," Kate told me. "You can't take this on alone." "It's my burden to bear after what I did," I whispered, already feeling defeated. "No, it's not," Sabella snapped. "It's that damned bastard doing this to you, and you can't let him." "What would you know of it?" I lashed out and sagged, holding my head. "I'm sorry, I can't get the voice out of my head. It's throwing me off balance." "We know because we've been there." Sabella half smiled as she turned to Tristan. "I was insane before he found me, remember? And afterward, Baladon tried to influence me too. He got inside my head. But you got free of him." "How?" "Lots of help from those you see here," she told me sincerely. "You may have lost the gods for now, but you said it yourself, Thorn sent you back to us for a reason, right?" "To find my path," I said quietly, and searched for Forrest to find him already staring at me. His face was blank, but his eyes, gods, those blue eyes overflowed with worry, and from the way his feet shifted, he was holding himself back from rushing to me. "And we can help you do that." She glanced at Kate, who shrugged. "There's a lot we think we can help you with, actually. And much more to discuss in general. We need your help understanding something." "And that is?" I asked Kate. "Is there any chance Baladon would be able to see what Sabella has seen?" I started to say no, but remembered Forrest's question from the night before. "You asked of the gods who were seers, Farah and Devon." He bowed his head in acknowledgement. "He drained Farah of her powers, her life. There is a chance he has the gift of foresight now. And he could know what I saw. Since she is your mother, I'm afraid so." "What have you seen?" "Something that would have given us the upper hand, but now he knows, and he's going to be coming after everyone in that vision who could stop him," Sabella sighed. "Shit, Tristan was right." "Not that I wanted to be," he grunted. "Can you tell us what happened to you first? After Baladon attacked your realm?" Sabella asked me. Anything could be of help to us now. I worried bringing it up would make me lose control again, but Forrest was only a few feet away. I wanted his hand back on my shoulder to steady me, but sensed his uncertainty as strong as mine at whatever was happening between us. Two souls, complete strangers, and yet we had a connection neither one of us could explain. "Perhaps we should discuss this later," Forrest suggested. No, I need to tell you what I can, so you can know the truth," I said quickly, debating if now was the time to tell them about the gods leaving the realms forever. Probably not. After another deep breath and keeping that image of Forrest in mind, I told them exactly what happened to me with Baladon. Told them how he broke into my realm using the man he possessed. How he broke free of him once inside my realm and stayed there until Kate, Forrest and Craig entered the game, and he realized his chance to be free of that dragon's body was near. Up to that point, Baladon had been capturing gods and goddesses, trapping them with me in the realm he created after I told him how to use the orb. I'd heard their cries, their pleading ringing in my ears for so long before some fell silent forever. But I'd been too weak to break free or to save them. All I could do was hang from those chains and watch, waiting to die myself. That orb is giving him the power to travel, I said by the end of my gruesome tale. A small weight lifted from my shoulders having finally gotten it out, but the mental scars, and real ones, they'd stay with me forever. I sensed the shadow spreading in my mind again, feeding off my anger, but until Baladon was dead, the chances of getting rid of it were slim. If you can get it from him, it would keep the other gods protected at least. Stop him from creating more realms he could escape to. And what of the darkness over the realms? Tristan asked. Will it be lifted? Not until he's trapped. Or dead. Both options that, I'm assuming, come at a great cost. He stared at Sabella, reached out for her hand and held it firmly. Do you know where he keeps it? Inside the realm you rescued me from, but the orb you used, it's gone. You would have to create another one. And we can't do that because of what we learned, Sabella muttered. What do you mean? You made the first one, you could make a second to at least get into his realm again. If she did, I would go with her, if only for a small chance to attack Baladon and inflict whatever pain I could on him in payback for what he did to me. She can't because the first time we were drawn into a trap, Tristan stated with a growl. If we attempt to enter his realm again, I have no doubt he'll be there waiting for us. I shook my head, not following. So then we go in knowing it's a trap, prepare for it. It's not that simple. Just tell her, Kate said, sounding impatient. She's got a right to know since she's part of it. Now I was utterly confused. Part of it. What is it? Sabella puffed out her cheeks until Kate nudged her and she threw up her hands. All right. Part of my visions, all my visions lately actually. You're in them. Since when? Forrest asked the same question I was about to. Since I came back from the dead, that's when. She's in them, and if I can see her in them, so can Baladon, which means if he's after the five of us, he's after her too. I stepped back from them, ready to argue that couldn't be true, but remembered when Devon attacked us in the garden. That hungry gaze bent on blood, it hadn't been focused on Thorn but on me. He'd been after me for Baladon, demanded Thorn hand me over. Why? Baladon already took all he could from me, I uttered. What more could he want? You, out of the picture so he can stop the prophecy that I've seen happening. It wasn't true. I took another step back. How could I be tied to the prophecy? I'm sorry, but you must have seen wrong. I didn't, she said confidently. You're part of this mess now. Your path, it seems, is here. She shot a look to Forrest, then back at me, but whatever else she was trying to say, I refused to acknowledge it. Mori, you have to believe me. I staggered backward as the voice whispered louder in my mind. How could you ever hope to stop him? You are nothing, remember? Nothing but a weak failure. No, I'm sorry, I mumbled, moving for the door. The only way to stop Baladon is going to start with getting the orb from him, and if you refuse to do that, then I'm not sure I can help you. I'm sorry. I was at the door when her shout stopped me cold. Can't or won't, she pushed. From behind me, Forrest growled. Enough, Sabella. We need her, she insisted. I'm sorry, but there's no time for healing or rest. There's no time to get over the crap that happened. He's not going to wait. I might have wounded him, but it won't take him long to heal, not as strong as he is now. And the other gods? None of them can help us instead. Kate asked me. No, Baladon drained much of their powers. And if the gods that were saved are turning against the others, I'm afraid they're going to be trapped in the midst of their own fighting. I nearly said it then, that the gods would no longer play a part in the rest of this war, but they were all looking to me for hope of some kind, and I couldn't give it to them. Until I hear word from them, I can't say whether they'll be able to aid us or not. And we don't have time to wait for them, Sabella added, clearly annoyed. Forrest growled again, and she glared at him. I have told you all I can, but the rest I'm afraid is up to you. Mori, wait. Forrest reached for my hand. Our fingers brushed, and that vision of us walking together at night filled my mind again. I wanted it to happen, but this time a shadow rose up behind him, and I screamed a warning for him to run. Then I was back in the room, and he breathed as raggedly as I. What was that? He whispered. I don't know. I'm sorry. I tore my hand free and rushed from the room. I had to leave this place. The longer I was here, the higher the chances I would turn on Forrest and hurt him. That shadow I saw behind him, I would bring that fate down on his head. Whatever he was to me, I could not be the reason his life came to an end in this world. You were wrong, I whispered to Thorn, willing him to hear me. You were so terribly wrong about me. I can't do this. I can't help them. Please take me back. I stood in the middle of the corridor, listening as hard as I could, and the faintest of whispers reached my ears. Find your path, Mori, find it and embrace it before it's too late. That's it. That's all you're going to tell me. I ranted. Several shifter guards watched me warily. I ducked my head and rushed through the castle, until I was outside in the courtyard, completely alone. You can't just throw me down here. Who is he to me? Who? But there was no answer, and I paced furiously back and forth. Sabella saw me in her visions, and so Baladon was after me, but what exactly did she see? Me doing what? Betraying them in the end, because that's all I sensed would happen if I tried to do anything, except get my revenge against Baladon. And maybe that was the path I should be set on following. No one was with me in the courtyard, so I ran across the stones to the stables and peered inside. The horses all seemed friendly enough, and I began to saddle one up, but had never done it before, and dropped the damned saddle a few times as the gray mare I chose looked on amused. What are you staring at? I muttered, annoyed. Who's in here? A voice called out. I froze as a shifter came into the stables. Mori? I didn't recognize the shifter, and considered leaving, but I had to get out of here, and back to my realm. Yes, I am in need of a horse if you would be so kind as to assist me. And where are you going? Tristan never sent word you would be leaving. I have business to tend to in Silver Valley, I lied. A message for the elves from the gods themselves. I must get there in all haste. And Tristan knows of this? Yes, but he's busy with the others, so I told him I would see to my own leaving, but I'm afraid I've never saddled a horse before. I held the saddle out to him and waited. He peered over his shoulder toward the castle, and I felt him starting to decide to not help me, but then he sighed, giving in. He took the saddle, and within minutes, he helped boost me up into it. Are you sure you have everything you need? You're traveling without a guard? I'll be just fine on my own, thank you, I promised. I feel like I should send someone with you. You're more than just a messenger. No, but I am just a gatekeeper. I must leave. Thank you for your aid. I nudged the mare. She trotted out of the stables and toward the gate. Once through it, I closed my eyes, searching for the tear into my realm that I knew existed here because of the rejoining of the lands. It was a far ride, but I didn't need sleep or to eat. I'd let the horse graze when she needed, but I should make it there in good time. I turned the horse's head, aiming her in the right direction, and with a click of my tongue, she took off across the fields.
Chapter 6. Forrest. Was that absolutely necessary? I snarled as the door shut behind Mori. What? We need her help, Sabella argued. I understand she's been through some shit, but we all have. She's a part of this now, whether she wants to be or not. The rest of us don't have a choice, and I hate to say it, but neither does she. So, what do you want her to do, huh? Just decide to jump in head first. Maybe she doesn't have a death wish like you and Kate seem to have lately, I yelled. Kate groaned, holding her face in her hands and shaking her head. You're missing the point. What point? You saw what happened the last time we attacked Baladon, and that bastard held her captive for 50 years. Can you blame her not wanting to be a part of whatever plans we make? Are you so eager to get yourself killed again? I shot back at Sabella, slamming my hands down on the table as I glared at her. Tristan flinched at the harshness of what I said. I half expected him to lunge at me from across the table, but Sabella's hand rested on his shoulder. I hung my head with a growl. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's wrong with me today. That was a lie. Mori was what's wrong with me, had been since I started seeing her in my dreams. And when we touched this last time, I saw a vision of us together, but a shadow had loomed up out of the trees and come to take her away from me. I swallowed back the fear that clutched my chest like a vice. The fear that I was going to never get to see that moment or learn why we had this connection. That shadow within her, it was going to tear her apart from the inside out if we couldn't stop it. And all Sabella and Kate seemed to care about was dragging her through even more shit that none of us had a handle on anyway. I do, Kate said finally, and I looked up confused. All of us do, actually. I sank into a chair and stared at them all. Well, care to share? Sabella cringed and shrugged. Kate shook her head. Nope, this is all you. You're the one that saw it and figured it out. You get to explain it all. Will someone just spit it out already? I was anxious to figure out our plan, then go after Mori again and make sure she was all right. I worried about her being by herself, with that voice in her head. If she lost control again and I wasn't there, gods, now I knew how stressed out Tristan had been those past few weeks with Sabella. Smoke trailed out of my nose, drawing their looks again as my imagination ran rampant. What? The riddle. Sabella started slowly. It talks about 3 rising and 3 being bound. I nodded, not sure where she was going with this. We all have that damn thing memorized now. We know there's 3 involved. So what? Okay, well, those 3 are Kate, myself, and Mori. I stilled. The 3 of them? They were the ones meant to fight the darkness? You 3, you're sure of it? It makes sense, and Farah and Crane told me the key was in the riddle. A beast so fierce with eyes of the skies, a secret hidden away from time, a guiding light at her prime. Mori's a damned star. It has to be her. Wait, Crane. Kate asked, surprised. You saw him too? Yeah, saw him when I talked with Farah when I was, dead. Tristan growled, but Sabella ignored him. Right then. Fine. Mori is part of this riddle and one of your visions. Not just any vision, she corrected, and before the words left her mouth, she said what I dreaded to hear. The one where the 3 of us die, and then what I said more recently, the 3 dying. I thought you said you didn't see anything? My voice was tight as both Craig and Tristan glowered at her. Sabella? All right, I lied, she mumbled. Told Kate. Why her? Because she saw the Vindicar shield, Kate jumped in. And she saw red, flaming hair and the glowing embers of a star. It's the 3 of us. We're it, the fighting force meant to save the realms from Baladon, but to do that we need Mori. Tristan looked ready to strangle Sabella. Not that I blamed him. How did she expect me to tell all of that to Mori? It was like dropping a death sentence over her head. My dragon roared inside my head. How was I supposed to protect her if it was her fate to die? Before I even had time with her. That was far from fair. No, Sabella had to be wrong, but the way she kept moving from one foot to the other said there was more to it. Even if I believe you, I said, going along with it, for now at least, what does that have to do with what's wrong with me? Sabella puffed out her cheeks and glanced to Tristan for help, but like Kate, he held up his hands and left it to her, especially since she kept that last tidbit of information from him. Right, Sabella blew out the air she'd trapped in her cheeks, so these 3, it says in the riddle that 3 rings abound. I waited for her to say more, but she left it like that. I don't know what that means. Oh, for the love of the gods, Kate muttered. She grabbed Sabella's hand bearing the tattoo binding her and Tristan, as Kate held up her left hand too. This is what it means. Rings abound. The three warriors and those they love, bound together by love. So what, we're supposed to help Mori find her true love? I snapped, losing patience fast. You realize how ridiculous that sounds? Kate groaned louder, ready to pull her hair out. We don't have to find him. We know who he is, if he would stop being a thick-headed dolt and pay attention. Craig smiled. But I was still playing catch-up. You're not helping, I shot at Craig. I had the vision of the five of us plus another, Sabella reminded me. Craig with Kate, me with Tristan, and you with a face I couldn't see. And then you saw you two plus that third person die. I remember. Sabella tapped her fingers on the table, not saying anything, but nodding her head as if waiting for the pieces to fall into place. The longer I stared at her widening eyes and how she kept glancing toward the door, the more my frown deepened. Until it did click, and I shot to my feet. No, that's not possible. Why the hell not? Sabella argued. It makes sense, all of it. No, it doesn't. Why don't you understand? You had dreams about Mori, she argued. I pushed away from the table, stalking madly around the room. You and she have a connection. I saw that when you rescued her. She senses it too. It's nothing, I lied, trying to brush off what I had felt around Mori so far. Bullshit. Sabella stalked my way until she stood in front of me, glaring fiercely. If she wasn't a seer, I would have sworn she was a shifter. Tristan was rubbing off on her. She planted her hands on her hips. What was that just now? She was losing control, and you calmed her with a touch. I know what it's like to have someone pull you from the madness. It only happens when you have that draw to another person. You to her, she to you. I don't know what you're talking about. I crossed my arms and stared past her. The hell you don't. You calmed her down, Forrest, you did that. Do you realize that before Tristan, I had no idea who I was? I couldn't see past the visions. Nothing made sense until him. And Kate with Craig, the connection they have, I know you felt it. How strong it makes them together, how they know how to move with each other, what they're going to say before they even open their mouths. I shot a look toward my two dearest friends, who were smiling at me. I swallowed hard, waiting for that pang of jealousy to hit me as it always did, knowing Kate chose Craig over me. But instead, when I looked at Kate, I imagined Mori being there, smiling back at me. Mori walking by my side as we talked and laughed. All the nights I dreamt of Kate fell away, and now the only face that appeared in my mind was Mori. What you felt with her, it's strong enough to stop her from losing control, Sabella continued, her voice softer. You can't just let her walk away. Not when she's part of the key to all of this. And if you're wrong. I'm not, she grunted. I know what I've seen. Then what am I due to do, huh? Just waltz up to her, profess my undying love for a woman I barely know, and then ask her to marry me. Do you have any idea how insane that sounds? Sabella shrugged as she said, Of everyone in this room, I am the crazy one, remember? I growled as I pushed around her for the door. I can't do this right now. You can't keep hiding from your feelings, Sabella called after me. Mori feels it too, but if you two can't admit it, we're all in deep shit. Red, really? Tristan scolded as I neared the door. Bit harsh? What, it's true, and you know it. My hand was on the door when Kate and Craig stopped me. I just need to take a walk, I assured them both, but they dragged me back. We know what you went through afterward, Kate said quietly. And all we want is for you to be happy. I see the way you look at Mori, Forrest, we all do. You dreamt of her. What could be more prophetic than that? They were merely dreams, I whispered. No, they weren't. They meant something to you. Craig gripped my shoulder firmly. You have to believe in yourself again. Believe in what's possible and stop kicking yourself for your failures. My head shot up at that. I'm not. Yeah, okay, Kate muttered with a laugh. We're not idiots. We spent enough time with you to know what you're thinking, and you are not to blame for anything that's happened. So get over it and go find Mori. I am not going to fall to my knees and ask her to marry me, I growled. Never said to, but Sabella is right. You two have a connection, and I think you should trust your gut and follow where it leads. Can you at least do that? You are all insane, I muttered. Blame Sabella, Kate teased. Go find her, talk to her. You might be the only one who can save her if that darkness pushes her any closer to the edge. Think of it that way. You saved her once, Forrest, but it might not be the last time. Go, she said again and shoved me toward the door. We have to wait for Drake and Ashan to arrive before we make any solid plans anyway. Oh, and send Lucy and Grayson to us if you can. I promised I would and exited the room. I wandered to the hall and found the witch and sorcerer laughing quietly together. Lucy, Kate would like you two to join them when you have a chance, I said. Forrest, are you all right? Lucy asked with that motherly tone as she stood and rested a hand against my cheek. You seem torn. It's nothing, I'll be fine, I promised. The longer she stared at me with narrowed eyes and her lips screwed to the side saying she didn't believe me, the more I realized how far we'd all come. She'd tried to kill me in the beginning. And I thought she was the villain. Now, she was like a second mother to all of us, and I found myself wanting to tell her what Sabella said. Grayson, would you excuse us for a minute? I asked him. Of course, I'll go see what those four are planning now, he said with a wink and left the hall. Now then, what's got you all tied up in knots? Lucy asked. Why don't we take a walk and talk? Walking always does a person good. I didn't argue, and we left the hall and made our way outside to the grounds. Torches lined the wall, and fires were constantly being fed to try and bring some semblance of light to what had become a world of pure darkness. Except for Mori, the only true light in all this madness. What's on your mind then? Lucy asked. It appears the others believe they've figured out the riddle, or most of it at least, I admitted, knowing there was no use trying to lie to Lucy. And? That's good news. You should be ecstatic. Should be, yes. So why aren't you? According to Sabella and Kate, the riddle refers to those two and Mori, as well as their soulmates, their true loves. Lucy's steps stilled for just a second. And, gods, I can't believe I'm even going to say this aloud. And they think you're the one meant for Mori. This time I stopped completely. How did you know? Oh, Forrest, you think we're all blind? I was there. I saw how you were with Mori after you saved her. How you looked after her until the gods took her away. She sighed as she pulled me along with her again. I don't see what the problem is. The problem is, according to that damned riddle, I'm supposed to be bound to her. So, think of it as an arranged marriage. I shook my head, growling. No, I'm not going to do that. Why not? She appears to feel the same way for you. You can't know that, I whispered. No one can know that. You can, she argued. Forrest, love is a fickle beast. Sometimes it takes a long time to manifest itself. Sometimes it comes from the person you least expect in your life, someone you thought hated you at first. She placed her hands on my face and tugged me down so we were eye level. She scowled at me. And sometimes it happens within the first seconds of meeting someone. Sometimes you just know, and you have to go with it and not overthink everything. Got it? We're in a war, remember? You can't piddle around forever waiting for your answers to fall out of the sky when they already did. She released me and stepped back. What was I supposed to say to that? How could I just go with what they were all saying? Mori was a star plucked from the sky who became a goddess. She was the gatekeeper. She'd been around for thousands of years, and I was nothing compared to such greatness. How could I be meant for her? You're doing it again. Doing what? Overthinking. Just go find her, talk to her. What do you have to lose, honestly? According to Sabella, everything. She swears up and down we're the match she saw in her vision, but if that's true, Lucy, I'm condemning Mori to her death. The realization none of the others brought up in that room was that Mori could die the second she was drawn into this prophecy, or whatever the hell we were calling it. Sabella said it herself. She saw her and Kate die, and the person she hadn't seen yet, if it was Mori, she would die too. How could I do that to someone who had already been through so much? How was I supposed to look her in the eye, confess the strong feelings I already had for her, knowing, in the end, it could lead to her death at the hands of the god who already spent so many years torturing her? I'd be betraying her. How was that love? I held my hands out before my face, already covered in my mind with the blood of so many innocents lost. So much death. When would it end? We don't know what her vision truly means, Lucy assured me. Not yet. You have to have faith. Hard to do that when I feel us traveling down this dark road with no turning back. You won't know anything unless you talk to her, Lucy pointed out gently. If you want, tell her everything. Tell her the truth about the visions and the riddle. Lay all your cards on the table and see what happens. She'll run. Not that I could blame her. And if she doesn't? If she decides to face this with you? Then I'll eat my words, but I still believe all of this is insane. You can't love someone you don't know. Lucy's violet eyes stared at me with so many years of wisdom in their depths. I sensed there was a story somewhere in her past she had yet to share with any of us. That is where you are wrong, King Forrest. Now then, I must go find Kate, and you have to track down your star. She winked and then was gone, leaving me alone. For a long while I just stood there, unsure of where to go. If I headed back to the others now, all they'd ask about was Mori. If I went to find Mori, what was I going to say? My head pounded as my aggravation mounted. We were in a time of war. There was no time for starting a relationship. Hypocrite, I muttered to myself, since I'd said the exact opposite to Tristan not so long ago. I told him then to make Sabella truly his and marry her only a few weeks after they'd been together. Was this really any different? But Sabella's vision weighed heavy on me. With Baladon loose, every one of us had a chance of being killed, but if she and I decided to be together, it was sealing her fate. I just decided I was going to sneak my way to the kitchens for a pitcher of ale, when I felt like I was gut-kicked. I whipped around toward the main courtyard near the gates. Mori. Something was wrong. I took off at a run, rushing to get to the gates, but there was no one around. I searched the ground for any sign she'd been here when a shifter guard called out from the stables. King Forrest. Can I help you? Mori, have you seen her? I asked, my anxiety rising with my fear that she was gone. The shifter nodded, and when I cursed, he hung his head. Damn it, I knew she was lying. What happened? Where is she? She swore she had a message to deliver to Silver Valley, and she took a horse and left, sire. I'm sorry, I didn't want to question her. After all, she is a goddess. I nodded slowly, not blaming the shifter, but stared out the gates. Where would she have gone? She'd been upset, furious with herself and that shadow growing in her mind. And the voice, what would the voice tell her to do? My eyes widened in alarm, and I took off for the main gate. Sire, the shifter yelled after him. King Forrest. Tell Tristan I will send word when I can, I yelled as I continued to run. I have a star to find. As soon as I was through the gate and clear of the wall, I shifted, and my dragon roared into being. Stretching my wings, I took to the sky. She hadn't left too long ago and was on horseback. I'd catch up to her easily. I flew over the fields and stayed low enough I could see when I hit the woods, searching for a horse and the bright shining form of Mori. The sound of horse hooves pounding over the ground reached my ears, and I pumped my wings hard, holding myself in place as the downdraft shifted the tree branches. There, just yards ahead and moving at a fast pace, was Mori. I flew up higher, then swung myself around and crashed through the trees to land right in her path, blocking her way with my massive form. The horse reared back, and Mori went flying off the saddle, hitting the ground with a grunt. The horse took off, headed back toward the castle, and she scrambled to get to her feet, trying to catch it. You bastard, she shouted at me as I remained in dragon form while she stalked toward me. What are you doing? Just leave me alone. I lifted my lip at her, but she didn't back down. I have to do this. You don't understand, and I'm not going to be stopped. She tried to walk around me, but I slammed my tail down, preventing her from getting anywhere. She yelled and tried to run around the other direction, but I stopped her with my wing this time and gently shoved her back, but she tripped over her feet and fell down again. This time she didn't get back up, but her eyes flared bright with starlight as I shifted back into my normal form. You can't just take off, not alone, not right now when Baladon is still out there, and who knows how many of his monsters. She huffed at me, crossing her arms. Says you. Smoke flowed up around my face in aggravation. What are you running from? Her light flared brighter for a second before she shook her head, sending stars flying every which way. I'm not. The hell you aren't. I know when someone's running and you're doing it. Why? Why do you care so much? She shot back. Why did Kate and Sabella tell me your main reason for going with them to rescue the gods was to get me out? I clenched my jaw and made a note to yell at Sabella and Kate after I dragged Mori back to the castle. They're mistaken. I went in to get the gods out, all of them, including you. Now can we please go back to the castle and talk about this? No, I was sent down here to find my path, and this is it. What is? Running back to your realm, alone, and do you even have a plan? I was going to come up with one as soon as I arrived there. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she'd been spending too much time with Sabella and Kate, but she'd hardly been around them. Why was it every female in my life decided to run into danger first and come up with an actual viable plan second? I stalked toward her and held out my hand. Come on. Unless you're going to tell me that we're going to my realm, you can get that hand out of my face before I burn it, she warned. I didn't remove my hand, calling her bluff when she didn't do anything for a few minutes. Mori, you can't just stay out here. We'll go back to the castle and we'll talk about this. We'll come back with a full guard at least, but I'm not going to let you traipse around alone. Then come with me. My hand fell as I searched her eyes for any hint as to what she was trying to do. When I saw the resolve immediately followed by a sliver of darkness within her, I stepped back with a snarl. You're going to try and kill him, alone? She didn't answer me, and I grunted as I paced away from her. Unbelievable. At least I have a plan, she shouted and finally got to her feet. So, either come with me or get out of my way, dragon. I have a god to see, and either he's going down or I am, but I am not going to sit around and wait while this damned voice keeps talking to me inside my head, telling me I'm going to turn on everyone here. Her eyes flared with power as she tilted her head back and held her hands out to her sides. I watched as her skin glowed and the stars in her hair shimmered, but then it dimmed and she rolled her shoulders, muttering under her breath. She shook out her hands and settled in again. What are you doing? None of your damn business, she snapped and kept shaking out her hands. Gah. Why aren't you working? Mori, seriously. Stop this before you hurt yourself. She glared at me with those glowing eyes, but even there, the light was starting to grow dim. You can leave now, really. It's probably better if you do. You really think I'm just going to let you run off to get yourself killed? It's what I deserve, she said quietly, and my blood ran cold. She yelled in frustration again, and a burst of white light shot out of her before she collapsed to the ground. I reached for her, tapping her cheeks when she didn't open her eyes right away. What? She grumbled harshly but with much less conviction than before. Can you stand? What's the point? She mumbled. What's the point of all of this? Nothing makes sense, nothing. And I hate it. I hate being confused, and I hate this voice inside my head. It's going to drive me insane. I can't do it, Thorn was wrong. I can't. You're not making any sense, I informed her as she stayed in my arms, leaning into me. A rush of warmth came over me, and I wanted her to stay here, where I knew she was safe with me. She seemed to relax too, resting against me more, but then she seemed to come to her senses and pushed at me, trying to get away. "What are you doing?" "No, whatever is happening is too much." She stepped back from me, so there was a good amount of distance between us. She had to be feeling what I was, and appeared just as out of sorts as I felt too. Was this what it was like for Craig and Kate? Or Tristan and Sabella? Did they fight it as much as we were? It wasn't that I wanted to. Mori pulled me to her without even having to do anything, except just existing. But deep down, I feared for her being a part of the visions and knowing that might lead to her death. That, and on some other level, I told myself I didn't deserve to be with her. I tried to get my feet to walk away, knowing she wasn't about to come back with me to the castle. I could always try to knock her out and carry her back. My gut wouldn't let me live with myself if I actually left her here, to wander into her realm alone and get herself killed. "Whatever you're thinking, stop it right now," she snapped, pointing a finger at me. "I wasn't thinking anything." "Yes, you were, and you still are." "What?" "You have a very calculating look in your eyes right now." "What for?" I smirked. "I'm debating how heavy you are." Her jaw dropped and I smiled wider. "You arrogant, thick-headed brute." "It's so I can carry you back to Tirolf," I said as I took a step closer. "I'm sure you aren't that heavy." She fumed at me, but as I took another step her glare faltered, and I swore I caught just a flicker of want in those star-filled eyes. "You stay away from me, Forrest." "Why should I? I'm only keeping you safe." "I never asked you to," she argued weakly, trying to step away from me, but my stride was longer and I was almost to her. "I didn't ask for any of this." "None of us did, and yet here we are." "Fighting together," I said, emphasizing the last word. "Do you realize what's inside of me right now? It's a voice telling me that I'm going to kill you in the end," she whispered, and my feet paused. "Even now it's talking to me. Do you have any idea what that's like? And you? I couldn't live with myself if I hurt you." "You don't really even know me," I replied, taking another step and reaching for her. But she drew back, nodding her head so hard her hair fell over her shoulders in a tangled mess. "Yes, I do. Somehow I do, and you know me, and I won't be the reason you die. I have to get rid of this darkness in me, and if the only way to do that is face down Baladon alone, then that's what I'm going to do. Please just let me go." "You won't hurt me." "You don't know that," she whispered and cringed. Her hands went to her head, and she cursed before her head flew back, and she glowed just as brightly as she had in the council chamber. I was frozen for a heartbeat before I rushed into action and went to her. The light pulsed in a steady wave, pushing me backward, but I had to get to her. Blinded by the light, I took one slow step at a time as her scream tore through the trees. But I matched her scream with a furious roar of my own, and the second my hand grabbed her arm, the light vanished and she fell into my waiting arms. I drew her all the way against my chest and we sank to the ground, me holding her tightly as she gasped for air. Her body trembled in my arms, and I expected her to pull away, but she rested instead, leaning into me for support. I thought when I first met Kate and held her in my arms, it had felt right. I never thought how wrong I could be. Holding Mori gave me a sense of completeness I hadn't even realized I needed, and I hugged her closer on instinct. "Mori?" Her eyes were closed, and there was hardly any light to her skin at all now. Her dark hair trailed over my arms, and the stars winked out one by one in those dark locks. "Mori, wake up." I gave her a gentle shake to rouse her as more stars disappeared. The darkness within her was destroying her from the inside out. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. "Mori, snap out of it." She jerked upward, flailing around for a second until her eyes landed on my face. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" she demanded and tried to get up, but was too weak and fell right back into my arms. "Damn it. What was that?" I asked softly as she shoved her hair furiously out of her face. "Being with Baladon too long left its mark. Do you see that now? I'm a threat, and I need to get away before I hurt someone. You truly believe going to your realm will help you get rid of this shadow in your mind?" What other choice do I have? I searched for any argument that would convince her she was wrong, but the stars in her eyes began to fade away too, until I was staring into a set of normal dark brown eyes. She was losing herself every second we wasted here arguing, and it killed me, tore at my chest like a vicious beast trying to get free. I never thought I would feel like this in my lifetime, and I only wanted it to stop. Moving without realizing I did it, I held Mori's face gently. Whatever her path might be, I knew it was with me by her side. I swear I know you. She studied me so intensely, as if somewhere the answer would come to her. Tell her what she needed to know. Yes, I've had that feeling too, I replied, brow furrowing. Impossible, right? I'm not sure I know anymore. She made to stand, and I helped her up, my hands remaining lightly at her waist to steady her. Then she rose up on her toes and without even thinking, I lowered my mouth to hers. The kiss was just a brush of my lips against hers, but that one touch had my dragon roaring inside my head that this goddess, she was meant to be ours, and I was a fool to keep denying the truth. She blinked quickly, and this time did pull away from me. My arms fell to my sides almost numb, and I mentally yelled at myself to pull it together. Well, that was nice, she murmured with a crooked grin that suited her perfectly. Yes, it was. That's what I was going to say right then. Really? Craig would be rolling on the ground with laughter if he'd heard this exchange. I'm a bit new to all of this, she mumbled. These emotions, they're all tangled up inside me, and I can't even understand what to feel right now. I'm not used to feeling this way. And how are you feeling? I asked softly as I moved closer again, so we were barely an inch apart. She swallowed hard, but her gaze never wavered from mine. Like the world's tilting. Bad tilting. No, not bad, but confusing? Is that the right word? No, that sounds terrible, she said, laughing nervously. My face grew hot as I smiled along with her. For just that one moment, the darkness in her seemed to recede, and the stars began to glow once again in her hair, and a few appeared in the depths of her eyes. Curious, I bent low this time, and waited for her to decide if she would accept what I offered a second time. She only took a moment before her lips found mine again, and I drew her in close as her hands tugged on my shirt, pulling me to her. Without even opening my eyes, I saw the luminescence of her skin return as our embrace chased the shadow away. But the moment didn't last long before the kiss broke, and her body sagged again. Easy, I whispered, holding her up. The voice. It's fighting back, she replied with a nod. I don't know how long I have until I lose control again. I glanced around the trees, the only light coming from Mori, but even it was fading once again as I held her in my arms. The tear was still quite away from here, but taking her back to the castle wouldn't do her any good, as much as I hated to agree with this maddening plan. There was no time to send for the others either, and I wasn't sure I wanted to put them at risk in case this crazed plan of ours failed. Plan of mine, I guess now, more than Mori's. We're going to your realm, I told her before I could change my mind. We are? You're letting me go? No, we are going, I corrected. If you think going there will help chase out the shadow within you, then I'm coming too. Forrest, she tried to argue, but I kissed her again, cutting off her argument. End of discussion, I muttered and looked around. We need to get to that clearing. What for? And my horse ran off, if you recall. It's going to take forever to get there if we're walking. She walked along beside me, but clearly needed my support so she didn't fall down again. Each time that voice attacked her, it weakened her greatly. We had to move quickly. Forrest, did you hear me? Don't need a horse when you have a dragon. Once we were clear of the trees, I left her to stand on her own, and hurried out into the center of it. I winked, then shifted, my dragon roaring to life as it took form before her. I stretched my wings and shook out my massive head, before my gaze focused on the dimly glowing star before me. Her lips curled in an impressed smile, and I lowered my shoulder so she could climb up on my back. Once she was holding on firmly, I turned myself around, pumped my wings, and took off into the sky.
Chapter 7. Mori. The wind blew through my hair, and stars streaked behind us as Forrest flew over the landscape. At first, I hunkered down, not wanting to lose my balance and fall off his back, not that I worried he would let me fall. But the longer we were in the air, the more I found myself relaxing and sitting upright. I held my arms out to the side and let my head fall back, shaking out my hair and living in the moment. This was pure freedom. Forrest pushed us higher into the sky, and then dove low. The experience was exhilarating, and I never wanted it to end. But then he sank lower, and I felt the presence of the terror between this world and mine. The joy I felt just moments ago was sucked away as the realization hit me of what we were about to do. Granted, it had been my idea when I set out from Tirolf, but now that we were so close, and I felt the leftover presence from Baladon, the voice inside my head cackled in glee. "You think coming here will help you? Oh my dear, you are playing right into his hands." I shut my eyes and focused on the kiss I shared with Forrest, willed that emotion to fill me, and the voice faded away, but the silence wouldn't last forever. There had to be a way to rip this darkness from my soul before I destroyed the only good thing left in my life now. The one person who kept the guilt and pain away with just a look. Forrest touched down and lowered his shoulder again, so I could jump off his back. His body shuddered, and the dragon disappeared to be replaced by the man. "I hope the ride wasn't too bad for you." "No, not at all. It was refreshing, thank you for that truly." He held out his hand, and I hesitated. "Do you trust me?" "Yes," I said without any doubt and took his hand. Together, we walked into the trees, and when we neared the tear, it glowed to life at my presence. Forrest seemed startled by it, having entered this realm without me by his side all the times before. But this was my home, and it would always welcome me back. I held my breath as we passed from Tirolf into the stone maze, and I looked around in despair. "Mori?" His hand tightened around mine, and I hastily wiped the tears burning in my eyes before they could fall. "I'm sorry, it's harder than I thought it would be to come back. How did I ever think I could do this on my own? I never would have made it this far without him." "Take your time." The air was heavy, so unlike the peaceful autumn setting that this place used to have. Fall had always been my favorite season, and it was reflected here once upon a time. Now the vines that once held so much vibrant color were dull and dead. They'd taken over the stone columns and the walls, grown over the path where soft grass was also brittle and dead. I walked slowly down the main path, knowing exactly where to go. I wove in and out of the stone columns. Forrest was a comfort behind me the entire way. I veered to the right, away from the main temple. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere I haven't been to in a long time." My pace increased, and I waited to hear the trickling water of the gentle stream that ran through this part of my home. But there was no sound, nothing but the dry, crackling wind rushing over dead leaves. When we reached the stone archway, I peered in, and stopped so fast I nearly fell over. Forrest steadied me, and I sank into his strong chest for a moment before I managed to move forward again. "This place, it's ruined. Everything is ruined." My heart sank as I stared at the dried-out bed of the stream, and the pool it originated from. The grassy slope I spent many days sitting upon was nothing but dirt. I fell to my knees before it, digging my nails into the ground, no longer able to hold back the tears. "He's taken everything from me." "We can make it right," Forrest said, kneeling beside me. "We can." "How?" "He's drained my realm of life. There's no fixing this." I hated that monster. I wanted to destroy him, but what could I do to stop him now? The foolish notion that I could have ever killed him alone seemed like such an impossible task now. Even coming here no longer seemed like a good idea. The laughter grew in my mind until I held my head firmly in my hands, willing it all to end. Baladon, he was too strong. I lost my chance so many years ago of stopping him, of stopping all of this. I stayed on the ground for a long while, Forrest not saying a word, but his presence was enough. "Before Baladon came," I said quietly, "my realm hovered between sunset and sunrise. I thought this was inside a cave. One where the sky made up the ceiling. He cut me off from what gave me strength with this horrid fog of his, creating what you see now. My anger flared, as did the brightness within me. The stars would reflect in this pool. As did the moon. It was the most beautiful sight, when I could no longer be a part of the sky. This place, it was sacred. The waters once held healing properties. Now, what healing could possibly come from this place? Forrest seemed at a loss for what to say, not that I blamed him. Eventually, I made it back to my feet, and I guided him into the maze once again, until we reached the temple. But it was far different from when I'd left it last. Part of it was missing, as if there was an explosion. What happened to it? When we came to rescue Craig and Kate, there was a fight with the Stone Guardian and Baladon. The platform where my guardian had once stood was vacant. The same one who attacked them had once stood sentinel here as a protector of me and the orb. When Baladon came, the guardian turned on us. The one with the bone whips. He never had those until the god of monsters and darkness twisted his purpose, turned him into a living nightmare. He was here to watch over me and this realm. To protect the orb, but Baladon darkened his mind, and my guards fell in minutes against him and the god and the monsters he brought with him. I walked tentatively up the steps and rested my hand on the platform. My eyes closed as that moment replayed over in my mind, like it was happening all over again. I was inside the temple, communing with the gods and goddesses in our family. We were preparing a gathering to address the horrifying truth that Baladon had broken free of his prison and could not be found. My guards, all demigods themselves, had moved into the main temple to protect the orb and me, though I thought their worry unnecessary. Baladon would never enter my realm. And then the warning bells rang out, and the first panicked yells met my ears. I burst from the temple, starlight glowing brightly around me as I prepared for a fight. Mori! Please return to the temple, Forrest, my head guard, ordered. No, what is happening? Baladon, he snapped. He has come for you and the orb. What? How did he get in? We don't know, but he's here. Please go back inside. The stone guardian on the platform just outside the main doors came to life as the bells rang. His head lifted, and he drew the two swords at his hips before stepping down off the platform. His head turned and he bowed to me, his eyes glowing white. Baladon will not get what he came for, I said sternly. I will die before it happens. Mori, please, Forrest begged, but I was not going to run and hide. Not from this monster. Forrest sighed in the face of my resolve, but ordered the guard to protect me. Swords. Keep the line. We need to get word to the others, let them know, I said. You should take the orb and leave. I will not abandon my home. The orb belongs here, nowhere else. We will beat him back, Forrest. The furious growl that erupted from the stone maze made my blood run cold. I steeled my nerves and waited for Baladon to make his first appearance in centuries. Mori! Can you hear me? Forrest! I opened my eyes to see him staring down at me. What happened? I don't know. You touched the platform and collapsed. He helped me sit upright, and I winced at the throbbing behind my eyes. I was back to that day, I told him. He was attacking again. I tried to fight him off, we all did, but we failed. To ever think you could have stood against such might, and you still think you can beat him. I wanted to disappear from the truth spoken inside my mind. How could we ever hope to defeat Baladon? He was too strong, and if he managed to get to the gods again, there would be no stopping him. The darkness within me would only grow, and then what? He's the god of darkness, Mori. You can't blame yourself for what happened that day. Yes, actually I can, I argued. Forrest, my guard, he wanted me to leave, take the orb and go, but I refused. It was my decision to stay. I was a fool. I pushed out of his arms and stormed into the temple, stepping through the ruins, and then turned right into what had been the main temple. The horrible cage Baladon created out of shadow still stood in the center, and I felt the memories rushing back. I staggered forward and my hand hit the cage. Then I was falling. Baladon paced around the cage, leering at me with his rows of fangs. Mori, you should be proud of yourself, truly. I spat at him through the bars. Bastard. They will stop you. Will they? And how are they going to do that? Do you have any idea how long I've been out of my prison? I shook my head, hating how dull my starlight had already grown in his presence. Now then, you have the gateway to the other gods. I need you to give me that power. No, I snapped. I will not give in to you. You might as well kill me. Is that so? His fingers tapped along the staff in his hand as he studied me closely. Bring him. I grabbed hold of the bars as the doors to the temple opened. Forrest was yelling as he fought against the shadow minions created by Baladon. No. Let him go. I will have no fear, my sweet, sweet Mori, Baladon crooned. If you help me, then I give you my word he will live. The minions shoved Forrest to his knees, and Baladon placed the tip of his staff against Forrest's throat. Don't give in, Forrest told me. Whatever happens, you have to hold out. Mori, give me the power to use the orb, Baladon ordered. Or he dies. I pulled at the bars, needing to break free. I can't. Yes, you can, or you will watch him die an agonizing death. Give it to me. My head fell as furious tears burned in my eyes. Forrest. Don't, Mori, he yelled. Don't. Baladon growled and slammed his staff against the bars. A scream broke free of my lips as he bellowed for me to tell him. But I couldn't. The moment I let him have that power, he could reach the gods. He could get anywhere he wanted, and the world would fall. No, I whispered, trying to stay strong. No. Baladon's eyes flared red as he ground his teeth. So be it. He spun around and rammed the tip of his staff right into Forrest's chest. I screamed as Forrest yelled in pain, his arms flailing as Baladon drained him of life. I kicked and beat the bars until my hands were bloody, and when there was no strength left in me, I fell to the floor, unable to do anything but watch as Baladon destroyed Forrest. When he finally yanked his staff free, barely anything remained of a man I had been friends with for centuries. A man who swore to protect me with his life. Never had I thought he would have to pay that price. Now, Mori, Baladon said, licking his lips hungrily as his staff glowed with a newly acquired life, let's try this again, shall we? He moved closer to the cage, and I braced myself for whatever pain he was about to deliver. Damn it, woman, Forrest growled in my ear. Stop touching things. Again. It took longer to open my eyes this time, and his brow was furrowed, those blue eyes filled with annoyance. Don't look at me like that. Like what? Like you're trying to purposely punish yourself by reliving what you went through? You know nothing of what happened here. I stalked away from him, running my hands through my hair as I circled the cage. He kept me here for years. Years. Torturing my mind over and over again, until there was nothing left. I watched him destroy my home. As have I. You think you're the only one who's lost anything, he argued. I've burned too many dragons to count, all killed by this bastard and his monsters. Yes, and it's all my fault. I raged. If I hadn't given in, if I'd held out, if I'd listened, none of this would have happened. Don't you understand that? I deserve to be tormented to the end of my days for what I've done. Not be happy. Not find peace. That's it. Fall into your despair. Give in to fear, Mori, join him. We've all made mistakes, but you can't take the full blame for this war. That's insanity. I shook my head as the voice whispered on and on and on, never ceasing. Then perhaps Sabella isn't the only crazy one around anymore. He growled at me, smoke trailing from his nose. You are not crazy. You're hurt and angry, and that I understand perfectly, but you have to face these emotions. You can't just bottle them up and expect to be fine. I don't want to be fine, I seethed, not use the amount of rage building inside me. I want revenge, but I can't have that. I'm not strong enough, I never will be. Not alone, but you're not alone anymore. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. His eyes darkened as he walked toward me. I had nowhere else to go, and found myself backed into a corner. You're right, I don't know, but you and I are not that different. And whatever we both might be telling ourselves, we're lying. You and I, there's a connection here I've never felt before, and if you run away to try and fight this alone, to let yourself give into this darkness, I'll follow you." My heart pounded wildly in my chest, and my breathing was sharp and almost hurt from the raw emotions within me. Rage and longing, sorrow, and another emotion I couldn't pinpoint. But I wanted to be with Forrest. How could I justify being happy when I failed everyone? No matter what he said, it was my fault. I never should have let him come here. It was a mistake. I had to face Baladon on my own and accept whatever my fate was. "You should leave," I whispered, forcing the words out. "No. Forrest, please." "No, I am not leaving you here. We need you to defeat Baladon, whether you think so or not. I am not leaving here without you." "What do you want me to do?" I'm barely holding on. I can't help except to make things worse. "You're scared," he countered. "And you're not," I yelled, surprised to hear the words come out of my mouth. "I tried the path of the hero, and I lost. Just get out of here and leave me be." He shook his head and squared his shoulders. "Not happening." "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. "Why? You owe me nothing." "Because from the moment you appeared in my dreams, I've thought of nothing else," he admitted softly. "And then I saw you in the Book of the Gods, knew you were in trouble, and I had to save you. You and I, there's something there, but it's more than that. Sabella, she believes you're part of the key to saving us all." "What?" I shook my head hard. No. That can't be right. The gods would have told me." "Are you sure? You said it yourself, Thorn sent you back here for a reason, to find your path. Is it so hard to believe this is it?" My head throbbed again, and I winced at the growing pain. Why would they believe I was part of the solution? I tried to tell him he was wrong, but the agony in my head increased, and I fell back against the wall. Something was wrong. Baladon's presence in this temple tainted it, twisted what had once been my home into a dark, dead version of itself. I tried to speak, to tell Forrest he needed to leave, but the words were lodged in my throat. I clutched at my head as my starlight flared even brighter, filling the room. I shouted, unable to hold it in any longer, as I felt those dark tendrils left behind by Baladon crept toward me, melding with the bits attached to my very soul. It consumed me, and I realized too late the voice pushed me here, wanted me to come here. Also, it could take control. My light pulsed in time to my frantic heartbeat. Forrest was talking, but the words didn't reach me. I tried to push back, but then my starlight took on an eerie green glow, and I felt my mind being shoved to the side as another, darker version of myself erupted. "Mori?" I wanted to scream at him, warn him, but the essence that had taken me over was too strong, and a cackle escaped my lips instead. "Mori's gone," the voice spoke, rough and harsh against my own ears. Forrest flinched backward, his hands curling at his sides as smoke slipped from his nose. "Who are you? What did you do with Mori? Don't listen to her." I tried to yell, but my words bounced back at me painfully from inside my head. "Forrest!" I slammed my fists against the dark cage surrounding me, but it held strong. I had done this. Had let my anger and fear get the better of me, and even without Baladon being here, he was able to use it against me. I would be trapped in a cage once more, unable to save this good man who only wanted to fight for his people. And instead of Baladon doing the killing, his death would come at my own hand. I seethed and ranted, but if the essence was affected by it, it didn't show it. Let's just say, she is no longer necessary. "Then who are you?" he asked, slowly taking a step backward, but the possessed me followed. "I am her rage," the voice replied darkly. "Her fear, her guilt. I am everything Mori ever dreaded to show. She should have listened to you. This might not have happened, but Mori's not very good at listening, now is she?" I bashed my fists against the cage again. "Bitch." Forrest's eyes darkened as he took another step, shooting a quick glance to the cage to his left. "If you think you're going to trap me in there, you're wrong. I am of Baladon. That cage will not hold me." "You are going to bring her back to me," he stated. "Or I swear I will make you hurt." "Oh no, The Dragon King is threatening me, the voice said in a higher-pitched voice, pretending to swoon. Whatever shall I do? Then she snapped her fingers. That's right, you have done nothing to make you fear me. Nothing of worth. That's a lie, he growled. Is it? She tiptoed around the room, the eerie green glow following her as she moved. Who was it who truly saved the realms and brought them together? You, I will admit, helped a teensy bit, she said, holding up two fingers very close together as she stretched out the words, but that was mostly the Vindicar, was it not? Forrest's jaw clenched, and I saw a flicker of doubt appear in his eyes. And when Craig and Kate were kidnapped, who was it who found them? I rescued them both from this foul place, he snarled. Wrong again. You were here, yes, but it was Sabella and Tristan who found them, those two who killed the poison stone guardian. Don't listen to her. I screamed, willing him to hear me. Forrest. But the doubt in his eyes was growing, and his shoulders hunched forward as if he was trying to ward off the horrible truth that had become his life. I kicked and punched, but when that got me nowhere, forced myself to take a deep breath in and out, centering my mind. I was a star and the gatekeeper of the gods. No essence was going to keep me trapped. And let's not forget your last heroic deeds. You failed to protect your people from the monsters, without the aid of Tristan and Craig. So much death on your hands, so much blood. You couldn't even lead the charge when saving the gods. I saved Mori, he said, but his voice was quieter now. I helped save them all. Debatable, the voice argued. Either way doesn't matter. You are no threat to me. Yes, he was. Forrest was a strong and true leader. He had one of the largest, most compassionate hearts I'd ever seen amongst his own kin, and that of the other races. I might have been chained to a wall for the past few decades, but I could see into the hearts of mortals, see their souls. His was a good one, and he would not be turned so easily. Whatever this essence was trying to do, it had yet to attack Forrest, which meant it wanted to possess him too. Or hurt him enough to take him to Baladon. Either one I could not allow. Not again. She continued to rant at him about his failures, as Forrest stood perfectly still, taking the verbal abuse. I steadied my breathing the best I could, and poked around the cage I was in, mentally. There had to be a way out. I just had to find it. Now then, shall we do this the easy way? Forrest grunted. Let her go, he growled. I will not ask a third time. But she's not here anymore, haven't you been listening? I shut my eyes, blocking out my sight of Forrest, and imagined his face inside my mind instead. Remembered how he looked, hovering over me, the night he rescued me from Baladon. So much worry and confusion of emotions neither one of us understood yet. I jumped to another moment, briefer, but one I longed to have again. His lips brushing against mine in a sweet kiss. My first. I felt his lips on mine again, and my body pulsed with light in this dismal prison. You're lying. She's here still. You hold on to false hope, the voice sneered with a cackle. She's gone. The words reverberated off the stone walls, and the sickly glow that had once been pure light filled the space. But Forrest didn't blink, didn't shield his eyes. He stared straight at the possessed me. She's still here, he repeated firmly. I know because I feel her. She's here and you will not take her from me. He lunged forward before the last word was even out of his mouth, and reached for my hands. He trapped them in his and then spun her around, wrapping his arms like iron bars around her body. Around me. Mori, I know you can hear me. You have to fight. Fight against the darkness. Do not give in to your fear. The possessed me struggled to get free even as I fought to grab a foothold, anything, to get myself away from this essence holding me back. I willed myself to push the darkness from my mind, to imagine myself free of it again. But what happened when I felt the binds on my cage faltering was not anything I imagined. I yelped as I felt myself thrown through the air and landed hard on the stone floor. When I whipped around to find Forrest, I found him still clutching his arms around me, the possessed me. He stared wide-eyed at me, then down at the one in his arms, snarling as she gnashed jaws now filled with razor-sharp teeth. Move! I yelled to him, and drew on my starlight. I had no idea how long it would last, but I was not going to just stand here and do nothing. Forrest let go and dove to the side as I unleashed the pure white light of my power against this abomination. It clashed with the green light, and an explosion rocked the temple. My feet slid painfully across the stones with the force of the dark essence, but I held on with a yell, pushing back with everything I had. I hoped Forrest would have run, but when I glanced up, saw him as a blur of speed, his growl loud and fierce, he tackled the creature. They both went to the floor. He delivered 2 solid hits, but then it wrapped its hands around his neck and squeezed. His eyes bulged and he clawed at its body. I screamed in fury and launched myself into the fray, tearing its hands free, shoving Forrest behind me. "We have to get out of here," he said, taking hold of my hand, his voice hoarse. "Mori. No. I will not let this thing linger here. This is my home," I snapped, feeling my power rise within me again as my white light combated with the green once more. "It's time I purged it. We don't even know what it is." He grabbed my arm and tried to drag me to the door, but I yanked my arm free just as the abomination attacked again. Each hit made my head spin, but I had not been around Agaris for thousands of years for nothing. I blocked several hits, delivering a few of my own, backed with my natural-born power of the star. I burned it each time I made contact, and though Forrest had wanted to leave, he fought by my side, catching my weak spots, and together we drove the monster toward the cage. I doubted it would hold it, but I only needed it trapped long enough to destroy it. Forrest kicked it in its chest, and it staggered backward as I slammed the door shut on the cage and melted it into the frame, so it couldn't be opened. The beast charged the bars, but they held barely. "Now what?" Forrest asked, catching his breath and wiping sweat from his face. "I have to kill it." My light started to flicker in and out. I was pushing myself far past what I could handle right now, but I wasn't going to stop. "Not yet." "Bit cryptic, isn't it, killing yourself?" he muttered. I agreed. Though the beast had sharp teeth and that horrible green glow, it was still the spitting image of me. A me no longer filled with light and love, but darkness and hate. I put my hands together, palm to palm, and drew on my energy that made me what I was. "You sure that's a good idea? What else would you have me do? I'm not leaving it trapped here. The cage won't hold it." "What are you going to do? Mori, you're already bleeding. Stop before you push yourself too hard," he growled furiously and grabbed for my hands, pulling them apart. "You're going to kill yourself if you're not careful." "What are you talking about?" He reached up to my ear, and when he brought his hand away, it was covered in blood. "You've been weakened, remember? You can't be using so much power so fast." "How would you know this?" "Because I've seen it before, in another. Please, we'll leave it in the cage and go. We'll find the others and ensure no one comes back here until we have backup, and can clear this place of his presence. It can't torment you any longer, that's what we came here to do. You're free of it." My mind raced with valid arguments of why we should stay, then I glanced at the blood on his hand again, my blood, and sighed. I had fallen into Baladon's trap, letting my fear and anger take over and cloud my judgment. Letting him guide me here in the first place. I was about to tell Forrest he was right, but the beast in the cage shrieked with laughter, rattling the bars of the cage. "You must play the game," it wailed as it laughed. "Master demands it." "What game?" I asked, even as Forrest told me to ignore it. "No, I want to know what it's talking about." "Nothing important. We need to leave." I turned with him, but a burst of green light surrounded us both, locking our feet in place. The temple stones trembled as they crumbled around us, threatening to come down on our heads. Forrest growled, covering my head with his arms and ducking his own, but there was no breaking free. The light grew darker, and if we didn't move, we were going to be crushed to death. I would live, but Forrest, he wasn't a god. "No, what are you doing?" I tuned out his complaints and focused on shielding us, doing whatever necessary to keep him safe. My starlight struggled to work, and this time when I used it, my head grew light, and I was dizzy. My stomach churned, and I felt warm wetness at my ears and more dripping from my nose. Still, I pushed harder, desperate to keep Forrest alive. I would not fail again. Could not. The beast's shriek grew louder, and Forrest yelled my name just as my power hit its breaking point and shot from my body like a shockwave. It rolled through the temple and struck against the darkness. The shrieking was cut off abruptly, and I expected to open my eyes and see the temple ruined completely. Instead, what I saw had my heart plummeting, and all my worst nightmares rushed back to greet me. "We're back," I whispered, horrified. What did I just do?"
Chapter 8. Forrest. I should never have taken Mori back to her realm. I gave in, believing it was the only way to rip the darkness from her soul. And it had done that, but she wound up facing down whatever essence Baladon left behind in his wake. Worse, Mori's light had faded completely because of her efforts to try to save us. And we stood in a very familiar stone tunnel. What happened? I whispered. "Mori?" Blood wet her ears and covered part of her face. She wiped it away with her sleeve, staining it red. I don't know. I don't understand. We can't be here." Shuffling sounded down the tunnel. I put my hand over Mori's mouth and dragged her out of sight into the nearest dark alcove, pressing my back into the bars of one of the rooms we hadn't broken into on our first trip here. She was shaking, but she stayed quiet as we waited for those steps to come closer and closer. I was armed with only claw, fang, and fire, but if that's what I had to use to take down whatever was coming for us, then that's what I'd do. Baladon would not get Mori again. But the steps moved on beyond where we stood, a minion like the ones we fought before. It was alone, and continued on its way without ever slowing to peer into our alcove. When it disappeared around another bend in the tunnel, I let Mori go, and we both sighed. "We have to get out of here," I whispered. "I can't do anything." She shook out her hands, but the glow sputtered, then went out. "Damn it. I didn't do this. I swear I didn't." "It's fine, we'll figure a way out." "How?" "We have no way to make a damned portal, and I'm too weak to create an orb." "Take a deep breath and calm down," I ordered, but she ran her hands through her hair as she paced back and forth in the small space. "Mori." "What?" "This is my fault again." "How?" "I'm the one that let you go back there in the first place," I reminded her hotly. "If anything, this one's on me. What matters now is getting our asses out of here alive and in one piece." "We can't, that's what I'm trying to tell you." I shushed her and drew her back, away from the tunnel, as far as we could get. "Listen to me, right now. We are in dangerous territory, and this is no time for you to fall apart. We'll find a way to contact the others. The second we use any major magic, Baladon will sense it. This is his realm. And if that thing sent us here, he might already know we've arrived. She said this was a game, and if it is, we're going to lose. We can't take him on alone. We're mice in a maze, Forrest, that's it. If that were true, then why doesn't he send his minions to find us? To take us to him?" I challenged. Her mouth opened, but then she frowned. "I guess there's a chance it was an accident, a kickback of power somehow. Mine with his essence. It pulled us to him." "Does that mean he's close?" I asked, trying not to sound worried about the notion of Baladon lurking right around the corner. I peered out into the tunnel, but the path was clear. The problem was I had no idea how long this tunnel stretched on, or where we were along it. "Mori?" "I can't tell, not as weak as I am." She grunted in anger and kicked the metal bars, then cursed and sank to the floor in a heap. Why would they do this to me? Why? Who do what? Put me in this situation. I'm not a true fighter or a hero. I'm just a failure, and now the gods have abandoned me with no idea of what I'm supposed to do. It's not helpful, she hissed, glaring toward the ceiling. No, they haven't. Maybe not on purpose, but I can't feel them anymore, their presence or hear their voices. It's like I'm alone. Completely alone. I don't know if they're alive or. She rested her forehead on her knees. The Mori I'd seen that night on the balcony, telling me to have hope, slipped further away. I crouched down before her and gently lifted her face. Listen to me, no one has abandoned you. You've got me, remember? I'm not about to leave you here, so pull yourself together and get up. To what end? I took firm hold of her hands and immediately felt that same rush of warmth flow throughout me. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't deny she felt it too. To whatever end our destiny leads us, but I will not sit here and wait to be found and killed. Not by that monster. She smiled softly but made no move to stand. We're trapped here, Forrest. That is the truth. We'll find a way. I trailed off as I glanced over my shoulder into the tunnel. Or we'll take his. What did you say? We're going to steal back the orb of the gods, I whispered, grinning madly. Have you lost your mind? She hissed. It's just the two of us, and I am not exactly in any state to be fighting. We can't, not from him. What other choice do we have? Besides, you were the one who wanted to go off and try to kill him alone. My plan has less chance of us dying. She said nothing, but her scowl deepened. Still sounds like a death wish to me. No. It's a plan. Albeit a bad one, but if we're going to go down, then we're going down fighting. With one easy move I pulled her to her feet, and she staggered forward into my arms. I held her, willing her to see this plan would work and we could do this, but those brown eyes, lacking any sign of stars, stared back at me already defeated. Do you trust me? Always, she replied instantly. Though I have yet to decide why. I removed my arms from her body. Stay close to me. Do you know this place at all? Aside from the prison I was kept in, no. Then I guess we're walking. I checked the tunnel one more time before we set off, moving toward the right, heading in the direction the last minion came from. If only Craig and Kate could see me now. They would agree with Mori in thinking I'd gone a bit crazy. Usually, it was Kate who came up with these ideas, and I was the voice of reason trying to tell them both how absurd they were. But as much as I hated to confess it at the time, their plans mostly worked out for the better. Except I had no real plan, and if we did run into Baladon, weak or not from Sabella's attack, we would never leave this place. And no one would know where to come looking for us. Mori walked close behind me, whispering curses under her breath every so often. When I peered over my shoulder, I caught her shaking out her hands again, trying to call back her starlight, but it was no use. Her hair was mostly black now, only a few shimmering lights remaining. I wondered if the attack at the temple had damaged her power permanently, but we wouldn't know for sure until we got out of this place. Being surrounded by so much darkness wasn't helping. It weighed heavy on my shoulders and probably oppressed what little light she still had in her. Each alcove we passed we peered into, checking the barred rooms. Most were empty, but a few held the gods we had not been able to save. Some of them clung to their powers, but others lost their glow and sat dead in their chairs. None of these cages had been breached through, telling me we were in a completely different part of Baladon's realm. Another tunnel cut across the main, and I looked left, then right, waiting for my gut to tell me which way to go when Mori perked up and pointed left. This way. You're sure? She held out her palm and shut her eyes. The orb, it's calling to me. Can you sense anything else? Guards maybe, or Baladon. No, but the orb is this way. It will be heavily guarded. I know. And your plan for getting around those guards is what exactly? I shrugged. She cursed. I'm working on it. You might want to work faster, she snapped. We were in the middle of the tunnel, and stopping meant a higher chance we'd get caught, but I couldn't stand to hear such anger in her words. I thought you'd be happy. The darkness has left you alone. Yes, and now we're trapped in an even worse situation. You should have just let me handle it alone. I would have been fine. Right, of course you would have, facing down your own anger and pain manifested in a disturbing mirror image of yourself has never messed anyone up before. She rolled her eyes. I stalked away a few steps. What exactly are you suggesting? That I can't handle my own emotions? Why else would it have manifested as it did? Baladon knows those emotions all too well. You said it yourself, he uses them. What would have happened if I hadn't gone there with you? Tell me, Mori. She crossed her arms and glared at me. I don't know. I'll tell you what. You would have been captured or killed right then and there. Baladon would have had you back as his with no fighting chance. If you haven't noticed, he already does. Clearly, he doesn't know we're here. So you say, she shot back and shoved me hard in the chest. Why can't I just be angry? Anger is not what we need right now, I growled, even as I tried to get a hold of my own anger. Nor is fear of failure. Her brow arched. Is that so? Then while we're at it, maybe we should talk about you and how you're clearly not keeping it together as much as you'd like to think. Her voice rose on the last few words and both of us glanced around quickly, but we were still alone. We're not talking about me. Maybe we should. You are no better than me right now, blaming yourself day after day for what's happened to your friends and your clans. When are you going to face your fears? Your guilt? You might not have actual darkness from Baladon's touch in your soul, but it's there, and if you don't face it, all of it, you're going to be in the same boat as me. I growled and turned away from her to keep walking, but she grabbed hold of my arm and pulled me to a stop. We have to keep moving. We will, once you admit that you are not holding it together. And what if I'm not? Now is not the time for us to break down. What's bothering you so much? What? I see guilt in you, but it's more than just what's happened, she mused, and I sensed her looking deeper than just my eyes into my very soul. You're guilty for something that hasn't happened yet. How can that be? Let it go, Mori, I urged, my upper lip twitching in a snarl. She refused to back down. Tell me. If we get out of here with the orb and alive, I will, I swear it. Lie, that was a complete lie. I might have decided to listen to Lucy on some level, but I was still not going to tell this woman of her fate if she wound up with me. I couldn't. We need to move. She released my arm, and the second she did, I wished she hadn't. I felt so strange around her, as if I was trying to remember what it felt like to be around her, but that was impossible. We never met until I came here to save her. All of this confusion over the riddle and the visions, my dreams, and these raw emotions was too much. It was going to drive me crazy, and from the aggravated look on Mori's face, I wasn't the only one. She started to walk again, and I had no choice but to follow. For your information, she whispered as we went, I can tell when you're lying. I ground my teeth. So I lied. So what? One way or another, Forrest, when this little adventure of ours comes to an end, you will tell me what you're hiding. Fine, but only when you accept that this war is not your fault. Her steps faltered, and she glared at me over her shoulder but kept walking and said nothing else. Every few steps, she held up her hand again and picked up the pace. No minions came our way, nor snuck up behind us. I couldn't decide if we walked into a trap or were just damned lucky. We turned right at another corridor, and the ground sloped upward beneath our feet. Where is this realm? Inside a mountain, she replied quietly. A very large mountain, in a realm he created after he stole the orb from me. Guess there's no way it'll collapse once we remove the orb? Sadly no, the magic does not work like that. Pity, I'd love to see this place come down on his head. If we couldn't destroy his realm easily, my thoughts went back to the worries I knew the others had on their mind. How did we even go about killing a god? Especially one who absorbed the powers of so many others. He was strong, too strong for us, but that riddle, it said the three could do it. Kate, Sabella, and Mori, whether she was ready to believe it or not. Nowhere in any story or text did I recall it being mentioned how to kill a god. Mori wasn't nearly strong enough to do it alone, and even with Sabella and Kate as Vindicar, how could they stand against the might of a god filled with so much evil? They would be slaughtered in minutes. It spoke of the six of us, but there was nothing special about Craig, Tristan, or myself. Forrest, Mori whispered, grabbing my arm and yanking me out of the tunnel and into a darkened alcove. Coming down the tunnel straight toward us were several minions, but from the excited look on Mori's face, they weren't what she was bouncing on the balls of her feet about. We turned into the stone and waited, holding our breaths for the minions to pass. Once they were gone, she poked her head back into the tunnel and pointed. "We're close. Very close," she breathed. "Ready with that plan yet? Setting them all on fire sounds like a grand idea." "Seriously?" "What? They're flammable, and all we really need is a distraction, right? Rush in, grab the orb, and use it to get out of here," I explained lightly. "We'll be fine." She held out her hands, but there was no light emanating from them. I might not be strong enough to use the orb right away. The second we go for the orb, Baladon's going to bring down every minion in this mountain on our heads. "Can I use it?" Frowning, she started to shake her head but stilled. "Maybe, if you're holding it with me, I might be able to pull strength from you." "Then that's what we'll do." I started to step out into the tunnel again, preparing myself for a fight that could very well end with us both dead, and no one ever knowing what happened, when Mori caught my arm and held me back. "What's wrong?" She was worrying at her bottom lip and shoved her hair back behind her shoulders. "I wanted to tell you something, just in case we don't get through this alive." I wasn't good with talks like this or saying goodbye before it was time. I was ready to tell her that when she wrapped her arms around my neck, stood as tall as she could on her toes, and dragged my head down to hers. My arms moved around her waist, crushing her to me, as the sudden desperation of our current situation hit home. Just when I'd found Mori, the woman from my dreams, the one who made me feel complete, I was about to walk into unknown odds, face down an enemy that could likely kill me and her. Would there ever be a time when I could sit back and just enjoy my life and those in it? Or was I doomed to always be dogged by death and destruction? The embrace ended far too soon, and then Mori was out in the tunnel. I hurried behind her to catch up while deep within me, I readied my fire. No matter what happened next, I would do my best to keep Mori alive. When we reached another alcove, we stepped in, and Mori pointed to what appeared to be a corridor intersecting this one. "Down there," she whispered. "I can't tell how many minions or if Baladon's with it, but the orb, it's just down that hall." "Stay here," I told her and started to go. She squeezed my hand hard, but there was no more time to waste, and I pulled free. Claws extended from my fingertips, and I felt my fangs elongate in my mouth as my fire heated my stomach and swirled within me. If only this corridor were larger, I would shift completely and charge in there with the full fury of a dragon. But sadly, all shifting would do now was get me stuck between the ceiling and the walls. At the entrance to the corridor, I peered around and jerked back just as quickly. 4 minions, possibly 5, stood outside a set of tall black double doors, and they were heavily armed, writhed in shadows. At least there weren't any of Baladon's more intimidating beasts. I wasn't sure I could deal with the damned spiders, or the giant basilisks Tristan told me about. There were only so many monsters a dragon was willing to put up with, or take on. I breathed in deeply through my nose, then turned the corner and drew fire into my mouth. The 5 minions shrieked as one, charging toward me, and I unleashed hell on them. My flames lit the first 2 on fire, destroying the shadows that created them, and their smoky forms fell to a side, giving way to the next 3. They came at me swords swinging. I ducked and dodged around each strike, grabbing hold of one of their arms and using his sword to fend off the other 2, then I spun him around and slammed him into the wall. He dropped the blade, and I quickly scooped it up, spinning in time to catch the sword aimed for my back. Sparks burst to life where blades met, and I kicked back one minion only to be attacked by another, his sword moving almost too fast for me to see. Our blades locked and I reached out, slashing across his face with my claws, drawing them back wet with black blood. He snarled at me, and we pushed off each other. I swung the sword in my hand, making ready for his next attack when another latched onto my back. It wrapped an arm around my neck and dragged me backward, as yet another rushed to his aid and wrenched the sword away. I struggled to get free, but then there were 3 holding me back. I snarled and flashed my fangs, unable to get an arm free, and losing air quickly. "Baladon would want you alive," the one before me hissed in a raspy voice, casually dragging the sword point across my chest. "But I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we bloodied you up a bit first." He slashed the blade across my torso, and I roared at the sharp pain as blood stained my front. I fought as hard as I could against the minions holding me, but then he slashed me again, and I felt my dragon threatening to burst free. The blade stabbed into my shoulder, and as my blood wet the sword and the minion cackled in delight at my pain, my instincts took over. If I died, Mori would be left defenseless. She was mine to protect, and I could not fail her. I lowered my head, letting my body go slack in their arms. The minion with the sword drew its arm back and made ready to strike again. It never had the chance. Fire boiled over within me, and my dragon burst free of its confines, throwing the minions into the walls as my massive head reared back. With a wicked grin, I opened my jaws wide and clamped down on the minion trying to run from me. Too damned late. I bit it in half and threw what remained of its body into the tunnel. It was a tight squeeze, but in my lust for blood and death, I didn't care how cramped the space was. I tucked my wings in close, using my heavy spiked tail to lash out against those trying to escape from my wrath. I dragged them into my waiting claws and tore them apart, until there was nothing left but scraps of cloth and weapons clanging uselessly to the floor. Bits of revolting-tasting flesh and armor stuck in my teeth, and I shook my head fiercely, trying to get rid of it, but the taste of that sour blood stayed with me. Forrest? I turned toward the tunnel. Mori studied the mess around me, wide-eyed. I growled as she neared, wanting her to stay back. I was in the mood to keep destroying whatever crossed my path, and was worried I'd hurt her. But then her eyes narrowed as her gaze settled on my shoulder and chest. "You're wounded." The pain hit me all at once, and I groaned, holding up my left leg as blood oozed from the wound. I lowered my head, but my blood was still on fire, and my dragon was in no mood to be tucked away. "You need to shift back," she ordered. I huffed at her. "Don't give me that. Shift back so I can take care of your wounds. Now." I shut my eyes and tried to rein in my crazed emotions, but nothing happened. I shook out my head, my wings fluttering in agitation, and focused on returning to my human form. But no matter what I did or how hard I tried, I was trapped as my dragon. I tried to explain to Mori, but the only sound that came out of my mouth was a grumbling grunt. I was growing weaker by the second from losing so much blood, and there wasn't a chance the other minions heard nothing of this attack. They would be on us any second. I tried to nudge Mori back to the tunnel, wanting her to hide herself away, but she refused to move, holding onto my snout firmly and glaring at me. "I'm not leaving you. We'll figure this out." I pushed her harder, but then something heavy groaned behind me, and we both froze. I managed to spin around in the space, keeping Mori back by putting one heavy leg in front of her body. I waited. Slowly, the doors creaked open. I lowered my head, eyes narrowed straight ahead as my fire built within my chest. Blood dripped to the floor beneath me, with a steady pattering sound. Drawing on my fire was agony, but I would be ready for whatever came through those doors. They swung inward, and all I could see was complete darkness. No torches burning, no candles. Nothing. I expected Baladon to emerge from the depths of those swirling shadows as fog rolled out of the room and across the floor. But the figure that did appear confused me. Mori gasped, trying to push around my leg. "What happened? How did you get here?" she asked, but I refused to let her get any closer. Something was wrong. The person before us, it wasn't who Mori thought, at least not anymore. "Forrest, let me go to her." I growled deeply and pushed her back further, glaring at the figure in the doorway. A sword was sheathed at her back, and her armor at first glance was pristine. But the longer I stared, the more I noticed how banged up it was, how covered in blood it was, crusted in deep crimson. She leered at us, her eyes flaring a dark green just as the other Mori had back at the temple. "Agares. You're alive," Mori yelled, still struggling to get past me. "Mori, my sweet, sweet Mori," Agares purred as she reached behind her for her sword. "How wonderful of you to stop by." I felt Mori stiffen as Agares drew her sword, flashing the red-crusted blade in the dim lighting of the tunnel. "Agares, where are the other gods?" Mori asked quietly. "Thorn and Harper, where are they? Where are your brothers?" Agares, one of the gods of war, tapped her fingernails along the edge of her sword. "I'm afraid they got in the way. Now then, how about you and I go and visit our brother, He would very much like to see you again. She started forward. My gaze flickered past her to the room beyond. The faintest of lights emanated from it, soft and glowing. The orb. It was in there. We had to get to it. I nudged Mori with my leg, hoping to drag her from her sudden frozen state at seeing how Agari's had turned. When she still didn't move, I pulled on my fire and unleashed all of it against Agari's. She screamed, throwing her arms up to protect her face from the flames, but it was all the distraction I needed. With a hefty shove, I sent Mori soaring to the doorway and watched her slide inside the room. "I'll kill you, dragon. And turn your hide into my armor." Agari screamed, charging out of the fire, her sword raised, ready to kill me. I sucked in another breath and met her attack head-on. Her sword came down toward my face, but I lowered my head, and her blade clashed against my horns instead. I managed a glimpse of the doors, in time to notice them shut me out. I prayed the room was empty, but I couldn't go to Mori until the threat with Agari's ended. I drew on my fire and unleashed it a second time, chasing her around the tunnel as she pushed off the floor and ran along the wall. She lunged at me again, that blade aimed point down for my hide. I whirled around but not fast enough, and the blade sliced through my scales, drawing more blood. She hit the floor on her feet and didn't slow down the attack. My form was too massive to move easily in this space, and she used that to her advantage. "You won't win this fight," she yelled as I swatted at her with my tail, trying to drive a spike through her middle and pin her to the wall. "And Baladon does not wish you dead, not yet." He had a funny way of showing it. I roared and willed myself to shift back, but my dragon was in control, its rage burning hot, as fire dripped from my jaws now in a continuous stream. My claws dug into the floor, tearing up stone as easily as if it was dirt. I watched Agari's closely as she stalked from one side of the hall to the other, searching for a way to make her move. The second she finally took a step forward, I opened my jaws wide and blew fire until my body grew too weak to keep up the attack. My blood was smeared all over the floor, and I sucked in a harsh breath right before I lost my hold on my dragon form and finally shifted back. I staggered into the wall, feeling the fresh wound along my hip from her sword. She chuckled wickedly as she stalked closer. I hurried to pick up two swords left behind by the dead minions and brandish them. My vision was growing blurry, but I had to keep fighting, give Mori time to get the orb. Agari seemed impressed I was still standing, and I hated to admit it, but so was I. "This will not last long." "It doesn't have to," I muttered in reply. "Are we going to do this, or what?" She bowed her head and then attacked in a blur of speed. My sword barely managed to keep up with hers, and she landed an elbow to my face, then a kick to my gut that sent me falling backward. I rushed to get to my feet, but there was her boot, knocking me upside the head this time. I fell to the floor, gasping for air and wincing from all my wounds. Mori. An image of her burst to life in my mind, and I focused on it, letting her give me strength. "Just stay down," Agari's yelled, and kicked out the swords I'd been using to support my weight out from under me. My head slammed into the floor, but I moved to my elbows and knees, spitting blood from my mouth. She snarled as she came at me again. Weakly, I managed to catch her boot before it slammed into my face, but then she nailed with a punch instead and I flew backward. "I have orders not to kill you. Stay down." I rolled over and started crawling toward the door. Mori was in there alone, powerless. I had to keep going, keep fighting. Agari stomped on my back, and I flinched as her boot drove into my spine. "You just had to make it hard," she muttered. The weight lifted, and I was about to start crawling again when her boot met with my face, and everything went dark.
Chapter 9. Mori. Agari's. The moment I saw her, my hopes rose that maybe, just maybe, the gods had survived the assault after all. But then she'd started talking and drew her sword, a sword stained with blood. My heart had sunk to the floor, and I wanted to curl up right there. She'd killed her brothers, and who knew who else? Was Thorn still alive? Were any of them left at all? Or was I the last one of the gods still standing? I shook my head slowly, feeling Forrest nudging me with this leg, but I couldn't get myself to move. All I could do was stare at that bloodied sword and imagine her finishing me off with it next. And then time sped up as Forrest unleashed his fire against Agares, and I found myself in the air, soaring past Agares and sliding to a harsh stop inside the room beyond. Fog covered the floor, and I squinted, trying to get my bearings, but there was no light, and my own was still too dim to be of any use. I started forward, my ears ringing with Agares's battle cry as she went after Forrest. A glance over my shoulder revealed that she was attacking him, and he was stuck in dragon form. His wounds were already taking a toll on his body, but he hadn't been able to shift back. Then the doors slammed closed and I was alone. I could still hear their fight raging on, and I shut my eyes to try and drown out the sounds of Agares's shouts and Forrest's growls. And then I opened them again. There, right in front of me, was the orb. It pulsed with a life of its own, just as it always had. As I moved closer, it glowed brighter, pulsing in time with my heart as though it remembered me. I only had eyes for the orb, half listening to the fight taking place outside this room and for any noise within it. But there was only the pounding of my heart as I inched closer and closer. When I was in arm's reach, I licked my lips nervously and stretched out my hands for it. My fingertips barely brushed against it when the orb flared an eerie dark green, and the blast sent me flying into the wall. I smacked my head against the stone and sank to the floor with a grunt of pain as my vision blurred. Fire sparked to life all around the room, and I had to roll out of the way before the flames grabbed hold of my clothing or hair. Their heat pressed in all around me, and I crawled backward, wincing at the ache in my head. "You thought it would be that easy, did you?" Agares sighed. I looked around trying to find her, but the fires roared brighter, momentarily blinding me. Where was Forrest? The doors, they were still closed, and he was nowhere in sight. "Why are you doing this?" I had to get up, but each time I tried to stand, my legs gave out. "I got tired of fighting," she spat. I felt a brush of a blade close to my face but didn't see her. She laughed darkly, and I felt another cold touch drag along my arm. I winced when the blade dug in deep and drew a dark rivulet of crimson that ran down my arm. "Can you blame me?" "Yes. You're the one that told me to keep fighting, remember?" I breathed in deeply through my nose and managed to get to my feet, staggering forward a few steps as the dizziness cleared from my mind. Forrest, I had to find him. I turned toward the doors, ready to rush to them and throw them open, get to him, but I barely made it a few steps before Agares was suddenly there again. She kicked me backward, blocking me. My heart skipped a beat as I gasped in pain. Dead, was he dead? Had she killed him? Her cackling surrounded me, but I ignored it and reached for the pull I'd felt toward Forrest since the day he rescued me. It was faint, but he was alive. I let out a heavy sigh of relief and kept my eyes closed as I tried to pinpoint Agares's location in the room. "You should have just given in," she mused. "So much easier in the end." "I was never one for doing things the easy way," I murmured. There was the slightest whisper of air to my right, and I turned in that direction. The sting of a blade slapped against my outstretched hand, cutting into my knuckles. I yanked my hand back. When she used to train me to fight, that was how she would punish me if I messed up a move. I reached out my hand again, purposely making my move obvious, and the blade came down again on my hand. "Don't you ever learn anything?" She was toying with me, but deep down I sensed Agares was still in there somewhere. If I could draw her out enough, it might give me the chance I needed to get the orb and Forrest, and escape before Baladon came for us. "I do, and I learned it all from you." I opened my eyes and blinked a few times as I adjusted to the bright flames lighting the space. The dizziness was completely gone, and my vision cleared. Agares stood on the other side of the room from me, the orb in between us. Her eyes were narrowed, calculating, as she tapped her sword against her open palm. "You know what else I learned? How to fail, because clearly that's all you know how to do," she snapped. I let the barb of her words slide off me, and sensed Forrest coming to on the other side of the doors. "I learned how much you cared for the warriors who followed you. I learned that beneath the armor and the blood, you have a heart that's filled with compassion and love." She yawned widely. "Is that so? Doesn't seem to have mattered much, now has it?" None of that compares to what I am now. Agares, please, I know you're in there. Am I? I could be, or I could not be. I would say you could ask your dragon out there, but he's feeling a bit under the weather. She winked, then burst out laughing as my eyes widened and terror gripped me. I'm sorry, but that look on your face is just precious. What did you do to him? My fear shifted into anger for one that I loved as I reached for Forrest's soul again. It was fainter than before. He was dying outside those doors. Dying. And it was all my fault. No, I heard a voice whisper in my mind, but it wasn't the dark one from before. Never your fault. Forrest. It had to be him, and he was right. Baladon. He did this to all of us, turned us on one another. He used us as his playthings and tormented us for his pleasure. I would not let him win this day. Though I assumed my magic was still weakened, I sensed it pulsing with life deep within me. I thought of the gods lost, of the innocents killed. I thought of Forrest lying wounded and needing me, and Thorn and all the others fighting for their lives still. I saw each one of their faces, and that magic grew stronger and stronger, taking my fear and turning it into something tangible. Something I could use against the bloody bastard. Agares's smile fell, and her sword rested ready at her side. What are you doing? I didn't answer. Instead I shut my eyes and drew on the magic filling me. I thought of Forrest and me, finally sharing that walk in the woods together, and when I opened my eyes, my light flooded the room, burning bright as the day I'd been taken from the night sky. I held out my right hand, and a silver and white glowing staff made of stars and pure white magic drew itself into being, twisting and turning around until it was a solid weapon in my hand. A single blue stone glowed at the top, and when I tapped it on the floor, the sound resonated deafeningly loud through the chamber. Agares's lip lifted in disgust. She gripped her sword tighter. You're going to fight me. I don't want to, but I will not let you hurt anyone else. Magic flooding my voice. Stand down, Agares. Let me take the orb and Forrest. Come with us and let me help you. She shook her head and started to move to her left, making ready to attack. Not going to happen. Agares, I tried again, but she screamed and came at me. I met her attack, holding my staff long ways across my body, and her blade bounced right off it, nearly smacking her in the face on the rebound. She came at me again and again, but each time I met her attack head-on. She shrieked as I slammed the staff into her stomach and she fell backward. I spun around and hit her a second time, before she could recover. She gasped for air, the green in her eyes flaring with her agony, but she didn't yield. We moved across the floor, and I held my ground, taking a few hits to the face, but her sword never touched my skin again. I recalled all the training she ever put me through and used it, letting the power within me guide my moves. When we were near the doors, I swung the staff low and took out her legs. She crashed to the floor, and I slammed the tip of the staff into the crack of the doors. They flew open, and as soon as I spotted Forrest on the floor, drenched in blood and not moving, the staff slipped from my fingers in shock. I sprinted to his side and rolled him over, patting his cheeks roughly. Forrest, come on please, I begged, putting my hand beneath his nose. There was the faintest breath of air, but he'd lost so much blood. Right, up you go. If not for the magic giving me strength, I never would have gotten him off the floor. But somehow I managed to throw one of his arms over my shoulders, and finally he stirred. Mori? Right here, I promised. You just have to hold on a few more minutes, okay? Together, we maneuvered back into the room with the orb. It was still on the pedestal in the center, but Agares was nowhere in sight. I lowered us, so I could grab hold of my staff, eyes scanning for any sight of her. Where did you get that? He murmured, eyeing the staff through his one good eye. The other was swollen shut. You, I replied, unsure of how else to explain it. We just have to get to the orb. Agares's scream came from above us. I raised the staff to block her attack, but she tackled us, taking us to the floor in a heap. Forrest grunted in pain, and I fought to get back up, but she yanked the staff from my arms and tossed it across the room. You will not leave, she screamed, wrapping her hand in my hair and yanking me back. I screamed, spinning to try and attack her, but she tugged harder and punched me over and over again, until my face was beyond merely bloodied. The magic within me wasn't going to last much longer. I had to get us out of here, but my staff, it was too far away. Then Agares spun me around and slammed me face first into that wall of flames. Pain engulfed me, and I pitched myself out of them, crawling away, but Agares's feet appeared before me, and she hauled me up by my hair again. She shook me until my teeth rattled inside my skull. "Baladon wants you, and he will have you both," she swore. "And then he'll go after the rest of your friends, and cover the world in darkness. All of the worlds. There is no stopping him." "Agares, please," I pleaded, but she shook me again, and I winced. "No. Agares is dead. She's not coming back, none of them are." A dagger manifested in her hand, and she drew it back, ready to plunge into my chest. It wouldn't kill me, but it'd sure as hell paralyze me. I braced for it. Suddenly, she shrieked and released me. Forrest yelled and dropped to the floor behind Agares, my staff in his hands, but he was too weak to lift it again. I ran to him, grabbed hold of the staff, and as Agares whirled around to come after us again, I begged for her soul to forgive me, and drove the glowing blue stone into her chest. The force of the blow reverberated down the staff and into my hands, but I held on. The stone sank into her chest and she screamed as light consumed her, until there was nothing left. Her body vanished and the flames died out around the room, replaced by soft white lights. Just like stars. When the last bit of what had been the great war goddess Agares disappeared, I fell to the floor, and the staff in my hands broke apart. "Mori?" Forrest's hand touched my cheek, and I turned into it, pulling him to me as I kissed him fiercely. He held me close, but when he winced, I released him and stared at his battered body. "We have to go before you bleed to death." "The orb, can you use it?" he asked. "With you, yes, I can." We had no other choice. I left him on the floor, and tentatively went to the orb again. I held my breath, stretching out my hands for it, but this time its glow matched the light from me, and I managed to get my hands around it. I was just turning around to take it back to Forrest, when the entire mountain trembled. Baladon's roar filled the tunnels, and each thundering step he took brought him closer and closer to us. I ran back to Forrest and sat down before him. "Place your hands around mine," I instructed, throwing a worried look over my shoulder. "Mori, look at me." I did as he asked, and my gaze sank into those blue eyes. His hands folded gently around mine. I shut my eyes and focused on my realm, of returning home with both of us. The orb started to hum and glow. Baladon was closing in around us. I sensed his presence but scrunched my eyes shut. Forrest's hands pressed harder over mine, and I heard his growl as something heavy smashed into the hall outside the room. He cursed under his breath, and I felt him tackle me to the floor as I opened my eyes and saw the bolt of shadow strike the orb. But Baladon was too late. A half-second later and it sucked us out of his realm.
Chapter 10. Forrest. I remembered grabbing hold of the orb with Mori as Baladon's shout of rage erupted throughout the mountain. He was coming for us. I'd pressed my hands around hers, and just as he cleared the doorway, making to attack us, we were transported out of there. But that bolt of shadow, it had struck the orb, hadn't it? I worried we hadn't made it back, and slowly opened my eyes. I expected to find us back in her realm or in Tirolf, but instead I looked around, confused to find us standing in a grove of trees. The moon and stars shone brightly overhead, startling me at the sight of them. Mori's hands were still around the orb, and I let go. She got a better grip on the orb, then her free hand found mine and held onto it tightly. It took me a few tries before I managed to get the words out, coughing to clear my throat. "Mori," I said quietly, worried I'd startle her. She looked so lost all of a sudden. "Mori, look at me, are you hurt?" I should have been, but for some strange reason none of my wounds hurt. I took a hell of a beating, but I felt fine. Perfectly fine. "Mori?" I tried again, and she jerked as if waking up from a dream. She shook her head and pointed. "Look." "At what?" "No," I whispered and stared in disbelief through the trees ahead of us. It can't be. But the proof was right in front of us. There through the trees were two figures walking hand in hand with only the moonlight pouring down over their heads. Mori, I recognized right away, but the other figure had me second-guessing and wondering if the two of us hadn't hit our heads and were dreaming. But then the figure stopped, and he turned enough for me to fully see his face. Malcolm. You knew him? I asked Mori, surprised. No, I don't. I don't remember this, but this is what I've seen with you and me. And this is exactly what I dreamt. I glanced around, searching for any sign of what we were seeing, but then Malcolm was talking, and I found us both moving closer to here. How is it you came to be here with me? He murmured softly. These past few months have been more than I ever imagined. The other Mori leaned into his hand as he cupped her cheek, and they shared a sweet kiss. You called to me all those nights. You were so sad. I couldn't bear it any longer. And now you're still here, and I don't think I can go through with it. Go through with what? She ran her fingers over his forehead, smoothing out the frown lines. Whatever worries you, everything will work itself out. You will see. He clutched her hands in his, kissing them both. If only it were so simple. I have come to love our nightly walks together, Mori told him. Next to me, Mori's breath hitched. I felt the same outpouring of love emanating from my past life self and her. I will not lie, Malcolm. I care for you deeply, more than I ever imagined I could love anyone. Then it's settled, for I cannot deny the love I have for you either. I will deal with whatever comes next, but I cannot face a future without you in it. I won't. She sank into his arms, and they held each other close for a long while until Malcolm seemed suddenly frozen in time. Mori leaned back confused, and I waited to see what would happen, straining to pull this memory from Malcolm's that resided inside my mind, but there was nothing. Thorn, Mori said loudly, and a man appeared in the trees beside her. What are you doing here? Is something wrong? The older god sighed with a sad smile as he first glanced at her and then at Malcolm. Mori, what are you doing away from your realm? And without your guard? Forrest will be very upset with you. I know, but Malcolm is worth the risk. I love him, she declared proudly, and Mori's hand tightened around mine. I know, but I'm afraid I cannot let this happen. What? She asked, horrified as tears shimmered on her cheeks like falling stars. Why? I don't understand. What have I done wrong? Nothing, my child, and though you do not yet know, one day you will. She tried to argue, but Thorn raised one hand to her forehead and the other to Malcolm's. I hated to do it, Thorn said, but this time his voice came from behind us. We whipped around to find a translucent image of the god himself watching the scene from behind us. Thorn? Mori asked and reached out to try and touch him, but her hand passed right through. What is this? What's happening? I wanted you to see the truth, to chase away those lingering doubts the two of you seem to be keen to holding onto, he said, scowling at both of us before he winked and broke into a wide grin. You two found each other a very long time ago. Mori finally took a chance and found Malcolm, sad and lonely. You and he spent many moons together, and your love grew so strong, but sadly it was just too soon. We were together before? I turned around to face Thorn. You were. I knew your souls were bound together, but Malcolm had a very different path he had to follow. When Mori found him, it was just the wrong time, the wrong path. He was needed by the Vindicar to save the realms. And he lived out that destiny. So you erased the memory. Why? She asked. Why wouldn't you have let me remember? Because you needed to rediscover this bond between your souls on your own, he told us. It's all part of your path, both of your paths. He sighed as he reached out to press his fingertips to Mori's head, but he wasn't fully here, wherever here was. The moment Forrest rescued you, I felt the rekindling of your souls together. You can't fight it, not anymore. You two are meant to be together, no matter what obstacles stand in your way. All this time, the sense of familiarity that we'd met before, walked under the moonlight together, it all happened. But then, Malcolm had been called to aid the Vindicar. And Mori, she had only just been created a few centuries before. The timing had been off and now we could be together. We turned to each other at the same time, and a smile slipped across her lips that I knew made it my own. She was in my arms a heartbeat later, and I held her close, kissing her like she was the only thing keeping me alive. The spark between us burst into true being, and I longed to stay tucked away in these woods forever. Away from the war. Away from Baladon, and anyone else who threatened to take Mori from me. "Well then I'll leave you both to it," Thorn said loudly. We parted quickly. "Wait, you and the others, what happened? Where are you?" Mori called out, but Thorn was already fading. "Wait. Follow your paths," he replied as he disappeared from view. "Defeat the darkness. That is your destiny." And that was it. He said nothing more. Mori sagged against my side. I held her close, but then we were spinning and falling. I grunted when we came to a stop, landing on soft grass beside a rushing stream. The pale light of a sunset fell around us, and as I sat up, pulling Mori with me, I saw where we were. "This is my home," she whispered in disbelief, staring around. "How?" The grass was no longer dead but green and filled with life. The stream was full of water once again and ran along at a steady pace. A few seconds later, I grimaced as my wounds from the fight caught up with me. But there would be time to tend to those later. I wrapped an arm around Mori's waist and lifted her up against my chest the same time our lips met in another fierce kiss. Everything about that moment felt right, more than right. This was who I was meant to be with, forever. We paused long enough to take a breath, but then she cupped my face and kissed me back so hard we tumbled back to the grass in a heap. "Sorry," she said through her laughter. "I feel like I'm waking up from a dream," I murmured against her lips as I wound my hands through her hair. She sat up, and her smile fell instantly. "Forrest, your wounds," she said, alarmed. The pain rushed back to me all at once. "The bleeding, just hold on, all right? Keep your damned eyes open," she scolded and quickly ripped the hem of her dress to staunch the bleeding wound at my ribs. She applied pressure, and I bit my lip to keep from cursing. I had 2 clashes across my chest, the wound at my shoulder and the other at my hip. My face felt like someone had taken a battering ram to it, and I realized one of my eyes was partially swollen shut. "Don't move." She took my hand and placed it on the bunched-up fabric at my hip. "And keep the pressure on." I wanted to ask what she was doing, but the bit of energy I thought I had was slipping away. How much blood had I lost? My clothes were drenched in it. Mori raced toward the stream, tore more of her dress free, and dipped it in the water. The fabric immediately gave off a blue hue, and she ran back to me. Water dripped from it as she pressed it gingerly against my shoulder. The chilly water made my teeth chatter, but when she removed the fabric, the bleeding had stopped. She repeated the process on all my wounds, and lastly draped the fabric over my face. Once it was removed, my eye managed to open up all the way, and the pain overall had lessened. I don't know how long the magic will last. These wounds are quite extensive. We need to get you back to Tirolf. Why didn't you remind me you were so hurt? She scolded. Other things took priority. I pulled her back in for another kiss even as she protested, trying to take care of my wounds still. Leave it. I have plenty of blood. Stubborn dragon. She shoved me back to the grass and gave each wound one more look over. I need to cover these before we leave. She helped me sit up and lifted my shirt to see how bad the wounds were. They stung now that the adrenaline of the fight had worn off, but the water had certainly helped. I might not bleed to death on my way back, at least thanks to her efforts. She ripped and tore at her dress, working to cover all the wounds. Think I owe you a new dress, I murmured. She tied off another bandage, a bit harder than necessary. I'd like that, though dresses aren't exactly good for fighting. And the orb? Is it safe? She glanced about in a panic, then sighed in relief when she found it perched on the grass beside us. Safe but damaged. She held it up for me to see. A crack ran right through the center of it. I'm not sure we'll be able to use it again. Let's just get back to the castle first. This is going to be interesting to explain, I grumbled. I'm never going to hear the end of it. I winced when she pressed the cloth harder to my hip. Can you stand? I need to wrap this one too. I think I can manage. I got to my feet, and she tied another torn piece of her ruined dress around my hips to hold the other in place. Her cheeks burned red as my breeches rode lower, and when she straightened back up, I caught her lips with mine in a quick embrace. But I was growing weaker, and we needed to get back to the others. Her handiwork would do until we got back to Tirolf, and unless she planned on walking, we'd be flying, which meant the bandaging was going to fall off anyway. Not that I was going to tell her that, just yet. She told me to wait, that she was going to the temple to find something to carry the orb in. I made it to the stone archway, and admired the maze as it came back to life around us. Vines crawled and stretched as grass sprouted between the stones, lush and full. Vibrant reds and orange leaves covered branches of trees growing between the stone columns. It was a sight, one I could definitely see myself being in for a long time. My smile faltered as I pictured a future with Mori. As much as I wanted to be with her, knew it was our destiny, I couldn't bring myself to see it through. How could I, when Sabella's vision hung over their 3 lives like a dark cloud just waiting to descend and kill them all? If I didn't stay with her, if I didn't marry her, maybe I could keep her alive. Forrest? What's wrong? Mori rushed back to my side, checking the worst wound at my hip, but I gently caught her hands and lowered my mouth to hers. I was never going to tire of kissing her. When it ended, I noticed a leather satchel, beat up but still usable, was slung across her body. Nothing. Ready to go? She nodded, but her eyes narrowed on my face. Something you're not telling me? No, just bracing for the onslaught of attention we're going to get once we're back. Wait, are we flying back? She asked, distressed. Your wounds? I'll manage. We're not that far away. I've had worse. I don't doubt it, she muttered and draped my arm over her shoulders to help support me. I hadn't felt too weak when I first stood up, but I'd clearly lost more blood than I first assumed. The walk through the maze was much less stressful than our last one, and we talked quietly together about the temple. She said the cage was gone and the temple was rebuilding itself. That she sensed no trace of the darkness remaining in her realm. It was the first clear sign of hope that we had a fighting chance against this darkness. Once we reached the opening, we stepped through and entered the never-ending night. Any chance we can use the orb? I asked, knowing the amount of pain I was about to endure from shifting. My light is too weak, and if I use it now, there's a chance I'll break it. I can't tell how extensive the damage is. We can walk. It won't take us that long. I chuckled and kissed the top of her head. I'll be fine. Just thought I'd ask. I moved away from her, ignoring her protests, and shifted. My dragon roared as the wounds ripped and tore, but they only bled a little. Mori moved to my side to check them all, muttering under her breath and cursing at my stubbornness. Finally, I lowered my shoulder and she climbed onto my back. She held on tight as I pumped my wings and soared up into the clouds. The wounds started to take their toll sooner into the flight than I liked, but the castle was in view when I faltered and my eyes started to close. You're losing too much blood, Mori yelled to me. Just land. Before I started to circle around to find a good spot in the field to touch down, I shot out a fireball into the sky. Someone at the castle would see it. I settled into the grass, and Mori barely had a chance to slide off my back before I lost control of my dragon form and fell to my knees in the dirt. You're going to make me worry too much, aren't you? Mori sighed, lifting my shirt to check the multiple injuries I'd endured, and cursed more. I glanced down at the bloodied mess and then fell back into the grass. Idiot. Really? That's what you're going to say to me right now? I'm bleeding. And whose fault is that? She was still muttering angrily under her breath when the sound of horses rushing toward us met my ears. I managed to point. Mori rose, waving her arms over her head as she yelled for help. Here. We're here. Forrest is wounded. 2 wolves reached us before the riders did. Tristan and Boris shifted together. Forrest. By the gods, where the hell have you 2 been? We thought Baladon stole you away from us, Tristan growled, taking the hand I held up in offering. We had some business to take care of, I replied. And that would be what exactly? Boris knelt beside me, checking over my wounds. You're going to need stitches, my friend. I let my head fall back with a groan. Damn. Can one of you please explain to me what's happening? Tristan demanded. It's been nearly 2 days. It's my fault, Mori told him as she removed the satchel from her body and held it out to him. What is this? He asked, confused. Just open the bloody bag, I growled, the pain starting to get to me. Tristan did as I said, then glanced from me to Mori and back again. I take it there's a damned good story to go along with this? One of the best. I growled as Boris continued to check my wounds. Stop poking them, all right? Just get me to Magnus and Lucy. They'll patch me up. Mori's hand found mine and she moved around, lifted my head and rested it in her lap. Thank you, by the way. For saving your life again. Anytime, though I think this time it was a tie. She rolled her eyes but leaned down and kissed me. I reached back and held her there, kissing her again as she laughed. When she sat back up again, both Tristan and Boris were grinning. Shut it, both of you, I growled. Not saying a word, Forrest, not a word. The riders finally arrived and dismounted. Craig and Kate. They eyed me and Mori like this was the best day of their lives. Sabella was right behind them, muttering something about, "It's about damn time." Tristan handed her the satchel and she stared at it, then us, like we'd lost our minds. What happened to going back there will be a trap, and we can't risk it? It was an accident, Mori said with a shrug. An accident, right? Well, I'm glad you're both back alive. And with this, but we have problems. I tried to sit up, but Mori gently pushed me back down, and Boris growled in warning. What's wrong? Drake and Ashan, Craig told me, his eyes dark with worry. They never arrived. And no messages have come from Silver Valley or Boshan or Gregornath. Baladon? Did he attack? Mori asked the exact question on my lips. We'd heard him right before we left, but he might not have been there the whole time we were. We don't know. We sent riders out a few hours ago, so it'll be a while before we hear any news, but with the way this war's going, I doubt it'll be good. I held Craig's steady stare before his eyes flickered to Mori. The sudden resolve I saw in them made my chest tight. Whatever was happening to the rest of the realms could only mean what Sabella saw in her visions was creeping closer by the hour. And we still had no way to stop what was coming. Chapter 11. Forrest. Forrest rested in his room, his hip stitched and bandaged by Lucy and Magnus. The wounds across his chest were covered in salves, and the one at his shoulder also had stitches. His face was a mess, but he managed a few smiles once they were finished, and Lucy gave him a draft to help him sleep and quicken the healing. Lucy and Magnus said he would wake in a few hours, and until then all I could do was keep him company. I stayed by his side for the first day, but on the second he woke up long enough to kiss my hand and sit up to eat and drink something before he passed out again. I worried the wounds were infected, but Magnus assured me he simply pushed himself too hard, too fast. On the third day of waiting for him to recover, Sabella and Kate had a bath drawn for me and found some clothes that would fit since my once pristine glowing dress was ruined, covered in dirt and blood. Forrest's blood. As Forrest's wounds were tended to, I explained to everyone what happened and apologized for running off and risking Forrest's life. I also told them about my past with Malcolm. Kate had wiped away tears in her eyes, mumbling something about her being so damned happy and not even sure why she was crying. None of them seemed angry with me. It was quite the opposite, actually. Kate and Sabella kept hugging me and saying they were glad Forrest would no longer be alone. They were equally happy and astonished to have the orb back in our possession, even though it was damaged, and I feared it wouldn't be much use to us. As long as Baladon didn't have it, though, we had a chance to keep whatever gods remained alive and out of his reach. Once I was cleaned up, I dried off and picked up the black breeches and blouse Kate had given me. There were boots too, but I'd never worn shoes in my life. I tugged on the new clothes and admired myself in the mirror. My hair was too long and loose for the fight to come. After having Agares use it against me, I found a dagger in the wardrobe and hacked it off, so it only hung at my waist. The long locks fell to the floor in a heap, and the stars twinkled out with them. But I was quite all right with that. I braided what remained as tightly as I could to keep it out of the way. If only Agares could see me now, I mused sadly, taking in my reflection. This was the new Mori. The old Mori was gone. She served her purpose, but this was who I was meant to be. Me and my dragon. I smoothed my hands down my new clothes and smiled. I'd found my true path, and nothing was going to knock me from it now. Agares's death weighed on my mind for the first couple of days back, but I knew if she were here now, she'd tell me how proud she was of me for standing my ground. For fighting back and doing what was right, instead of what was easy. I would miss her and the others, but I no longer felt their absence. Instead, I felt their souls joined with mine. They would always be a part of me, whether I saw them again or not. I left my room, and found Kate and Sabella in the council chamber talking quietly. "Any news?" I asked as I entered. Kate and Sabella nodded in approval at my new outfit and hair, but from the worry on their faces, it was too soon to hear back from the messengers yet. It could be days still before we have word, at least from Silver Valley or Boshan, but we sent one of Forrest's guards to Gregornath. He should return any time now. "And I'm assuming Craig would not let you go yourself?" I asked with a grin. "Course not, the ruddy bastard. He worries far too much, but don't worry, Forrest is no different. Trust me, I already know." Being with them and talking about Tristan, Craig, and Forrest, I felt a sense of companionship, of true belonging. I laughed with them easily, and time flew by. I felt better than I had in days, no, not days. Decades. The fear of the war raging on outside this castle was pushed aside, and for just a few moments I felt like a normal person without the weight of the world hanging over my head, wondering what our next would be. And if it would ever be enough. As the laughter died away and a comfortable silence fell over the room, I looked to Sabella. "I never heard exactly what you saw in your visions. Forrest only said you saw me in them." She tapped her fingers on the table and said nothing. "How bad are they?" I asked. "Sabella, I believe I have a right to know." "You do, and I want to tell you, it's just the bells. Something's wrong." Bells rang out through the castle, and we ran after Sabella out the door and into the main hall where other shifters were running, and Boris was shouting out orders. Tristan called to her, and she went to him as Craig sprinted in the doorway, bringing with him a limping and still weak Forrest. "What are you doing up?" I asked as I took his arm from Craig and helped him to a chair. His face was mostly healed, but I could tell his wounds bothered him. "Thought it was time I get up and move around." "The bells, are we under attack?" "I don't know yet, but I don't think so." I watched the doorway to the hall where Tristan and Sabella had run out. Craig and Kate paced nearby. Lucy, Grayson, Magnus, all the others, filing in and waiting for further direction from their alpha. "Wait, there's Tristan, he's supporting someone, I think he's a dragon." Forrest stood too fast and cursed, but I helped him stay upright, and together we made it to where Tristan and the dragon collapsed to the floor. "Magnus?" Tristan yelled. "He's wounded." "What happened?" Forrest asked the dragon, holding a hand to his bleeding shoulder. "At first I couldn't find anyone," the dragon uttered, eyes wide with fear. "There was no one about. No soldiers, no guards. Not even the villagers. It was quiet, so bloody quiet. I feared the worst, but there was no sign of a fight." "What did you see?" Forrest asked urgently. "Tell me." The dragon shook his head as if he wasn't sure he believed what he saw. "I found bodies at Gregornath. Soldiers at their posts and on the wall, alive. They were alive, but asleep. I couldn't wake them, none of them, sire. I tried, I screamed and yelled, but none moved." "Who attacked you?" Tristan asked gently, as Magnus tore away the dragon's sleeve to see to the gash that was bleeding freely, made worse probably the same way Forrest's wound was by flying. I was getting ready to take off when 4 figures appeared out of the fog. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that Sabella perked up, and Tristan's eyes locked onto hers. They were hooded and cloaked, their feet not even touching the ground, but the sound they made, this horrible hissing like snakes. He gulped loudly, not even seeming to feel Magnus patching up his shoulder. They saw me and they attacked. No hands, though, just these sharp black talons. I took off and ran, until I was far enough away to shift. "Silence," Sabella whispered. "All will be silence. They're coming for us next." "We have to leave then," Craig stated. "Boshan. Or the Dara lands." "It's too late," Sabella argued. "They saved us for last because we're all here, and Baladon, he knew it. He's putting us all to sleep to stop us from fighting back. He doesn't want us dead, no idea why, but he's taking us out of the game. We can't let him," I said firmly. "If we're asleep, who will stop him?" Magnus finished bandaging the wound, and offered to help the wounded dragon upstairs, as Lucy and Grayson stood close by, whispering to each other. Whatever they said, they both seemed to make up their minds, and Lucy stepped closer, planting her hands on her hips. "Then it's time you go back home, Kate." "Home? To the Dara lands?" "No, my dear, home. To the human realm." Craig blurted out. "We can't go there." "You don't have a choice. It's the only place Baladon can't reach yet, and you need time to figure out how to kill that bastard," Lucy insisted. "Grayson, I'm going to need your help, and we don't have much time." "Of course, whatever you need," he said, and they ran out of the hall. "I won't just leave my people here," Tristan growled, but Boris gripped his shoulder. "The dragon said they're just asleep. I could use a good long nap. You and Sabella, the others, you are our hope. You must leave, sire, and then come back for us all, eh?" Tristan clapped the other shifter hard on the back. "This feels wrong." "The hard decisions usually do. We'll keep a lookout, buy you the time you need to leave. Hank, Danielle with me." I watched as they both hugged Sabella, then bowed their heads to Tristan as he hugged them both too. Sabella ran off to grab the orb, Tristan yelling at her to hurry. Forrest stiffened beside me, and I sensed his guilt at not being in Gregornath to reassure his people he was fighting for them still, before this sleeping curse fell over them. "We'll awaken them," I whispered in his ear. "Together." He rested his forehead to mine and held me close. "I know we will. Have faith, right?" Why did he sound so bitter? The visions, it had to do with them, but then the bells rang even louder, and shouts came from the courtyard. The 4 beasts of Baladons, they were here, and we were out of time. Lucy and Grayson sprinted back into the hall, shoving tables out of the way, as they worked at drawing a circle in chalk on the floor. It was large with symbols I almost didn't recognize, they were so old. "This portal, it's one way," I pointed out. "And it will only last for a few seconds before it's destroyed." "We can't have Baladon following you through," Lucy replied quickly, scattering herbs from a bowl in her hands, following the outer pattern as Grayson whispered words, running a blade across his palm. Blood dripped to the stones, and he worked with Lucy until the circle was completed. When the last drop of blood fell, the lines burst to life with a bright purple hue. Lucy nodded, content with their work. "All of you get in quickly." "How are going to get back?" Kate asked, hugging Lucy even as the cries from the battle outside grew closer. "The orb, you have it?" she asked, and Sabella lifted up the satchel. "You have to find a way to repair it, and use it. It's the only way, but not until you're ready. No, not until you know you can defeat him." "Come with us, please," Kate pleaded with her. "I can't, child, and you have to leave. Remember, the key to all of this is already with you. Use it." She hugged Kate one more time, then moved her into the circle. Craig followed, kissing Lucy on the cheek. Tristan and Sabella went next, and I helped Forrest limp his way over to them. "Take care of each other," Lucy said to us, cupping a hand on both of our cheeks. "We will," Forrest swore to her. "And thank you." Hank yelled out a warning that they were coming in, and we stepped inside the circle. A well of magic reached up to surround the 6 of us, as Lucy and Grayson started the chant that would send us from the realms and into the human world. The purple light flared brighter with each word spoken, and I felt myself becoming lighter, making ready to travel, when a commotion drew my gaze to the hall. Hank was thrown backward, and Danielle reached down to drag him back with her. His face was bloodied, and he was gagging as if choking. His shirt front was drenched, and Boris was yelling a retreat. More men yelled, until the sounds were suddenly cut off. Boris and Danielle shut the doors to the hall, screaming at us to go, but magic like this couldn't be rushed. The rest of the shifters there pressed themselves to the door. I nearly ran to help them, but Forrest gripped my arm, holding me back. "We can't," he whispered painfully, and I saw the strain it was taking for him not to do the exact same thing. I watched, willing them to hold out, but then the doors split and exploded inward. 4 figures stood on the threshold and reached out to those near them. Instantly, they collapsed to the floor, I prayed asleep. But then they turned as one toward the circle and lifted their hooded heads. I could see nothing beneath the hoods, and a shiver raced down my spine as they came closer and closer. Danielle screamed, throwing herself at one. Tristan snarled furiously when she was struck down by the hooded monstrosity. Sabella barely managed to snag his arm before he broke the circle. Danielle clutched at her wounded chest, but I couldn't see what happened next. The other 3 were closing in. Lucy and Grayson couldn't do anything to defend themselves, and from the way the figures raised their hands, flashing black talons, they weren't going to just put them to sleep. "No, no," Kate yelled, and Craig had to wrap his arms around her to stop her from rushing out of the circle. "Mama." "Go, child," Lucy replied, her voice hoarse from the magic. Just as I felt the final rush and my feet left the floor, one of the figures slashed its talons across Lucy's back. Her scream echoed around us as we shot through space and time, before landing in a pile of limbs on a wooden floor. "Let me go," Kate cried, struggling to get up, but Craig wound his arms around her tighter as tears streamed down her cheeks. "No. I have to go back, I have to save her." "You can't. Kate, I'm sorry, but you can't. She's gone." "No." Kate screamed and yelled, hitting Craig in the chest and shoulders until her arms gave out and she sagged against him. He held her close, whispering to her softly as she cried. Sabella sniffed hard and wiped at her eyes as Tristan pulled her into his arms. Both of them looked shocked. Danielle and Hank, we had no way to know if they lived or not. Even Forrest had tears shimmering in his eyes, as I helped him get to his feet a bit unsteadily. Lucy's death, and the deaths of who knew how many others, hung over us, making it impossible for me to speak or move for a long while. Kate's crying finally slowed, and Craig picked her up in his arms. "I'm taking her to her room, then I'll be back down," he told us, and headed for a doorway. "Where are we exactly?" I asked Forrest. "This was where Kate grew up," he told me. "Lucy. Mama Lucy raised her here. This was her home." The 4 of us stood in what appeared to be a sitting room of some kind, too wrapped up in our fears and grief to talk anymore. We were on our own now, completely cut off from the realms. I felt the loss of power, the stars in my hair dimmed and my skin was still pale but not luminescent. If we stayed here too long, I wondered if I would lose my magic forever. We were all that could save the realms now. Our mission was simple: find a way to kill Baladon. But how were we going to do that when we were now trapped in a realm with no real magic and no army? How were we going to do anything? Chapter 12. Forrest. Lucy was dead, and everyone else in the realms was asleep. My brief elation at learning the truth about Mori and me had been pilfered away by what occurred while we'd been stealing the orb. My people had been left to fend for themselves, and now they suffered for my inaction. The world had fallen apart too fast for us to react. And now I wondered if we'd ever get back. Kate was still in her room, only letting Craig in to see her. He came down the stairs, rubbing a hand down his face, and sank onto the bottom step. "How is she?" I asked, sitting down beside him. "Bad. I'm not sure what to do right now. She hasn't eaten anything. Won't talk. I can't get her to move from that damned bed. She'll come around, she has to." "That's not going to help anything," he growled in warning, but then he cursed. "I'm sorry, I never expected Lucy to die, or any of this to happen. It's like we're starting all over again. Same place, different villain, I mused. How do you even kill a god? Mori have any ideas on that? She'd been working with Sabella, racking their brains and digging through the few resources Lucy had at the house for any hint of where to start, but so far came up with nothing. Then there was the orb, in need of desperate repair. Mori might not have needed sleep before, but after seeing her just an hour ago, the bags under her eyes said otherwise. She wasn't a goddess in this realm, and being away from her source of magic was going to start affecting her. If she wasn't careful, I worried she'd wind up starving to death or dropping from sheer exhaustion. The only thing keeping her going now was sheer willpower. We'll figure it out, we will, I swore to Craig. In time? That I don't know. We'll use what we know and go from there. With any luck, Sabella will have another vision that will explain all of this. I patted him on the shoulder again, and told him if he needed anything just to ask. He remained on the stairs, resting his head against the wall, mourning Lucy quietly in his own way. I went looking for Mori, but when I checked the living room, found Tristan sitting up, sound asleep, Sabella's head resting in his lap, also asleep. I backed out of the room quietly, and not finding Mori inside, tracked her down in the greenhouse in the backyard. Find anything of use? I asked her when I stepped inside. Her back was to me, and she appeared to be picking a few white flowers from a small plant. She said nothing, and I worried something was wrong. Mori? Sabella's keeping something from me, she said, still not turning around. About what? Her visions, and you are too. What don't I know? There'd been no time to explain them to her since we got back from her realm. I half hoped Sabella had already told her, to save me from finding the right way to explain what our bound fates meant to her. Forrest. She turned around now and looked me right in the eye. Tell me. She reached out for me, but I drew back and she frowned. Why are you doing that? Doing what? I asked, even though I knew. Pulling back from me. You've been doing it since we came here. I struggled to find the right words and finally gave up and just told her the truth, honest and blunt. I'm afraid of us being together. What do you mean, why? Sabella's visions, they're not exactly good. She saw the 6 of us in one together, and it links to the riddle as well as the other visions she had. You're rambling, Forrest, she said softly and tried to reach for my hand again, but I stepped back. You can't just run away from me, you know that. If I have to do it to keep you alive, I will, I stated firmly. Alive? You're not making any sense. She saw you die. I yelled, my fear and worry overriding my control. If we become truly together, like how the other 4 are, then we're bound and you'll die. That's what she saw, and that's why we can't be together. Mori flinched, took a half step back, swallowing hard as she rubbed at the dirt smudges on her hands. You know this for certain? It's what she saw. Herself, Kate, and you all die. Because we're together. 3 must rise, 3 rings abound, that's what the key is to how Baladon is defeated. It's the 3 of you together. With our soulmates, she pointed out. Forrest, it might not mean death. And if it does? I've lost too much to have your death on my head too. I'm sorry, but I can't do this to you. I won't. I turned to leave, but she yelled my name and my feet froze. So what, you're willing to let the realms suffer just to keep me alive? I won't lose you right after I've found you. I shouted, whirling back around. You can't ask me to endure watching you sacrifice yourself. That is not your choice to make. She stormed toward me and held my face in her hands. Look at me. I'm not running away anymore, not from my fate and not from you. I need you by my side if we're going to have a hope at all of fighting back. My hands covered hers as I shut my eyes tight, picturing her dead on the ground. I can't lose you, I whispered. I can't. And I don't want to die either, but if that's what has to happen, then I'll meet my fate head on. She stood on her toes and kissed me, as if this was the last day we could be together. I tried to resist, but found my arms wrapping around her waist and kissing her back just as fiercely, needing to convince myself she was still alive with me. We stayed like that for a long time, out in the greenhouse, holding onto each other tightly. The second we left this greenhouse, we would be faced with the harsh reality of what would be needed to kill Baladon once and for all. To end the darkness and save the realms. If Mori was going to die in the end, then I was going down with her. I would not face this world without her. We lost our chance to be together once because of evil sweeping over the lands. I'd be damned if I let it keep us apart a second time. I glanced skyward, admiring the stars and full moon through the glass roof of the greenhouse, wondering what our chances were of having the gods return to their full strength in time to assist us. I asked Mori, and she stiffened in my arms. What? Thorn left me with one final message from the gods before he sent me back to you, she said quietly. A message for even the gods themselves. And? I asked, not liking the sorrow filling her eyes. The era of the gods is coming to an end. They will not be able to help us, not anymore. My arms tightened around her more, fearing she would suddenly disappear with the rest of them. They're leaving us with this mess? So many are dead and wounded, they're weak. Their time in the realms is over. And we're truly on our own then, I sighed. Can this day get any worse? She exhaled, hugging me to her. No stars shone in her hair or her eyes, and I was about to tell her she should try and lay down and sleep when a scream came from inside the house. We ran inside in time to see Craig disappear into the sitting room and Kate thundering downstairs to join us. Tristan was on the floor holding Sabella in his arms. Her eyes were glassed over, and she was muttering incoherently. What happened? Kate asked, sinking down beside them and took Sabella's other hand. We were sleeping and then she just screamed, Tristan replied worriedly. Come on, Red. Snap out of it. But she continued on, muttering louder, then screamed again, making all of us jump. Tristan held on to her firmly, whispering in her ear. Mori knelt on her other side and reached out, resting her palm on Sabella's forehead just as I'd seen Ashan do back in Silver Valley. Her eyes closed and her head fell back as she gasped. Mori? But Mori didn't answer, and a few seconds later was thrown back as Sabella shot upright. She gasped for air and Tristan was asking her questions, making sure she knew who she was. What did you see? I asked Mori as I helped her back to her feet. But it wasn't she who answered. The end, Sabella breathed. The end of everything. What? Kate asked. No, it can't be. I saw at the realms they were burning and we failed. Not yet, we haven't, Mori said, and I squeezed her hand in support. We fight until the end, no matter what that end is. Agreed, Kate said, and Craig nodded along with her. Tristan and Sabella exchanged a look that said so much before they bobbed their heads too. Right then, let's figure out how to kill a god and end this war. No gods, no real magic, and a broken orb. Baladon had the upper hand, but we weren't going to stop. That was going to be his biggest mistake, letting us get away. Because now we weren't going down unless we took him down with us. Here's to the end of the world then, was what I thought to myself. It was going to be one hell of a ride.
I hope you've enjoyed this Kit Bladegrave book. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.